Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the home of motorsports Silverstone for the 24 hours of Silverstone for charity. Joined today are Guru,
Hello, hello.
Case,
Let's go.
and Roblo.
And he's silent.
You silent?
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Welcome everybody. As we are ready to rumble, we have 38, if I recall correctly, we have 38 teams, 34 teams on the grid today, which will be ready to do a 24-hour race. As we are getting ready to start that, and we will be doing all of this for the Cancer Research UK. And we had a warm-up event with a very interesting qualification, and now it's finally time, after months of preparation, to get into racing. As we see the nearly on pace car here on first on the grid, and the drivers have 1 minute left to load the correct setups, get the tires warm, and it's a good moment to thank all of our sponsors and all the organization for their efforts. And now we finally head into a 24 hours of madness. I'm ready, I'm getting energized, I'm ready. What about you, Guru? What about you, Case?
I can see something that we maybe have another server restart. Don't know if that's true.
Thank you for the follow there, Bananen Kaasebrood.
Oh, that's nice.
It would be interesting to taste that.
Ooh, sounds very nice, especially for 2:30 in the afternoon UK time.
And another follow. Thank you everybody for all the follows.
Hello, hello. Yeah, in the top of the stream, you can see the race already. 1,183, almost 84 pounds that we collected. We reached our goal from 1,000. So yeah, yesterday I created some. How do you call it? Milestones it is.
Milestones, yeah.
Milestones. And that's the reason why now the goal is 5,000. It sets it automatically. I didn't change the number, but I set one goal at 5,000 pounds. The first goal will be at 1250. I will crack 10 eggs on my head. So if we reach that, the goal, yeah, I will do that live on stream. The second one, and I don't know the numbers anymore. I thought it was like 2,000. I will do makeup on stream and eat a cake afterwards without hands. Then we have another one around 3,000. Roblo and I will sing a song for you. And
you don't want to hear this, trust me.
I said I will sing a song, but you are here as well, so
I'm getting the purse out now.
And the other one at 5,000. Oh no, we have another one, 3.5 or something, or 2.5. It will be. I will do a 20-minute race reverse control. So if I steer left, I will go right on a public server. So yeah, that will be fun as well. And one of the most intriguing goals that I got was, and yeah, that's worth 5,000 pounds in my eyes, a 12-hour race on Bathurst with one hand. So if we reach the 5,000, yeah, that will be training for me on Bathurst, racing with only one hand. Shifting everything, lights, you name it, I have to do with one hand. So I'm lucky that they didn't say I have to do it blindfoldedly. But 12 hours, can you imagine that one?
Yep, I think there was another one as well where if we got to 4,000 pounds, I would be getting my marching orders and going to the barbers for the first time since September.
Oh, I didn't put that in. So, okay, that will be put in now.
Oh, God, what have I done?
Just one sec, I have to log in to the site.
Oh, no. Oh, what am I doing to myself? Crikey.
You. So,
Yeah, so if we raise £4,000, my almost shoulder length hair, some of it will, well, I say some of it, probably quite a lot of it will be being removed from me, which is something my parents are surprisingly enthusiastic about. Me less so.
I can imagine.
Yes.
Thank you for follow, Sebastian. Good luck, everyone. Yeah, obviously also from our stream team, our very personal stream team. And I hope everybody got the message about turning on the lights even at daytime. I can see a few lights there. As we are getting ready for the race start with the 899 car there on pole position. Roblo, take it away.
Oh, thank you. They're coming out of Luffield right now as they all head towards Woodcut Corner. The Scary, the Ghoulish, and the Golf are all coming through Woodcut now. It's Mikael Sundstrom who is acting as the safety car right now, as the pole sitter. They're coming up to the start-finish line, and any second now we will be racing for 24 hours at Silverstone. Now, it's a good, clean start from everyone, and Sundstrom is on the inside, but he loses the position to the Bentley car number 28 around the outside as they all come through Cops Corner. It appears to be a clean start from everyone so far. And Sundstrom gets the lead back as they head into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel for the first time. Got another follower I've just noticed on the screen, as it's still Sundstrom who's leading. There appears to be a car off at Maggots. It is back moving again now, as we can see on the Dancing Ants screen. And they all come filing through Stowe Corner for the first time. We're still looking at our pole sitter, Mikael Sundstrom. It's still Kajela in second, Romantsev third, Wilmot fourth in the Bentley, and Wilmot, I think, has actually got past Romantsev. Now we're looking at Luke Baumeister in the 606 Lexus. He's battling there with the 151 Aston Martin of Ramos. In fact, Ramos has actually got the position, but Baumeister is on the inside there for Club. He doesn't quite get it. The Aston Martin getting a better exit there, and Baumeister keeps the position as they go through Abbey for the first time. Some cars running quite close on the curbs there, and they now looking at Eric Elnerson in the 73 Mercedes, who has had a little bit of a moment in the Much Wow Such Cute sponsored Olympus eSpooks entry. Now we're looking back at Alexander Romantsev in the 176 Aston Martin. He's lost the position to Wilmot in the number 100 Bentley, coming through Luffield. And we've got another follower as well. I can't quite make that out on my screen, who has followed, unfortunately, but many thanks for following us on Twitch. They come across the line at the end of lap one of quite a few hundred here at Silverstone. Now looking at Daniel Schneller in the number 777 Lightspeed Endurance Team Ferrari. He's got a whole gaggle of cars right behind him. We currently now look towards, well, from the rear of the car towards the chasing pack. He's got Marriott in the Aston Martin, Rojapal in the Mercedes. He's got Mason, I think, in the McLaren as well. And you've got yet another follower for good measure, as they all come filing through Stowe Corner again on lap 2. Currently still 5th place for the Ferrari, the highest placed non-British car for that matter, as it's McLaren, Bentley, McLaren, Bentley, Aston Martin in front. The now looking at Ina Basila in the number 13 Bonk Racing Aston Martin, another entry with a spooky Halloween theme, as is the case here at Silverstone this weekend, because it is Halloween weekend. So there is a trick-or-treat theme, and there will be some treats for the drivers and no doubt some tricks as well. But looking at the weather conditions for the next half an hour, I would go so far as to say fast track, good weather.
Yeah.
Really a treat.
Yeah, enough tweets coming up. We had a very interesting qualification session where not everybody could attend, and we decided to the people that couldn't attend to mix them up trick or treats. We have several treats for the winners and a raffle for the viewers that donate. So yeah, there's a lot of trick and treats, and as you can see, we actually have a lot of orange on the track as well. So everybody has dressed up in the dress code. That's very good.
Is there an update about the DSRT car?
I think
yeah,
the 23
so
car.
we're going to try it as it goes. We're gonna let them basically. The car's driving now. They weren't able to get to the grid, but they were able to start from the pit lane. They're having a driver swap issue, of course, because of the fact that it put them into a separate number. So basically what we're going to do is we're just going to let them race it on throughout this first stint, and then come driver swap time for them, if the second driver connects and it puts them into a new car, we're hoping that basically if we can try to space it out, we'll give them the slide of there will be a slight that like they'll join into a different car, and then we'll add up the total laps at the end of the race.
Okay.
It's basically the only option that we really have, is to try to let them do that. So that's going to be the attempt. Is basically they'll count as five different races that we'll just add into one race at the end.
Good solution, because yeah, those guys there are with 5 when I'm correct. They practice a lot, and they were really seeing forward to this race, and yeah, they connected correctly when I'm correct in the chat when I followed, and yeah, it's sad to see when somebody cannot race, but I think this is a really good option to do.
Interesting. This 16 car had a little bit of a moment, losing 15 positions. And I think the 101 car had the same, so they might have been coming together. They lost 13 positions. Those are the biggest people that fell back the most at this point. And we also have the number 7 car already making up 10 positions. And the 305 car there also making up 10 positions from their grid starting position. They started in 31, they are now 21st. So yeah, very well done. And to the losers, try to get back on it.
Yes, it is worth noting that the 16 Porsche is also the only, well, they're the only team running a 2-driver lineup. I can't quite decide whether this is brave or quite what, but fair dues to them for attempting a 2-driver to, well, do a whole 24-hour race around Silverstone with 2 drivers. Of course, used to do that at Le Mans back in the day quite regularly, but since they put the chicanes on the Marsan Straight, the Le Grenadier, it's not quite as common. I think the last attempt was when a GTE AM team weren't allowed to have a replacement bronze driver, so Cooper McNeil and Jeroen Bleekmolen ended up having to do the entire race as in the GTE Pro class in a year-old car as a driver pairing, and they actually did all right. I think they came 5th or 6th in class that year. I'll have to double check that, but yeah, that was the last time there was just a driver pairing at Le Mans, and ironically enough, that was also in a Porsche. Currently looking at Dan Marriott now in the number 94 off-pace racing Aston Martin. And now looking at Lucas Rojipal in the number 111 Mercedes, lapping very consistently at the moment in the I say lapping very consistently. He's just set his fastest lap of the race. The car's fastest lap to 2:01. Yeah.
They are lacking a little bit of pace compared to the people that drive in front of them. I think Michael Sundstrom already did a 1:57.9, and it was his last lap, so he's immediately made a 5-second gap towards that 28 car of the Simu Nation eSports Pumpkin Special with a very nice livery. We will be talking about the liveries later on, for sure. But yeah, a 6-second gap with a few laps done already in lap number 4. That's like they're ready for this. They are blistering, burning through these tires to get a maximum advantage in this first stint.
Yep. The team also, ironically, is called Nearly On Pace. Well, they're not nearly on pace, they are the pace of the field at the moment. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see quite how the tyres react. Obviously, the track is now in optimum condition, so this is definitely going to be a treat for the drivers, as they're going to have all the grip in the world, as Chill in the Snow is now following us on Twitch. Thanks for the follow. And it's going to be quite interesting, because I think Kajela's also lapping quite consistently under 2 minutes as well. Okay, he's doing low 59s rather than high 57s. And speaking of lapping under 2 minutes, so's Ina Basila in the number 13 Aston Martin of Bonk Racing. As we've got another follower, Jimmy Shibley, I think that says. Yeah, is now following us. Oh, cheers. As Basila also has right behind him the Ferrari of Schneller as well. There's less than a second in it. The Ferrari appeared to be catching the Aston Martin. We've got yet another follower as well.
Could we say to the viewers, choose some names that we can pronounce? With all those followers, it's Ashihara and Acro Dark. Acrov Dark. Thank you very much for the follow, guys. But some names are really terrible to pronounce, to be honest.
Arc of Dark?
Arc of Dark, yes.
Yeah, I think that might be it. Unless Twitch isn't letting people put actual spaces in the names when people follow, so
that's funny to see. It's funny to see, and all the viewers welcome. But yeah, this is a charity race. If you want to donate, type !donate. You can select some rewards. We have this livery contest. Oh, there it is. Ashihara. Okay. That's better. So everybody who joins with a name that we cannot pronounce, do it like Ashiara.
Just one quick question for all the viewers. How's the sound? Is everything good? Are we too loud? Are we too low? Are we too harsh? Just let us know so I can make some final adjustments for the next 8 hours.
Sounds good. So that's good. We have a crack in mine, but other than that, good. The crackling in your mic is still not gone, but if you keep talking, the sound gets only better. So maybe you should do 24 hours instant Roblo. But as I was explaining about the charity, it's !donate if you want to donate, and !voucher. You can see we have some sponsors, and one of those is Simix Pro. Simix Pro provided us with a voucher of €75, and with €250 you can select that reward. Also, the driver contest, the liveries that we have. We have liveries here on the track that are amazing, and we will go through them within the stream. If you donate £1, you can add a driver number. You see the numbers like Rosa Polly, it's 111. place 8P8 is number 29. Enter that car number and they will get a vote, and the car with the most votes will get a prize as well. So make sure you donate and get those raffle tickets. Oh, what happened there?
Oh,
Something wrong with the 112 car. They're either out of fuel or they have hardware issues. They are waiting for a safe rejoin.
Very nicely done.
Not the best place to have a spin as well. The international pits at Silverstone, of course, you are sort of hemmed in somewhat by the fact that you've actually got the pit wall right on the to driver's right, and it looks as if everything seems to be working a bit better now for the 112. It remains to see if they do come into the pits at the end of this lap, as see if they can maybe go off strategy somewhat. Although now I've said that, we will probably watch them inevitably stay out on track, as is always the way in motorsport.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they are going for the pit lane. So something is wrong with that car, or one of their drivers is not feeling well. We'll have to note that down. I even brought my notebook today, which is paper with a pen for those who do not know what a notebook is. And living in a digital age, I like to write things down. That's the car number 112.
Multi 21 UK, thank you for the follow.
I think I know what that's a reference to.
Let's see what's happening here. A 10-second gap, ladies and gentlemen, for Michael Sundstrom. Matthias Gagela now in P2. I think they are having a little bit of a different setup from their qualifying, because it looks that their pace is, well, it's not bad. Obviously 1:59.1 is a good pace, but they were keeping up in qualifying pretty well, but I think they have it set up for mixed conditions at that point. The track just went optimum and the temperature is rising, and well, thank you for the follow there, Samuel Yakusoku. I'm doing my best. I'm gonna butcher a lot of names this hour.
Yeah, we're gonna all butcher them.
I think we all are.
Can I just say, with the 10-second gap, we had that discussion here before, because the Bentley can get more fuel in the car, so it weighs heavier. And maybe that's why the times are a little bit less, but they can go longer, so they will do less pit stops. Maybe that's one of the reasons that Sundstrom has that gap at this point. Interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be
interesting.
It is going to be it is definitely going to be very interesting as well, especially given that, well, the Bentley, the one thing it does have in its favour is the sheer size of it. I mean, it's a proper four-seat, luxury Grand Tourer, whereas pretty much everything else in the field, apart from maybe the Lexus, is more of a raw, focused, nimble sports car base. So, well, I mean, unfortunately, and that's a Lexus, I think, that has gone off there, from what I can see. At Stowe,
something has happened to Sundstrom.
Yes, something has happened to.
He's P4.
Too soon.
Oh,
he's gone. He's just been. He's probably. I think he's going to get lost Romantsev at this point, but he has lost the lead. It is now a Bentley 1-2 between Kajela and Wilmot. Sundstrom has a look, thinks about it, but Romantsev stays in third place as they head through the last couple of corners here at Silverstone. It remains to be seen what on earth has happened to the McLaren.
I cannot find anything. I just see a few contacts, but nothing with car 899 in it. So I think something is wrong. And
2:13 last time.
Yeah, I think it was an off track or a spin or something.
Yeah, it must have been. I mean, I once, just for a laugh, over Christmas had a Zoom call with some of my course mates from my master's degree, and I set a benchmark lap around Silverstone. Okay, it was 2 minutes or 2 minutes 2, and then at the end of the night, after quite a lot of adult beverages, shall we say, like 3 bottles of beer and a whole bottle of wine, as Sundstrom gains 3rd place back from Romantsev at Stowe Corner on the way into club. I think I ended up doing a 2 minute 12. I just remember going through Copse Corner thinking, oh yes, I've hit the apex so well, and then just took one look at what speed I'd just gone round there at and was just like, yeah, this is going to be absolutely terrible.
There's another message in chat. The guy he's talking right now has a dodgy mic, very cracky when he starts talking. We are just saying it's an overlay he has because it's trick or treat Halloween. In the night, his voice will be very scary, so that's the reason why he has that.
Yes. It will be scary. As we still look at Mikkel Sundstrom and Alexander Romantsev in the battle for 3rd place, and just as I say that, we cut to Luke Baumeister in the number 606 Lexus. He's currently fighting with McLaren by the looks of things. I thought it was he's showing as him being in 13th place, so he's got past Marriott, and he's now Dan Marriott there. He definitely has got past him. He's now trying to catch DeGrasse in the number 99 McLaren. This would be for 12th place for Baumeister in the Lexus RCF car that's had quite a lot of success over in America, not so much here in Europe, in GT World Challenge Europe in real life. It has been a lot more successful in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and also in Japan as well, in both Super GT, and I think it may have also raced in the Super Taikyu series as well, but it's not quite been the sales success or even on-track success that Lexus probably would have been hoping for in Europe with that car. So we're currently looking at the number 15 Lexus of Rafa from Black Cat Racing. He's got Williams' Ferrari right in front of him. And Derek McCord from GRG eSports, hi mate, how's it going? Has just donated a tenner as well. Thank you so much, mate.
Yeah, that popped up, but did the overlay pop up?
It hasn't popped
Oh,
up.
there it goes.
Yeah,
There we go.
It takes some time. It takes some time.
Thank you very much for that kind donation.
What was the donation? What were you gonna do at 12:50? Because we are rapidly going towards 12:50 now.
I don't want to be recalled on that.
Yeah. I want to be. I want everybody to hear.
1250 is 10x indeed.
10x.
If we reach the goal of 1250, I will break 10x on my bolded, hairless. You cannot say that, Roblo, but I can. My bald hat. I will crack them open live on stream for you guys.
Oh wow.
But the fun starts at 1500. If you want to see me with a little bit of a beard doing makeup and afterwards hitting that makeup face in a pie and try to eat some of it, I cannot do that because I'm fat anyway, but I will eat that cake in one bite probably. But yeah, that will be the fun part. 1500 and I will do makeup on stream and do the cake eating as well. So maybe I have to crack 10 eggs on my hat, bake a cake from that, do some makeup in between and eat the cake.
Look at this grip difference. That McLaren is so much quicker through that section.
Yeah, the McLaren is a proper aero car. It really does like the fast corners, of which there are many at Silverstone. I've noticed that also we're being followed on Twitch as well by Felix, who's going to be driving the 666 car as well. Cheers for the follow, mate. And yeah, Sundstrom has caught up with Wilmot there as well, and I've just noticed on the rear three quarter of the Bentley they've got one of the characters from a movie called The Shining. Some of our younger viewers and may want to Google The Shining. It's quite a famous movie though, and yes, it was also. There's also a song about it in the previous Ice Nine Kills album, The Silver Scream, as well, I believe. I'm just going to quickly double check that.
I think the attack here will come from Sundstrom.
Yep.
In the inside. Yep, there he goes. Later on the brakes, take the inside line, and I think it's done. Yeah,
beautiful
nice move there.
Yeah,
beautiful, beautiful. Ended up in Beckets and Beckets, and you saw him just creeping up and just in that slipstream, taking the inside line. Very nicely done.
so Sundstrom is moving towards the front of the pack. I did see a question in the chat about...
Oh, Azzy Fox, thank you very much for that donation. Go, car number 899.
899, that's a gift. Oh, that's 899. We got them in screen already.
It's done from.
Yeah.
It's nearly a pace.
It's a 20, another 20 towards the donation goal. And I think that X are getting there very, very soon. So just 4 more people with a tenner and we're there. We got a question from Tom's dad taught him well about the Gabriel Nipte, about the number 7 DSRT car, the Blackness. It started in position 28 and it was now on position 9, so that's 19 positions gained in those first few laps of the race, in the first 30 minutes, so they are going places.
Yeah, it's been a great start from them, and they're also currently leading their class as well. The first of the silver class cars.
That's
well,
yeah.
All the others are pro class. So not only have they had a cracking start to the race, they're also actually managed to get into class lead as well for good measure.
Yeah, that's a way to start your race. That's. And I know they are obviously they are from the DSRT community, so I know a little bit of about them. They have 2 other drivers. They are doing this with 3 people, and they are both very fast. So these guys are certainly a car to keep an eye out for. Also, the 824 car of the SPM Corporation with that very funny looking McLaren. I really love the paint on the front. Already made up 11 positions. And here we have Damien DeGrasse from the NAR team. The 99 car already made up 12 positions. The 305 car here from the Team EOS. They made up 15 positions, so you can see a lot of silver drivers that didn't qualify. They are now finding their position in the grid. They got the silver category tag, but well, they can be a lot faster than we expect. As we have, let me see, we have Team Kamikaze. They just did a pit stop. They were in the pits for 1 minute and 16 seconds, and that brought them back to the back of the grid. And that also is for the Black Cat Racing team, which was in a decent position, but they are now at the back of the grid, and they stopped for 1 minute and 23 seconds. So Oh, looking at that car, they had a little bit of a contact with the
Ah.
wall.
Unless they were unless that was the Lexus that went off at Stowe earlier.
Yeah, there was a car off. It was orange looking.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the Lexus, to be honest. It could be. But yeah, if they fall
was
back
the
that
Lexus.
much. Yeah. If they
It
fall
was
back
a
that-
Lexus I've seen, and so yeah, so that explain. Right, I know this is the good old journalism trick of putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5, but it does. Looking at the amount of front marks on the front of the car, that it might well have been the 15 Lexus that had ended up in the wall up at Stowe Corner.
Just some news here from the first 30 minutes of the race. We do have multiple incidents that are being reviewed at the moment. Multiple on lap 1, as well as a couple other incidents to be looked at. So do suspect some penalties will be coming within the next few minutes.
Good to know. Thank you.
Car off. There's also a car off at Abbey, I've just noticed, but it's going again. Currently looking at the frightening broomstick entry, and now we're looking at Alexander Romantsev in the 176 Aston Martin.
Yeah, they were
Still lacking
going
a
off.
few minutes.
They lost the position.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of losing positions, it's Kajala's not leading anymore. It's Sundram in the nearly on pace
Yeah.
McLaren has moved up into the
Back to
lead.
P1.
Well, I say up into the lead, back into the lead.
That's incredible. You make a mistake, and then a few laps later, like literally, I think in 5 or 10 minutes, you're back at the front, like it's nothing.
Yeah, and they were absolutely dominant in the qualifying race as well. McLaren, I don't know what they've got in terms of a setup around here, but that McLaren, I
would
know
buy
it's
it.
very much a McLaren circuit. Oh yes, so would I. I mean, who knows? I might even actually be able to get under 2 minutes 2 one day at Silverstone, or back into the 2-minute ones. Not that I can actually remember how to do that, but we'll gloss over that for now. We're currently looking at Luke Mason in the number 37 McLaren. There's a lot of McLarens, Aston Martins, and Bentleys here at Silverstone, to the point where if it wasn't for the Halloween-themed liveries, one would think, oh, it's just like a normal British GT Championship meeting then.
What are the other guys doing here? What are the Lamborghinis doing here? Are they the pace car or what?
Well, ironically enough, it was Lamborghini who actually won the British GT Championship.
Yeah, they
Farwell
did.
Motorsport.
We have one Lambo in P19.
Yes, we do, Zarzaki, and I think there might be another Lamborghini slightly further down the field as well.
Oh, we have. I just saw another donation from DSRT's Wanamir. And Anonymous just popped up.
Ooh, I love Anonymous. Ooh.
Anonymous just popped up as well.
That's 2 times 5. That's great, guys. 1,224 pounds already collected. I'm so happy we are heading towards that 5,000 easily if we continue on this pace. As we see a little bit of a dive on the inside. Oh, and coming together.
Oh, coming together between Chris Corbin
will
and
get looked at for sure.
Yep, and that will definitely be looked at with one of the Aston
car has had some very interesting first 30 minutes of this race. I've seen them going up and down, side to side, like a roller coaster.
Yep.
A question in chat: do we have casters for the 24 hours then? Yes, we have. Cracker is now streaming, and after 9 hours or something, 8-9 hours,
like that.
Case will take over the stream. She will do it to the middle of the night, and I will take over tomorrow morning. And most of the time, there are a few hours that I'm alone and Case is alone. So in chat, if you are there, keep talking to us. And tomorrow morning, then Cracker will join again. Roblo will be here again. So we have some groups and we have some time off, and we will be here doing this 24-hour coverage for you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
forgot.
organizational. Much was going on the past few months. Everybody has been working off their asses to get the stream, the stewarding, the Discord, everything done. And as we have the youngest member of DSRT shouting in the background, I'm sorry for that, but he wants
It's
to.
like in the Formula One, you have that guy that's
yeah.
he's doing the engine sounds on the background. Somebody loved your voice. It was which voice? There are 3 voices. One crackling voice, one
One
cracker voice.
Meow. Let's see. We have this little group here of P8, 9, 10, and 11. They are quite close together. And again, oh, this is Centrum making a very early pit stop. Interesting.
Very, very interesting. This could be for... Oh, I don't actually know what this could be for. Could be to go off strategy somewhat.
Yeah. Make that
but
last stop the first one.
Yeah, unless they're what they're doing is they essentially back timing everything. Although this is something you usually tend to do in the 3 or 4 hours. But yeah, that's an interesting one. Meanwhile, the number 7 Aston Martin is now not in 7th place anymore. As much as we were all enjoying the victory of car number 7 being in 7th place, because Gabriel Niet has overtaken Daniel Schneller in the 777 Ferrari for... Oh no, sorry, he's up into 6th place. But he's still in front of Schneller, but... this must be because of Sundstrom pitting. Right, okay, I was just waiting for our...
And in chat we have a spoiler alert. Sundstrom pitting was a strategy, so we will see how that falls out.
Yeah, that was a 1 minute pit stop. 32-second stop, and the total time pitted was 1 minute, so it's quite a quick stop. They might only have taken fuel and then run these tires another full hour, so that this could be interesting. But it took them down to position 18, and they had a driver swap. Yeah, they had a driver
change. Martin Lorenz is in the car at the moment, so. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how everyone is on pace as well. I know, well, I'm taking the number 666 Lexus as an example, as I actually know all the drivers in that car, and they've got some very quick drivers to come in that particular car as well.
Here's the 666. Sorry.
The 666, the Brussels sprouts liveried car, which is, I mean, that's just amazing. A horror story in itself. Quite honestly, as I'm sure any Brit at Christmas time will tell you, they've got just in front of them is Thomas Fisher in the GRG eSports Lamborghini, and I know they've got some quick drivers still to come in that car as well. So it is definitely a tactical thing for both of those teams, I think, to maybe have their slightly slower drivers in the car now. As I think in the 666, they've got, other than Gianni's in the car at the moment, Gianni Lenz is in the car at the moment, and then they've got Felix Fritscher, and after him in terms of relative paces, Walter Vlayen, and then Martin Schaefer, who I've seen racing in RWB races, Martin, and he is properly fast, and usually kind of top 5, top 10 in RWB's races. So he's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on in that Lexus later on in the race, and also lives relatively close to where I live in the UK as well, for that matter, I think. So, it's going to be...
Yeah, they have some catching up to do. As I am looking at race control, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 incidents at this point taking... they are all noted, so they will be looked at some point. one incident was not found.
Yes, regarding the 112, the car that we saw parked backwards on the Formula One pit straight. So I went and hopped into their voice channel and had a discussion with them. And so what had occurred is the Fanatec wheels have an Xbox mode located on them, and the driver accidentally bumped the button or something of the sort, which resulted in the wheel converting to Xbox mode, which recalibrates the wheel. And so whenever it recalibrated, what it did is the throttle and the brake, and I can verify it with the telemetry in the game, both went to 50% depressed. And so basically the car stayed straight and slowed down. And unfortunately, there was a car that did make contact, the 606 Lexus. There was just nothing that they could do. They were following behind the 37 McLaren going down the straightaway, and whenever the 37 pulled out, the 606 just had no time to react. They couldn't see them. It was light contact for both, and so just due to the nature of the incident, it's going to go down as an NFA. It wasn't, there was nothing to display to the 606 that the 112 was slow, and I mean, there's nothing the 112 could do. Whenever there's a hardware failure like that, it's not really anything of fault. So one of those 6 incidents will go down as a no further action at the moment.
Yeah, these things happen,
Yeah,
and the hardware issues are very hard to overcome. This is a part of sim racing. It's not just on-track behavior or servers or anything, but you also have like 5 people in their home rig with their own connection, with their own gear. And I know it's from the Fanatec DD. I own it myself now. The button is very easy to hit, and then it turns to Xbox mode, so that's very unlucky for them.
Because I've got a Logitech G29 at home on my desk in front of me, and there's a little switch to convert it from PS4 to PS3 mode, and that's actually mounted on top of the steering wheel, actually just on top of the LED shift light display. So it is a little bit harder. It does depend on, I think, on what wheel people are running, as North America Race Room is now following us on Twitch as well. But it's
with them having 3 teams in competition.
I have a few things. That's
go on then.
Blood Wolf in chat asks question: can I leave the server once I joined, or will it break the game? I think the first driver is there. The second driver can go and leave anytime, right?
Yes. So if you were not actively driving the car, you are free to leave at any moment that you wish. If you're a spectator, you can join and leave at any time. It will not cause lag. It won't cause anything. As long as the entry list works correctly, you'll have no issue. And once it worked once, it will always work again, right? So, feel free to leave and resume as many times as you wish.
Okay, so I hope that question is answered. Then, North American Race Room is NAC. They have 3 teams.
As we see a little bit of a left up there from that 777 car having to defend from the 37 car, as he made a mistake and now he is paying for it, but we can see the 29 car there also coming into play. So let's see how this works out for them. Let's go into Helicam for a little bit as we are following this interesting battle early on in the race. Still 23 hours and 70 minutes to go, so I always say pick your battles properly, because it can really ruin your race if you are approaching it like a sprint race.
Yeah, and Dan Papels from the Trackside eSports are they. So yeah, there's a friendly community of the DSRT as well. They join as well. So I'm really happy to see them there. And when those 2 guys were battling, he closed the gap, and now the pressure is on that nice orange livery with those dark orange bats on it.
I mean, I think one of the most famous examples I can remember in terms of hardware failures was Max Verstappen at the Spa 24 Hours on iRacing, when his brake pedal literally snapped in half, pretty much, and
He
had
ruined
to
it. Yeah.
teleport back to the pits and end up. I think they ended up having to have Lando Norris in the car for the final stint or something ridiculous like that. I mean, you know you've got a pretty OP driver lineup when you can just swap Max Verstappen for Lando Norris. You know, so it is one of those things that can occur in sim racing. And it's pretty annoying when it does happen, but yeah, it's just very little you can do if it's a technical issue or even like an internet connection issue, which is probably what I've got.
We've got drivers having internet issues, we had drivers having power outages, we have had driver having the strangest things can occur in a house. We had cats walking over computers, turning them off. There's so much that can go wrong. I think there can more can go wrong in the house than on track actually.
Oh, we even have that whole Spanish without power.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've even seen in the iRacing Rolex 24 at Daytona an earthquake happening mid-race while someone was driving.
Gives you force feedback you won't forget.
That's a motion simulator.
Yeah,
you can feel the bumps on the
thankfully
track.
it wasn't. Yeah, thankfully it wasn't too bad, but
Oh, another one.
we've got another
25.
Michael Heipler.
Oh,
Michael Heipler, $25, £25, excuse me. Thank you so much
Someone,
for that.
I'm going out, guys. I'm gonna get the X.
yeah, I think I have to go to the store because it's only £1.02 left for my first gold 10 eggs on my head. So I think I will run to the store real quick.
Is there a Jumbo near you? By any chance?
Yep. It's like 1 km here from here.
Oh,
Other
that's
stores
gonna
are
be,
available.
Yeah, other supermarkets are available, but of course, Jumbo were in action today in real life in the FIA World Endurance Championship, the which finished about 11 minutes ago. So I'm going to give it a couple for Al Kamel, the timing provider for the FIA World Endurance Championship, who load everything onto their database, and then hopefully in a couple of hours' time I can give a rundown of the results from Bahrain.
Okay, Wolf, please contact Case in the Discord. She will explain it, I think, very well, because in chat I don't know if we can explain it.
And I'm definitely not even going to attempt to explain it.
Yeah,
because
it's
I
really
have
difficult with the
no
server and everything. Driver 1 has to be there, and we set max connection of 2 drivers because they have to do a swap. Afterwards, they can leave, but he's unsure, I think, if the driver 1 can leave because he needed to be there. So Case will explain it really good in the chat and when... Oh, or
okay,
here.
so what exactly is happening? Sorry. So what do you mean? Dan is driver 1. I will take over to driver 2. Driver 1 is allowed to leave as long as they are not actively driving. Like once they have swapped and handed the car over, they're entirely free to leave the server as they wish. They do not have to remain on the server for 24 hours. That's no. What basically the only reason why driver 1 has to join the server first is because that's what the entry list reads first, is driver 1. So driver 1 needs to join first so within the entry list can read it correctly. It still breaks, obviously, as we proved here today, but it gives it the best chance of working correctly. So that's the order that has to join in. So just be sure that driver 1, once a driver swap has happened, they are free to leave.
As we have this very intense battle with the 101 car of Turn 1 Motorsports, and trying to find a gap there with the 54 car, and it seems they are both quick on different parts of the track. but the 101 car cannot find a gap. And also a very interesting battle is occurring right here with 4 cars, the 305, the 151, the 29 and the 37 and the 777 having a very good squabble. This is like a big train of cars here. Let's see if we can see them. Yes, here we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars are on similar pace. They are all doing 201s. Letting each other live. I think if they work together a little bit better, they can move towards the front of the field. But for now, they seem to be following each other pretty well. I wanted to see
The wiper check.
The wiper check.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw the wiper check.
There.
Hello. Here is the 899 car. They're taking that position. They are in the middle of that pack, so we will have to see how much and how fast they can shred through the fields towards the front again, having done that very early pit stop. There are no further pit stops have been done. I think we will see them in around 10 to 20 minutes. So if that starts, we will see what happens in terms of strategy, if they go longer or some teams might go shorter. It really depends. Now they are all fresh, so when we move towards nighttime, it will be more interesting to see how all the strategies will play out. And we might have some drivers joining the commentary box as well, and they might explain how they approach this whole 24 hours.
In the chat here, Sky, sorry?
Oh, sorry, you go first.
Yeah, Skyrise, Skyzy?
We see the 151 car.
Yeah, for a $10 donation, no, just kidding.
Everything can be bought today.
I want to go back in the chat because Zvonimir pointed it out. Thijs and Juan are a 2-driver team, so they are doing the 24 hours with 2 drivers. We had something like strategy and people having 5 drivers in a team, but they are doing it with 2 drivers, and I'm really interesting to see how they will progress in those 24 hours, to be honest.
One thing I can say for certain is that they're going to be absolutely shattered by the end of this.
Yeah. I think so as well. It's 12 hours per person. You have to get some sleep, and you don't want to leave another driver behind. So, it's really interesting to see what happens there. And to be honest, it's a trick-or-treat server, so we don't know when it's gonna rain, but probably it will start raining somewhere. But I really want to see that one.
I think Kajiva's pitted the 28 because he's dropped down to 8th place. Or
That
contact
was
there.
close.
One of the McLarens.
Big old
McLarens. I saw
right
the
there.
Yeah,
Or the, I believe
Luke
it's a
Mason.
37 car.
Yeah, that's the 37 Luke Mason of Olympus.
Yeah, something happened
Boys.
there. He spun the car around, but in the middle of a pack, and there were like 3-4 cars surrounding him, and all avoided that, so that was good.
Yeah, we can.
I don't quite know.
Trying to find it back. Give me a minute because I'm working on many things at once.
No problem.
Yeah, I think the number 28 Bentley has indeed pitted because it's showing that Kaczynski's now driving the car. So I think they have indeed pitted and done a driver change. Of course, they obviously lost fewer positions than the 899 McLaren because field's a little more spread out.
They got
but
shredded.
as we can see,
I think it was the Trackside eSports that gave him a little bit of a bump. Then he spun the car around, but luckily he missed the rest of the grid.
Yep, that was incredibly fortunate because that could have been quite a big pile-up and even maybe completely ruin the races of of the pole-sitting McLaren team. But no, everyone lived to tell the tale. And of course, it's Halloween. It's Silverstone. It's going to be dark. It might well be raining, and things go bump in the night.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. I love the vibes here.
Yep. It will be scary on track. Meanwhile, in the midst of all that utter carnage, Martin Lorenc has moved up to 9th place in the nearly on pace McLaren. But interestingly, in front of him is the 28 Bentley of Koszymski. So that does actually kind of lend to my theory that the 28 has actually pitted and done a full driver change.
Yeah, I cannot get it back. My race control decided to disconnect and reconnect, so I assume they pitted.
Yeah, that's my guess as well. That they've pitted for a driver change, fuel and tyres. So it's quite an early. Would have been quite an early pit stop for the Bentley as well. Maybe they were running a different fuel map to some of the other teams around them. But it's still the Bentley of Will in the lead from Romantsev and Basila and Rojapal.
It could be that it's a strategy as well, you know, maybe underfueling that Bentley a little bit and then refueling it fully, I don't know, or start with a little bit fuel. You don't know how it is time-wise. I think the drivers will have an application or maybe did some stint counts and knew we have to drive like 40 minutes, then pit, and then we can go to the end with the pit stops. So it will be equal. You don't know what the strategies are, but it will be interesting to see after some hours in the race what it will do.
Yes, and I've also just done a little bit of research into the. Of course, they've got the graphic of "Here's Johnny" from The Shining. And actually that scene in the movie, according to a website called play.com back in 2013, was regarded as the most frightening scene in a movie at that time. Although apparently the Exorcist and Nightmare on Elm Street had a slight edge on The Shining in terms of which movie was scarier.
Yeah, the all-time scariest movies. I only watch Scary Movie, the comedy.
Yeah,
like horror.
I still haven't watched any. Well, I haven't really watched much. Don't watch much in the way of movies anyway. Most of the DVDs I buy tend to be more documentaries. And yeah. Meanwhile, we're looking at Seb Morgan in the Gulf McLaren. Car number 196. They've actually moved up quite a few places. It's gone up to 13th place overall. I think they started somewhere near the back as well. So
yeah, they did really well.
Pretty so far. Done pretty well so far. Of course, it's still early days. We're just under an hour into the race. Still, there's still another 23 and just over 23 hours to go here at Silverstone on the full Grand Prix circuit. Meanwhile, air temperature is 22 degrees Celsius, track temperature 29, no wind, unseasonably hot for the end of October, I must say. In fact, I'm actually just quickly going to get the actual weather forecast for Silverstone.
It's not
Let me
looking
guess,
good.
rain.
No, it's, believe it or not, it's actually dry at the moment. Yes, I know this is going to come as a complete shock to everyone, but it's currently 13 degrees Celsius. Feels like 11 degrees Celsius with a visibility of 16.1 kilometres. Sunset at 5:38 local time, and then sunrise at 6:57 local time, although in this case, given that it's likely to be raining, it's not going to be sunrise, it's more going to be getting marginally less dark.
Well, let's hope it's going to rain here.
Oh, too right.
I think it will. We had some very long, interesting conversations about the weather of this event. Obviously, setting it up and making it interesting for everybody is not so easy. So we ran many simulations, and we were debating what do we do. We were like, let's make it trick or treat. Let's give this simulation as much as possible mixed sessions in the 24 hours. So I think there's a 1% chance that the full session will be dry. And
now your
there's
mic is crackling as well.
My mic is crackling. Oh, really?
Yeah.
On your end, or what?
I don't know if it's in the stream.
yeah.
I will listen, but
It's, I mean, at the end of the day, it's Halloween. It's just vibing.
It's just vibing, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm checking my...
To attempt to alleviate issues, I set it to where the voice channel is in Europe exclusively, and I turn the bitrate down very slightly,
that
just to
might
try
be,
to alleviate all issues.
That might be it. What caused that crackling in my voice then? Anyway, I can't even recall what I was talking about.
I'm sorry. That's my fault.
I was thinking, what was I talking about?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Well, we just move on from there. Let's see what's going on track. Gabriel.
Also,
this is interesting. Look at that number 7 car. Started way from the back. 31st on the grid. Now in P5. And they are lapping.
wow.
Their fastest time was at 2 minutes. And their last lap was at 2 minutes. So I think Gabriel Nemte found his pace. And yeah, that's unbelievable to overtake so many cars in the first hour.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Fantastic drive from them so far. We're just over an hour into the race,
Hooray.
and this is of course the time where I randomly start getting the dulcet tones of She Sells Sanctuary in my head. Yes, the song that is most synonymous with the Le Mans 24 hours in real life with Radio Le Mans.
Yeah, we cannot play anything because of the copyright issues, obviously.
Yeah, meanwhile, Chris Corbin has, I think, just overtaken Dan Pepples for 13th place at Luffield. They're just come through Woodcote now on the pit straight. And meanwhile, the Ferrari 777 of Schnell is not going Schnell as it's in the pits and has to hit the pit lane speed limit. Meanwhile, Mason in the 37 McLaren has also come into the pits, as I think this is going to be for a full service of fuel, tyres, maybe even a driver change as well. But yeah, they are both going to be falling down the field quite rapidly, and indeed the Ferrari is. Meanwhile, we're looking at Tim Williams in another Ferrari, this being the 24 car. No, so the 24th place car. Currently, 24th place, sorry, car number 26, excuse me. Meanwhile, the two cars in the pits are, as predicted, just falling down through the field as they get fuel, fresh tyres, maybe even a slightly cleaner windscreen.
Yeah, that's
the
always
luxuries
good.
of being a driver. Maybe even another drink spotter as well, if they're lucky. And they have a functioning drink system. I remember the...
This is an interesting one.
Oh, yes, Lucas Rojapal in the number 111 Dead Meat McLaren Mercedes rather, has also come into the pit, as has Lecoq in the 824 McLaren. think we are going to be seeing quite a lot of pit stops now. We're just over an hour into the race, so we should be seeing quite a few driver changes potentially as well for good measure.
Well, maybe they
the
are
196
double or triple stinting. That could be it.
Ooh. Yep, that could be quite interesting. Triple stint around Silverstone of about 3 hours. Whoa. Yep, that
Just get it over with.
Yep. could be a wee bit of an interesting
Felix
one.
in the chat just said to you, "Fuck off, Rob." Now I have that song in Hindi stuck in my head.
As Lucas Roseball here gets out and stays in the car, so he will be double stinting.
I think Lecoq is double stinting as well, because he's still showing as being in the 824. They definitely did a driver change in the 777 because Stalder is now behind the wheel. And to answer Felix, no.
I'm gonna keep an eye out on the pit stops, so if I'm a bit silent,
Yep.
you know what I'm up to.
Yes. Meanwhile, Michael Sundstrom is now also following us now that he is out of the McLaren that started on pole position. Cheers for the follow, mate. It's, currently looking at Eric Elnason in the number 73 Mercedes, which has the delightful addition of some text in everyone's favourite font, Comic Sans. Meanwhile, text be in the 7th place. Bentley, car number 28, is right on the back of Luke Baumeister in the 606 Lexus, so this is going to be one to keep an eye on for the next couple of laps. We come through Maggots, Beckett's into Chapel now. Both of these are big front-engined GT cars, as meanwhile I've noticed that the number 7 Aston Martin of Neept is now up into 4th place overall, as a few more cars in the pits. De Grasse, Sojaki, Thies van der Hoorn in the Porsche is also in the pits. It may be interesting to see whether he stays in the car or if they will change to, well, the only other driver entered in that car.
Yeah. I think they will do a lot of double stinting there, just to give the other one some room and some rest. But yeah, it's interesting to see what they will do now and in the nighttime.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting night here at Silverstone. It might not feel long for those of us on comms, but for the drivers behind the wheel, it might feel awfully long.
It was the 151 car going off track there.
Yep.
Losing 2 positions.
Yeah, Ramos back on track though. No doubt the tyres aren't going to be too grateful for all the marbles. As meanwhile we've got an Aston Martin in front pulling out. We're looking at Ramos now as the Aston Martin of Pepples appears to have got past the 15 car. No, that's 4 because the 15 is a lap down, of course.
Yep. Seeing blue flags.
Well and truly in the wall. Yep.
I'm having
Lexus, which was
feelings for the guys next to the track. They will be waving blue flags for 22 hours straight.
Oh, yes. They've got to be very careful of repetitive strain injury as well, so it might be worth switching arms to try and take some of the strain off, as Dan Marriott brings the off-pace racing Aston Martin into the pits.
The 102 car gets a 30-second penalty for causing a collision in lap 1.
Ooh, that's not going to be good for them. I'm just having a look where they are now. I think that should drop them roughly just outside the top 20. Maybe they might still be in the top 20, I don't know. But yeah, that's not going to do them their chances much good at all.
As one of the drivers of the two pumpkins just came in chat. Vamos Nepte is supporting the other DSRT team there. We also have Renee online. Go, go, go. Hello, Renee. So how are you guys in chat doing? Are you hyped as we are? And yeah, don't forget, !donate for the charity as well. And yeah, select your rewards there, your vouchers, and vote for your delivery of the day.
Also, speaking of penalties, one fairly significant penalty I've just noticed is that Ionut Basila in the number 13 Aston Martin has also been given a 30-second penalty, as De Grasse in the number 99 car has also just been awarded a 10-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 4. So that's just a quick update on the penalties situation. Of course, being from England, penalties are usually seen as something to dread, especially when it comes to football. And especially when it comes to major tournaments as well. Not saying anything more about the European Championships final this year, but yeah, that was quite painful to watch. It's got a couple more cars in the pits as well. Luke Baumeister's Lexus, car number 606, is out of the pits. And the number 97 McLaren is in the pits as well for a full service. Meanwhile, we're currently looking at Thies van der Hoorn in the number 16 Porsche. He comes out of Luffield, which is one of the best sections on the circuit for the Porsche. Very, very good traction there by having the engine right over the back wheels through Copse Corner now. Of course, there will be a new Porsche for 2023 that's currently been spied testing at Monza. So no doubt we might actually see the new Porsche 992 GT3R actually maybe in a VLN or so NLS race as it is these days in the invitational class to try and get some more testing done. Meanwhile, Guru, I'd be heading to the supermarket if I were you right now.
I just saw it pop up. RGB Solutions is one of our sponsors from DSRT, Renee Bosch, indeed, also a driver of DSRT. And yeah, he just donated £20. That means we reached the second goal of 12.50, and that means I have to crack 10 eggs on my bald head. So I need to go to the supermarket indeed.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Renee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Renee. So if you don't hear from Guru for the next quarter of an hour or so, he is in a shop somewhere trying to buy some eggs as we speak.
So the next goal will be 1500 then. 1500 I will do makeup on stream and eat a cake without my hand. So
I really want that to happen.
So yeah, let's set for that goal then. 1500.
Guys,
Okay,
let's get to racing. Look at the race control. We got some interesting penalties coming up. And we also got the pit sequence going on, and we got X ready for the head. And oh man, I'm so excited for the next 22 hours and 45 minutes. We're just getting started, guys.
Yep. And meanwhile, I think we have another penalty coming up, I can see in race control channel on Discord that Case is typing, so I'll keep you updated as and when we get something on that. Meanwhile, Neepta has pitted the number 7 Aston Martin from 3rd place. Yes, 3rd place, despite having started in 1st. Or 26th. Either way, it was a hell of a long way back, and one hell of an opening stint from Gabriel Neepta in the DSRT, the Blackness, car number 7, Aston Martin. Bravo, mate. Meanwhile, Evan Gramka's brought the number 98 McLaren in.
Who are you going to call?
Evan Gramka, of course.
Obviously. You will get rid of those pesky little buggers in your house.
Yep. And meanwhile, I've just seen that car number 101, Corbin, has been given a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision on lap 11 at turn 16. Car number 101 missed the braking zone into turn 16, resulting in contact with the 305, which is, on 305, ironically, is actually in the pits as we speak for a pit stop. Now we're looking at Julian Lecoq in the SPM Corporation McLaren. Very close to the back of Neepta's Aston Martin. Neepta doing a double stint here.
Yeah, probably still a little bit of cold tires. The fuel cell is full, so it will be a little bit heavier. And I think the SPM Corporation car still has to pit. No, they already did a pit stop as well. Yeah, but it was like 10 minutes ago, so they got some nice warm tires, and let's see if they can get the position. But knowing Nipte, he will get the tires in working range quite shortly and try to get back to that top spot he was in. Let's see. What else is going on? We have Thijs van der Horn here, still behind that 305 car. We got the 777 car. Who has already pitted? Yes, they did 13 minutes ago. Still to pit is the complete top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think, well, the 6th place car number 151 is in the pits now. And speaking of which, the race leader, Gab Grant, will come into the pits as well, which means Laurent now cycles back to the front. Kaczynski's already pitted. I don't know about the 101. I know the 176 has pitted because Romantsev was starting that car. It's now McDonough behind the wheel. So I think it's cycling through now. Yes, Nick McDonough is in the car coming onto past the Formula 1 pits as we speak. I'm trying to see if I can find where the 899 is on track. I think the 899 is just coming out of Luffield, so they might and should get back into the lead of the race overall. Seeing, and yet the Bentley has just started moving as Laurent speeds past. Does a 1:59.2 on that last lap.
So the early pit stop for the 899 car worked out very good. They are back in front, and 24 minutes into their stint, with their laps now averaging at 1:59. If they stop making mistakes like they did in the first stint, something went wrong there. But if they can keep it clean, they will surely be well ahead in the next stint. With Kaczynski now 7 seconds behind there on P2. And there we have Demi Ayo now for turn 1 Grim in P3, but he is still to pit. No, he did pit.
I think he's just come out of the pits. I think this might actually be his lap, as there's the
90...
Ghostbusters McLaren. who are they going to call? They're going to call upon the services of someone with a vacuum cleaner, presumably, to get all the grass out the front of the car. Meanwhile, looking at Damien DeGrasse in the number 99, who does have a 10-second penalty hanging over him, unless he's already served that. Meanwhile, I've noticed a little bit further up the leaderboard that there's a little red box next to the name of Ionut Basila, meaning that I think he has been given, or actually needs to serve, a stop-and-go penalty in the next few laps, preferably, to avoid incurring the wrath of the stewards.
Yeah, but I don't see any penalties applied yet, so we'll have to...
I think it's a little bit further up. We can't see it because Basila's actually still, I think, third or
here we
fourth
go.
at the moment.
Here are the first penalties.
Fish has got a penalty applied to him of 30 seconds, and I think it might be the same for Basila if we look a little bit further up the overall leaderboard. Yep, there's Geert Fischer in the 102 Bentley. That was for contact on lap 1 at turn 10. So he's got to come in fairly soon to serve his penalty. Bentley being a product of Crewe in the north of England. Crewe, a place with a big railway heritage. It's actually a very important railway junction in the UK as well. There's about 6 different lines all merge into the town or city. I can't remember if it's the town or city, but yeah, it's definitely quite an important place. Meanwhile, we look at David Macaretta in the number 77 McLaren, currently 27th overall in the Industrial Night and Magic car with the, I think that's a Joker inspired livery on that McLaren. Oh yes.
Part
Joker,
of the DC universe, we've been talking about it in qualifying, haven't we?
Yes, and indeed I actually managed to get the right to comic book franchise as well, despite not knowing anything about comic book franchises. So, go figure. Meanwhile, we're looking at Davide Bocage, I think, in the Team OE eSport Aston Martin. Still Basila yet to pit for his 30-second stop and hold by the looks of things. No doubt we will know when he has pitted, because that Aston Martin will be plummeting down the leaderboard faster than Tottenham Hotspur's chances of winning the Premier League this season. Not that we actually had much of a chance to begin with, but I digress. Anyway, coming on to the hangar straight now. Got the number 23 McLaren in front of him, which is one of the DSRT cars. Number 23 of Van der Overland, I think.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, we're still in the car here. Here we are.
Bjorn still in the McLaren. I think, judging by his last lap time, he might have just pitted.
Yeah, they've been having trouble joining the server at 1 hour ago, and they originally drove the 22 car, and magically the game decided to give them a 23 car. And now they are looking in what will happen if the next person in line will join. So I think they are taking it as far as possible with Bjorn double stinting that beautiful, beautiful McLaren.
And Bjorn's doing a really good job as well, considering he started from the pit lane. He's climbed up to 19th.
Almost a full lap back.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, exactly. It's been a very, very good stint from Bjorn, all things considered. As we head down the pit straight once again at Silverstone. Of course, Cops Corner used to be a lot further towards the wall back in the day, and we've got someone in the driver interview section, so I'm going to have a go at trying to see if I can do this. Okay, rolls, move 2. Oh, crikey, we've got so many
You can just
things.
drag him.
So this, hopefully, Don Pepples should be, if I've done this correctly, in the correct live stream chat. How are you?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm good. You?
Yeah, doing pretty well here, all things considered.
Except this mic.
Yeah, apart from the obvious microphone issue, but yeah, I don't think there's much I can do about that for the rest of the race, sadly. But yeah, so how was the opening stint from your point of view, mate?
For me, it was pretty tough. We had, we started P5 with amazing qualifying last week. But yeah, we've been just falling back in the first stint. Now Vincent is in. He's at the moment faster than me. But yeah, I was really struggling. Hope to find pace in my next stints.
Yeah, and of course the way Silverstone as well. It's such a flowing circuit. It's so many fast corners, and we're actually looking at Vincent now in the number 29. It's just a mega circuit to drive. Is there many challenges, would you say, when it comes to trying to set the car up, given that you've got so many fast corners like Cops, for example, and yet at the same time you've also got some slow corners like Luffield at the end of the lap. You've got the new arena section as well. So
yeah, I was just watching it. I was like, please no.
Yeah.
No, but about the setup, yeah, it's pretty difficult because you have a lot of slow corners in the last sector as well. So it's we've gone for a half dry, half wet setup. So yeah, it should be interesting when it rains because we seem to have a lot of pace in the rain compared to the other guys. But yeah.
Yeah, and I was just realised that
Black Cat Racing stood in the middle of the road. They had a massive incident there. I don't know what happened, but maybe we can see that back, Cracker.
I wish I could, but that deletes all my data from my race control.
Okay.
Because there are so many cars on track, it decides to disconnect to the program.
Oh.
A lot of damage on that Lexus as well. That has taken. I mean, I know the Black Cat Racing Lexus has been in the wars a bit in the start of this race, but yeah, that's front end of that car is looking very second hand at the moment.
Yeah, there should be some repair time there for them.
Dan, what about the rest of your race? What are you guys gonna do in terms of strategy, and how do you think it will play out for you guys?
Yeah, well, we're a new team. This is our first race together. I've been called into Trackside eSports for organizing some ACC races. So we're a new team. So yeah, we're just hoping for a top 10 finish here. Should be quite doable with our pace over a long distance. But yeah, we just hope to finishing is for us quite a big deal here. This is our first race together. So just seeing how we're doing together.
Yeah, obviously your best time is 2 minutes 00.171, and the top teams are well in the 159s. So I'm praying for a little bit of rain, and let's see how that plays out for you guys.
Yeah, definitely. Vincent should be faster than this, but he's held up now. He's 3 times down in the first sector now, but held up by this Lamborghini. So
he's going for it on the outside, and he's having a little look, but he cannot make it stick. Focus on the exit and try again. Set it up for the next corner. 3 orange cars on screen. I love it. A lot of orange. That also means we have a little bit of Dutch celebrations as well.
Yes, the colors of Trackside anyway, and the Dutch sim racing team, we have different colors, but we are Dutch and we love orange, so that's always nice to have them.
Yeah.
Who's all driving from Trackside there, Don?
We have Perry Oosterveen, Vincent, and Chris.
Okay.
And then myself. So we're a 4-man team.
Yeah, and Perry is one of the owners, founders of Trackside, when I'm correct?
If I'm correct, yes.
Yeah, together with... forgot the name, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Too long ago that I rode with him, so...
I don't know it as well, so never spoken to the other guys, so...
Okay, nice.
But yeah, sad we couldn't get the sponsors out there, but our file was sadly too big. Too much sponsors out.
Yeah, and that...
No!
That wasn't the way you want to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little love tap there from trackside to, I think it was the Lambo from GRG.
There was the 606 car.
That was the 32's dropped
the
a few
32, sorry.
positions.
Yeah, we're not having
so
great luck now with traffic. We've been
I
in...
think the... So,
Go on.
I was going to say, yeah, I think it is definitely the 32 because the GRG cars are a bit further down the field, sorry.
Yeah, we're not having great luck with traffic and everything right now. Or fighting. We've been hit once from behind. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yep.
Man, I shat my pants. I was happy I could keep it, but ew, there he goes.
Yeah, we saw some different incidents everywhere on track, but...
I think it will fix itself here. I think this will fix itself, this incident. As you guys will see now.
You will let him pass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very professional.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
Now tap him from behind again.
Exactly.
No, it's really nice to see that you guys are sportive guys. Yeah, and as we said before, I know trackside, I'm in the Discord as well. We had some chats with each other and commercials running around. So I'm really glad that you guys find a way to join up and doing this for this great charity. Thank you very much for joining.
Yeah, there we go. Got that cleared? Yeah, thank you. Well, well done for the broadcast and everything, guys. It's been amazing.
Thank you so much for that remarks. We still have a few hours to go. Come and say that again in 20 hours, and then we will be...
Just a few hours.
Just a few
Not that
hours.
much.
left.
Yeah,
Huh?
there's a few hours left.
Good luck, guys.
Thank
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Best of luck to the team in the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
So that was done from trackside then.
Yeah.
I missed some messages in the chat as Turn 1 Mermaid. Thank you for the follow. Oh, Guru is back. Is Guru still in the market for the axe? No, I'm not. And I won't do it today. I will make a separate stream for that one, to be honest. So I think tomorrow will be glad when I'm in that. Did you find the axe? Everybody is about the axe.
Yeah. They're more happy about the X than...
Why don't you promote the makeup? That's 1,500. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I want to see the makeup. I don't care about the X, actually.
Axe is just, okay. Crack 10 eggs and you're done.
do the makeup, then do the cake thing, and then do the eggs afterwards.
Yeah, that will make a mess.
Meanwhile,
Still finding out where I have to do that. Behind my desk. So my computer, my desktop is full of egg shells and everything. But okay. We can see that car number 13, sorry to interrupt again, has that 30 seconds penalty there. That will put him back a little bit.
yeah, that should put them back a few places. Might take them out of the top 10 eventually altogether. I think it was for contact on lap 1 with Ionut. Well, Ionut was actually driving at the time, so he's double stinting at the moment, and it came up in the in race control that he caused a collision on lap 1 at turn 2. So that was that, and it's going to definitely drop the Bonk Racing team back behind the... We might even drop them out the top 10 altogether, I think. I'm just trying to work this out in my head for 14, 15.2, 22.3, and just waiting for the 777 Ferrari to come through. That should drop them to about 10th or 11th, I think, that 30-second penalty if they were to take it now. No doubt they'll probably wait until the next pit stop. Meanwhile, we're looking at the team Kamikaze Aston Martin, car number 112.
They had an
Currently-
interesting start of the race with their long pit stop and their little bit of technical issues, and now they are see if they can find the pace to get a little bit further up the field. Currently 11 seconds behind the 73 car. So we see a good mix of silver and pro there in the standings.
And I think they also might be being caught by the 666 Lexus that's got Wout Vlaen behind the wheel at the moment. And indeed, I'll just have a look. Yeah, Vlaen's just taken another 10th there out of the Aston Martin of Maslach. So it should be quite soon, I reckon, that the Lexus is going to be right on the back of the Aston Martin, making it a three-way battle for 27th. And Straytail 71 is now following us as well.
Hello.
Hello. And now we are looking at Wout Vlaen in the Lexus RCF GT3 with the Brussels sprouts livery on it. The
I
Bane
love the
Christmas
wolf.
dinners.
I love the wolf that's crying in front of the big Brussels sprout. It's very smart design. Gotta give it to them.
Yep, it's also what every person does at Christmas time in the UK when they see Brussels sprouts on their plates. You do want to cry exactly like that.
Oh really? I actually love Brussels sprouts. They're very good.
They are the bane of Christmas dinners across the entire country. It's like they've actually had to change the way they've been farmed as well, so they're now a lot smaller and a bit better than they used to be.
Just in, the car 606 has a 5-second penalty.
Oh,
Fresh
Well
news.
received.
fresh news for avoidable contact with car number 29. Oh, looking at Trev Hummer and now Julian
Sorry?
Lecoq in the
Yep.
824.
Having a little bit of trouble with my
P9. We were searching for 606.
There's a little bit of trouble with my race control app. It doesn't really want to connect today, and I don't know why. But I'm fixing it as we go. We just trying to keep everybody in screen as good as we can.
Yeah. As Julian is currently P7 at the moment in the 824 McLaren. Coming onto the hangar straight now. They've got the battered Lexus right behind them, which is multiple laps down. And a bit wide there through Stowe, down into Vale and into Club. No doubt that's probably going to be given as a warning for track limits. Coming through Club and onto the Formula One pit straight now. And coming up towards the right-hander at Abbey. Of course, it never used to be a right-hander, it used to be a left-hander that led down the hill under the bridge. Now it's a right-hander. But there was also a chicane at Abbey as well. We're now looking at multiple cars. So we are
I'm
cycling
switch
through them.
manually.
Yeah.
Let's get on board with one of the cars.
Yep, currently on board with Tim Williams in the SD Racing Ferrari 488. Currently heading flat through Maggots, down to fourth through Beckett, down to third for the second part, goes down to second for Chapel, and then back on the throttle, hard onto the hanger straight, going up through the gearbox now into 5th. Is he going to change into 6th? No, he goes down into 2nd for Stowe. Runs a little bit wide there. The in-car marshal is showing that the blue flags are being waved. Hard on the brakes now for down to 1st gear for Club Corner. Runs a little bit wide there, I think, by the looks of things. And yes, the reason why it's saying blue is because he's got the 4th placed Aston Martin of, I think, McGonoff's behind the wheel in that car. He lets him through into Abbey, down to 3rd, through there, back up into 4th now. 4th through 2nd car, and then it's hard on the brakes, down to 1st gear for the arena section. Was introduced to appease the FIM because they weren't all that keen of the bikes having to go under the bridge for bridge corner. Onto the Wellington straight now, up into 5th gear, is back hard onto the brakes, trail brake it in, give it a little dab of throttle to get the back end rotated into Luffield now, yes, still in 2nd gear, and hard on the throttle at the exit, up into 3rd, up into 4th, through Woodcut, keep it flat, and across the line, and that was a 2 minutes 3.6 around Silverstone.
Very nicely explained there. I learned a lot.
Thanks. And
I'm really bad at the corner names and everything, so
yeah.
I'm glad you are here.
I to be fair, I have been to Silverstone a few times in person, so I know roughly which corner's which, or at least I should do by now.
Yeah, I've been to some circuits, but still, no corner names. I know Arouge, Radio, and Mackets and Packets, I still know, but then, yeah, my knowledge is far over.
Yeah.
If you see sometimes a little bit of lag, it's because, in the meantime, we are doing some replay shots and everything, so that will progress a little bit of lag. So excuses for that on stream, but I think it runs smooth like a baby's button, if you can say that. I don't know.
Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, okay. So still we are doing this charity stream, and yeah, you see it in the top there. Type !donate or do something for the rewards. We have the livery, the car numbers, and you see all those nice liveries on track. You can do a vote for £1, and we have a voucher of €75 for the Simix Pro. You can select that for £2.50. So yeah, make sure your donations are flowing in.
Yeah, we have already surpassed £1,250, which means that Guru at some time in the next week or so will be getting a box of eggs and smashing them into his head, which is going to be quite funny and very messy indeed. The next goal is £1,500, where Guru again will be doing something. He will be putting some makeup on and proceeding to go face first into a pie or a cake of some description. Later goals include having to do a 12-hour race around Bathurst, one-handed, which I think is the £5,000 goal.
Yep.
And another goal is to do a race in a public lobby, but with the controls reversed. So if you turn right, the car's actually going left.
Yeah, that's 2,000 reverse controls.
Yeah.
And the 3,000 goal will be Guru will sing a song. Maybe you got Roblo with me here. And Rob
Not
will...
that anyone wants to hear me singing.
But 4,000, I think when we reach 4,000, I'm okay with that. Or 4,999.99 cents, I'm okay with that as well. Because at 4,000, Rob, yeah, you have to explain. You have long hair. You
Yes,
didn't been
I am
to
very much. very much a metalhead. I love listening to heavy metal. My hair is currently shoulder length at the moment. Not even going to my university graduation, which was postponed from last year, was enough of a reason for me to go to the barbers. So, yes, once we hit 4,000-ish, much to the utter and immense delight of one's parents, I will be going to the barbers for the first time since September 2019.
But we have to agree, it has to be like shortened, you know, not like just the tips or something. No, it has to be short.
No, it will be probably a good 10 centimeters at least being taken off.
Okay, yeah.
So
15, I will do it for 15. 4,000 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. So keep those donations flowing.
Who knows? I might even get see about getting a patch test done and getting it dyed as well.
Oh.
Which is going to take some explaining if I do decide to get that done in any job interviews as to why I've got hair which is a different colour to normal.
But we want to see that a little bit with videos as well, of course. So yeah, hang in there.
I'll be getting the iPhone out and attempting to vlog while in the barbers. So yeah, that's going to be an experience, assuming I can remember where the nearest barbers actually no, since I moved house in February this year, I genuinely don't know where the nearest barbers is, so that's going to be a journey in itself. What can possibly go wrong?
I don't know. Only your hair is shorter. For the rest, everything will be fine. In the meantime, TPC Toro Motorsport, thank you very much for the follow. Gavin as well. I could see that Bjorn was really close there to Fischer, and I think in the meantime he already passed him for P16. So very nice job starting from pit lane and now in P16. So that's great. Great moves. Yeah, we have something else. Race control. Let me see.
We do. It's lit up. No further action on between 750 and the 999. No flashing headlights were found under the braking zone. And the incident between the 74 and unknown has been noted on lap 49, and lap 50's incident between the 73 and the 606 has also been noted. Meanwhile, speaking of things which have been noted, I have noticed that Donny McGarry has donated another £20, and here comes the overlay.
Go Sticky, Aaron O'Brien in car number 97, best casual driver streaming from New Zealand. Thank you very much for that donation, Donny.
In New Zealand, I think it's about 4 o'clock in the morning. I think it's really, really early in the morning there. So
yeah, that's really early. But they have 24 hours as well if they are streaming it. But yeah, you have to say, from the US to New Zealand to Europe, we are everywhere here with all drivers from all over the world doing this for the Cancer Research UK. So amazing job.
Yep, and we've just had another donation come in because I've seen the donation bar move even further.
Oh,
which means
Simunation Esports with the £5 donation there. Cheers. Yeah, cheers to you, Simunation Esports. Thank you very much for that £5 donation. Oh God, that 1500 is coming. I can feel it.
Oh Lord, he coming.
Oh Lord, it's coming.
Yeah. Yep, so that's not too far to go. Meanwhile, the car has stopped on the F1 pits. I think that's car number... Well, it's a 2-digit car number beginning with a 1, so we'll have to see which one that is. Meanwhile, poor Marshall is not going to be needing to do any weights on his arms for about 2 weeks because he's still waving the blue flags. But yes, there is actually a car. It's still showing as stopped on the F1 pits. I don't know if that says 15 or 13, but yep, there is a car still showing as being stopped on track, and there are yellow flags on the F1 pits as we speak. So if we stick with this with the 94 of Dan Marriott, we might be able to see which car it is. He's coming up to it now. There's a car off at the side of the circuit. Is that Basilla? I think that's Ion at Basilla off at the side of the circuit, and he's already got a 30-second time penalty looming large at the next pit stop, and that's not going to use at all. No, I found it. It's moving. It's moving again now. It was Ion at Basilla. He's just plummeted down through the field to 23rd, and he was running in the top 5, 6, 7 all race so far. So yeah, he's well and truly. I don't know what's happened there. It might be some kind of technical issue or something on the end of the Romanian driver, but he has dropped an awful long way down the field. He's moved means that Ties van der Hoorn in the Two Pumpkins Porsche is currently now just in front of him in 22nd place overall. So currently looking at Luke Baumeister in the number 606 Lexus. Got a 5-second penalty to be served at the next pit stop, and we're back to green again now. Just saw that we had yellow flags briefly for a moment, and Basilla is actually not showing on the screen anymore, which means that he must have dropped quite a few more positions by the looks of things. I'll keep you updated when we know more about that.
As I'm keeping an eye on the chat as well, Donny, who donated the £20, I'm not sure if I donated twice because my PayPal thing froze and it refreshed and it resended. No worries if it did, it's for charity after all. I only can see it once, mate, but yeah, everything is welcome and the £20 is welcome indeed. So thank you very much again for donating, and yeah, back to the race.
Yeah. Currently still looking at Luke Baumeister in the 606 Lexus, coming through Chapel and onto the Hangar Straight right now. Going down on the fastest parts of the circuit. Of course, Silverstone, it didn't used to be left, right, left, right, left. It used to be just one left-hander into a fairly tight, compared to the rest of the circuit, right-hander, and then on into another flat-out left-hander onto the Hangar Straight. Back in the day, which makes me sound a lot older than I actually am, admittedly, but yes, that was back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, even as recently as 1990. Although whether you can call that recent is somewhat debatable, given that 1990 was in fact 31 years ago.
Do you really have to remember me how old I am?
Well, I mean, I keep thinking 1990. Yeah, that's still fairly recent, and then I'm just like, oh no, it's not anymore.
It's not.
It's not anymore. It's like growing up thinking, oh, the 1980s, that was only 20 years ago, and now I'm just like, the 1980s, that was only 20. No, that was 40 years ago. Oh my god. Ah.
Study on the age groups, please, in chat.
Yes. Yes, that would be a.
I can see that in P1. I don't know if Cracker. Did you put it on automated for a time?
I'm working my ass off to get the telemetry back through the app. So bear with me, I'm almost there.
Okay. Yeah, I had it one time. I put it on automated, so the camera will switch to battles and everything. When you want to go back from that, it's just messes everything up. So it will switch from car to car, from camera to camera, and it looks like a mess. Because I could see that Mr. Io is now leading this race after 55 laps, and car number 100. Was he
Yeah.
in a driver change? Because
Yes, they did a driver change at the first pit stop to put IO into the car.
Oh, yeah.
So they're leading. It's Nick McGonoff in second place in the 176 Aston Martin, and Mikael Sundstrom is behind them in the having actually just got back into the McLaren that started on pole.
Yeah, Mr. Sundstrom is back in the car indeed. So they had another
Yeah.
stop then. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, because the 899 team are on a different strategy to everyone else at the moment. So, yes, I've just noticed that Sundstrom was back in the car. Lecoq is currently 4th place in the 824 McLaren. Roger Powell is 5th in his second stint in the 111 Mercedes. Currently on board with Nick McGonoff in the 176 Aston Martin. Now we're on board with Dami Io in the number 100 Bentley. It's coming into club corner now. Fairly slow corner. It never used to be like that. The run from Doe to club back in the day was just a dead straight line into what was a very, very fast 90-degree right-hander, of which there were quite a lot of at Silverstone back in the 1980s and 1990s, or 1990 and also the 70s as well. Even with the chicane they originally built at Woodcote after Jody Scheckter had a little bit of a moment at the start of the 1973 British Grand Prix and promptly took 9 cars out. And that's why they put the chicane in.
Okay, didn't know that.
And Scheckter is actually a farmer now. His farm up at Lavstoke Park in Hampshire is not far from where I grew up, and it's a very highly regarded farm that specialises in organic produce, and they do their own buffalo milk and buffalo mozzarella. And I remember going there as they had an open day once, and they also had one of Scheckter's old Formula One cars from the 70s there as a Ferrari, and I tried some of the buffalo milk ice cream, and it was very, very nice indeed.
And then your hair grew.
Yes, and then I went to school, finished sixth form, took a gap year, finished an undergraduate degree, finished a master's degree, and my hair grew a bit longer. And now I'm commentating on the Silverstone 24 Hours, co-organised by DSRT, GRG eSports, and OTL.
That's kind of career move you did there then.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are still on board with Dami Io, looking at really shot the helmet cam there. Now we're looking at Yannick Haustein in the number 38 Burning Brakes Motorsport Aston Martin. It's green, it has ghosts on it. It's very, very spooky indeed.
You have to love that. Yeah, how do you say that? That toxic color, you know?
Yeah,
Toxic acid color.
acid green.
Maybe we when Cracker, I don't know what happened now. Oh, there it is again. When Cracker found out how the telemetry is back and everything, maybe we can have a look at some of the designs, the cars.
Yeah,
Yes.
we could. I'm still working here. So
Yeah, no worry. We have time.
we've got the time. We've got the time.
We've
It's
got the
strange
time.
because the app held up for like 6 hours straight, and now we are into the 24, and it's decided to stop telemetry after 1 hour and 30 minutes. So back on it.
Currently still with Yannick Haustein as he's coming up towards Chapel Corner. And it's at this Beckett's Chapel sequence. In fact, I think it was actually at Beckett's Corner where David Purley, in pre-qualifying for the 1977 British Grand Prix, had a jammed throttle and crashed into the grass bank there, or the wall, excuse me, and decelerated from 173 kilometers an hour to 0 in 66 centimeters.
Jeez.
Yeah, 180 G, which was at the time, the highest G-force accident anyone had ever survived. And yeah, it was a dangerous old circuit back in the day, Silverstone, because it was fast as well. And Hurley also won the George Medal for courage when he tried to rescue Roger Williamson from his burning car at the 1973 Dutch Grand Prix. Nick McGonoff runs off track slightly there. And yeah, Williamson sadly passed away after that. Meanwhile, we are looking at Nick McGonoff. Still second place overall in the non-grata team Aston Martin, car number 176, coming out of Luffield and through Woodcote now. And coming across the line to continue racing. Currently showing us having 59 laps completed so far. As a couple of back markers just in front, one of which being the Ghostbusters liveried McLaren, which is right in front of them, and I think he's going to get a good slipstream off of the McLaren, which he does. Pulls out alongside, and he's going to... Oh, he'll have him cleared way before Stowe. Yeah, he's already clear of the McLaren there. Puts the McLaren another lap behind. Got the bright green Aston Martin in front of him, so that shouldn't take him too long at all to get past. Back to green here at Silverstone. We've just completed the second hour of the race here at Silverstone. Got 22 hours to go. So yes, all going very, very well so far.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 hours in the race. Yeah, it felt like nothing, but yeah, like you said, it's still 22 hours to go, and tomorrow it will feel like Jesus.
Yeah.
what did we do? But yeah, it's all for charity, and we love to do it. And thanks to the help, of course, from GRG and OTL together with us DSRT. It's a perfect event, and we have in the stream 67 viewers. And on the other channels, we have viewers as well.
So we have 76 in total.
Sorry?
76.
76 in total. So
plus another 15. So that's like 80, 91.
91 viewers then in total. So that's good. That's good. And to all the viewers then, we are doing this for charity. And I say it again, ! Donate in chat. And you will get the link. Try to donate something, even if you have £1. You can select the favorite number of the car, the favorite livery, your favorite team for my it's all for charity. So we will raffle some things for you. Oh, Spooky Scotty just donated car number 97. So creepy, go nuts. $2 from Spooky Scotty. So thank you very much for that as well. And you can select for $2.50 a voucher, and for one you can select the car number you like and give them a prize. From all the sponsors. I will go through them. Simix Pro, the voucher of 75. We have R&D Racing. They will sponsor this event. Coach Dave Academy and the SimGrid and Meto Colliery. All sponsors that gave away prizes to setups, liveries, vouchers, you name it. Thank you all for your kind donations and sponsoring, so we could give some prizes away. Yakubu, I think it is. Thank you very much for the follow as well. As I can see, my time is almost up here because I need to go in half an hour. And then I will leave you to the lovely voice of Cracker and Roblo, and Case will be back, I think, as well. She said she wanted to rest a little bit, but she's still there in race control helping out, so everybody's busy.
Yes, we have a lot of forms and appeals and a lot of stuff going on in the background. Race control has been working off their ass since the start of the race, so I think we are now through most of the firstly notified race control stuff. I'm reading through them. I think this is, I think they caught up now, so it should be a little bit easier now, as we have as many streamers as we have stewards in race control as we speak.
Yeah, you have to thank them, and some of them are just also, I thought, drivers that said I can help out a little bit. So the teams that we have in this event are really amazing. If you see all those liveries they made, they did their best so much, and there are awesome liveries, to be honest. People that say we can help out, people that that are helping with everything that they can. Just got a message, just one moment.
We're all busy, aren't we?
Yeah, it seems that your voice is a little bit silent on stream now. Say
Really?
something.
Didn't change anything, so I can put you
Up your mic a little bit.
I can put you up a little bit. Let's put you up. Let's do a little sound check. Sound check.
Yeah, think I'm okay. It's just on your end, your voice, so your mic.
My mic. Interesting, because I haven't changed anything.
It's just that my volume is, my voice is a bit louder. But no worries, we will figure it out anyway. Donations, 1,295 and 98 cents. So yeah, we are closing into that 1,500 where I have to do makeup and eat a cake without my hands, and I think most of the viewers will want to see that. So yeah, please donate if you can. The race, Mr. Ayo in the Bentley still leading this race after 62 laps, and in the standings not much change. I can see that Gabriel Niptel lost a position there. When I'm correct, he's now P7 with the 7 car, and he was P6.
He did really well keeping that position. I think he's getting a little bit tired. The pace of the first hour was a little bit better. But now he's like settling in and having that set on position number 7 with 4 seconds behind that 111 Mercedes AMG. Very good, but Michael Sundstrom here now back in the car, nearly on pace. He's at it again and is currently fighting for position number 2 with Daniel Ayo on that first position. So let's see where he can. Let's see if he gets it done right here. No, takes a little look, decides to wait. We'll try the old switcheroo, but it doesn't work. 176 closes the door, as they will both focus on the exit and see how much of a slipstream he can get going into cups. Obviously, not the best place to make the overtake.
Still get a notification that you're still a little bit on the silent side. Quiet.
I'm so quiet.
So currently P2 and P3 are battling here then. My sound is up and I hear myself. That's not a good idea as well. After 2 hours of racing, yeah, they are separated by 0.4 tenths of a second, so that's really nice to see. P4 fight? P4 fight? Yeah, P4 as well. Lipka is battling Lecoq now with 1 second between them. We have some battles on track. I see Fischer really close on Zarzecki. And Rosipal is in pit at this point, number 111. Oh, and here is the move then. Diving in the inside and trying it and sticks the move there. So it's Michael Sandstrom who's now currently in P2.
Very well done. Very well executed move there. Let's see if we can get to this.
I just seen a new message. Lap 1 turn 2, so that was an old one. 606 car should get a 30-second penalty because it hits car number 37. If that's the case, they will add up now 35 seconds then for the car 606.
As Lecoq gets in the pits.
You can see that the two pumpkins are in pit as well. Currently P19. We just need to know if they switch drivers or not. Because that will be then the third hour that Thijs will drive that car. And I think that's the case as well. Oh, somebody shoot straight there.
73 car there. Off track.
Was, Daichi 94, thank you very much for the follow. It's same as Iron Patriot a few minutes ago. Thank you very much also. No, the two pumpkins now, it's our Juan Antonio Mena Jimenez who's in the car. So they did this 2 hours. A two-man team for 24 hours. Really enjoyable to see that one. I will keep an eye on that. As you said, 37 car or something?
78 car, I think.
You saw him in the background shooting off track there for a little bit.
We have a little fight here. The 101 car. The Turn 1 Motorsports is in the hunt on the 29 Aston Martin, which still has a penalty to serve.
Sneaker F64 follows. Thank you very much as well. Yeah, we can see some penalties lining up here now.
Yeah, we have a lot of penalties coming up on screen now, so they are catching up on those reports.
Oh, and I see Awesome's car number 29. I think that's the Trackside eSports car. With a 10-second penalty, they will receive it.
Yeah.
Making contact with car number 32. Oh, it's already in. So, hey, race control is fast. Or I'm slow. That could be the case as well.
It was already applied indeed. With 2 hours and 15 minutes in, I think it's time for a little bit of a short pit stop for me, as I also need to restart the game because of the failure in sending telemetry. I'm getting very, very helpful information from a programmer called Mr. Pig, and he is helping me out as we speak. So I have no other choice than restart the game. So we will go to a little bit of a break here, and yeah, we will be seeing you in a few moments. Yes, we
Still
are
have-
back now, live on stream.
Yeah.
And I am enjoying a very nice cup of tea as we speak.
Sorry for that small intervention on my end. I seem to have everything back right now. As I need to get into broadcasting mode again. And choose the beautiful sets. And now I should be able to scroll through everything again. So I'm really sorry for that inconvenience, but it seems we are having a few beautiful battles here. This is
Still, people are saying that your mic is quite. Really need more volume on your mic, Remco.
more volume on my mic. Well, it's actually
I'll put it closer to your mouth. That could be it as well.
getting it's showing maximum.
I know what it is. You are in the garden now, and
No, no, I'm not in the garden. Not in the garden. It's showing maximum output from my side, so it should be a little bit better now.
I've just noticed that there's a slew of penalties having just appeared on the little driver lap board on the left-hand side of the screen from when I last saw. So let's see, we got Luke Baumeister, who's now showing as having 35 seconds of penalty to serve at his pit stop. His next pit stop. Alsom's in the 29 Aston Martin's got a 10-second penalty for the contact we saw on air. The Bentley behind him of Fisher has still got a 30-second penalty to serve. And then down in 23rd place, the number 666 Lexus also has a penalty. Oh, sorry, that's now up into 21st place.
It just moved up.
Yeah, sorry. The car driven by Wout of Leyens got 10 seconds, which was for an incident involving Gianni Lentz on lap 29. There was a collision between the 666 and the 750. So that was given a penalty. The 73 Mercedes is showing as having a penalty as well. That's being driven by Jason Clark at the moment. That's 10 seconds. So it all seems to have kicked off in the time it took me to make and brew a cup of tea. It's if anyone's wondering, it's Harrods number 14 blend English breakfast, because we got some as we got some as a moving in gift. I don't normally shop at Harrods. It was just a moving in gift from earlier this year, and there was
and this
left.
penalty just moved to a drive-through.
Ooh, yeah, that's not going to be good for Jason Clark. That's going to, I mean, they're already quite a long way down the field as it is, but that might put the might be a bit of an interesting one. In comes Damien de Grasse in the number 99 McLaren. Has that got a Greg's logo on it? Oh my god, it actually has a Greg's logo. That is oh wow, that is a good one.
It's down at the bottom, so it will get very dirty.
Yeah, I've just seen it on the upper part of the the rear fender on the McLaren, and I should say Greg's is a chain of bakeries in the UK that make a range of predominantly hot goods with pastry. And these hot goods with pastry are very, very nice indeed. I can confirm because I've eaten enough of it over the years. Meanwhile, the 606 Lexus has Shane Klokhanovsky behind the wheel.
Yeah, Luke got out.
speak.
They served their penalty. They were in the pit lane for 1 minute and 43 seconds, so that's quite a long one to service the car and get the new driver in and get everything sorted. So we'll keep an eye out on their pace. And let's see, for P10 here, we have still Lucas Rosepal behind the wheel. I'm not sure if this is still his second stint or his third stint, but he is raging through the field. Now only 2 tenths behind Björn, which made it to P9. So that's
some drive.
Yeah, that's some drive. I think he will be very sweaty when he gets out of that rig.
Yeah, I think the first thing Bjorn might be doing once he gets out the rig is heading for the shower.
Yeah, probably.
To try and cool. So that is a proper hero stint there from the Dutchman, who started from the pit lane, almost shades of Nick de Vries at Sebring in the World Endurance Championship a couple of years ago, starting from the absolute back of the field and working his way up in a double stint to get right on to, and even I think leading the LMP2 class, which is no mean feat around Sebring. Even more so, he didn't actually have a working drinks bottle, and he was absolutely wrecked at the end of that stint.
Yeah, the 176 car is now in the pits, and that moves the DSRT, the Blackness team, into P4.
Yep. Cracking opening double stint there from Gabriel Niepter in the number 7 Aston Martin. He started way down the field due to not being able to participate in qualifying, and really shown that they could well be a team to contend for victories should anything happen to the 28, the 899, or the 100. And the same goes for the 176 Aston Martin as well, with I think McGonoff still behind the wheel of that. So yeah, it's going to be quite a good one here between these 5.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Gonna keep an eye out on those for sure. Let me see what else is happening. Who else is in pit lane? We have the 54 car here from the Away Quab Packs. I'm still not sure how to pronounce the name. I think
Aquapax.
Yeah, but
Aquapax or something.
Aquapax. But yeah, very nice livery on that car. Now coming in for the pit stop. That will be their second pit stop of the day. Let's see where that 176 car is out in 5th right now. So there's a Bentley and Aston Martin party in the front. As we see a Bentley, a McLaren, Bentley, Aston Martin, Bentley, Aston Martin, Bentley, McLaren. So it seems these two types of cars are, yeah, they are having some good fun. With Dami Ayo still in P1, having a 7-second lead on Sundstrom, and it will be very interesting to see if Sundstrom will catch it. Oh, we have a yellow.
Oh, that's it.
That's the
Green again now.
That's the 37 car.
Yep, Oliver Thompson in the McLaren there.
Yep.
I think he must have had a little bit of a spin, or just misjudged his braking zone slightly at the end of the Wellington straight. I think Romantsev is back in the 176 Aston. As well.
We've got the drag cameraman again. Here he is.
Yep, there he is back in the Romantsev. Did the opening stint of the race for the non-Grata team. They are currently just coming into Stowe now. Air temperature still 21 degrees, track temperature 28 degrees. Weather still looking good so far, nice and dry. Almost perfect conditions for racing, you could say.
Yeah, not really haven't changed much since the start of the race. I think it went up 1 degree track and then went down again. I think the wind has picked up a little bit, but that won't really affect them.
Meanwhile, I'm just having a look at the 102 Bentley. The penalty time has gone up even further. Unfortunately for Gert Fischer, the penalty time, from what I can make out, is showing as 70 seconds.
I think it's better to have a drive-through then, and having to stand still for 70 seconds. That's a big pile of penalties there.
Yeah, and I think something's just popped up in race control, so I'll have a quick look at that. Yeah, it's another 10-second time penalty for causing a collision, and the stewards have reported that the next incident for the 102 will result in Fischer being disqualified.
Okay, well, I think it's time for someone to move towards them and ask them what's going on, guys.
Yeah, and it's the same has also come up for the 73. The 73 has been given a drive-through penalty in the last. It was actually a few minutes ago now, but it was showing that the next incident for Einarsson will result in him being disqualified as well.
Yeah, they really need to take it easy. It's still 21 hours to go. It's not so hard to stay clear and out of trouble. But it's
you'd think it's not hard in theory.
Well, it isn't. I've done many endurances myself.
Yeah.
I think I did about 25 now in the last 2 years.
Oh wow.
And I always say it's the strategy that works, not the fights on track. I rather give 2 positions away and make my strategy work rather than having a squabble on track and losing out and having to change everything. The whole strategy doesn't work out anymore and then it's finished. It's about consistency. It's about being able to think on track, as we see the 777 car now getting in, and that's a Gabriel Nipte there for his pit stop.
Yeah. Wouter Vlaeyen's also in the 666 Lexus. He's serving his 10-second time penalty. Not for anything which he actually did himself. It was actually Gianni Lenz behind the wheel when they got the penalty. The GRG eSports car, I've noticed, has got Ryan Przakowski behind the wheel. He's one of the GRG's go-to works drivers, effectively. So the 750 could well be moving up the leaderboard quite quickly, methinks.
Good to have that commercial from Rack Service on there. The server is hosted by Rack Service today, so thank you so much for all your hard work and keeping us alive throughout this 24 hours.
Yeah, they're currently, I think Ryan's on his first actual flying lap, because that last lap was showing as a 3-minute something or other, which I can only presume was actually his out lap. So yeah, this could be one to watch. He's a quick driver, so they should be moving up through the field a bit. Now I can see that I think Wouter's actually still in the 666. Meanwhile, we are panning around to find Mikael Sundström in the 899.
He closed the gap.
Yeah, he's really closing the gap on Io, and in fact here he is actually lapping the 666.
Did you guys discuss the 606 already? Because I just was on the background.
What with the 606?
Yeah, they served an extra 30 seconds of penalty, and there was a little bit of a mix-up, so they shouldn't have got that penalty. So they served it. It will be at the end of the race. We will deduct that, but just for information.
Yeah, I think I had briefly seen something on Discord about that.
Yeah, I just came back to say thank you all for tuning in. This is my yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
I'm finished.
I'm finished. So keep up the good work. Now I will be back. Tomorrow morning, really early. After I will be home really late. So not enough sleep for me, but hey, we will do it. So yeah, we'll speak to you guys tomorrow, and we'll try to tune in if it works on Twitch myself.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining these first
Gary.
2.5 hours. Really looking forward to hearing from you fresh tomorrow morning.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, keep up the good work, guys. As the pit stops are coming in again, and chat. Thank you very much for my end here, and see you guys tomorrow morning. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. Meanwhile, the Danny Io has pitted the number 100 Bentley. He was leading, and by virtue of coming into the pits, that means that Mikael Sundström is back in the lead in the McLaren. Currently 76 laps completed. As I've just noticed, it has ticked over to 5 o'clock in the UK. So in the UK, there's a bit of a tradition that at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on TV that they read through all the classified football results. This being an endurance race, we've decided to have a go at doing the same, but not with the football, but with the FIA World Endurance Championship race that happened earlier today in Bahrain, and I think we have another donation. Yeah, Dan Marriott has donated £20. Thank you so much.
That's Dan
Really
Marriott, one
appreciate
of the drivers. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Another 20 towards the goal. $1,315. Sorry, British pounds as we speak. And yeah, I've been getting some messages in the background as well, and trying to keep up with all the screens. So as we see the 102 car now getting more and more penalties, maybe you can take a little look in the race control.
I'm having a little look. Oh no, they're just serving their stop and hold penalty. Yep, they've got about 70 seconds of penalty to get through before they can actually do the pit stop, so this isn't exactly going to be work of a moment. Meanwhile, unfortunately, we do have a couple of retirements to report. The number 7 and the number 37 have retired from the race, sadly.
Wow. Number 7. That's the
number 7
DSRT car.
Yep, the DSRT, the Blackness car, that was running so well with Gabriel Nipta behind the wheel. And the 37, I can see that is definitely a McLaren. Yeah, that's the Olympus Odd Boys McLaren of Luke Mason there. So it's a shame to see that neither of those teams are going to be taking any further part in the race. Definite shame there. Especially for Nipta, as he was running so well after starting so far down the field and was running really as well into the top 5, actually. Meanwhile, we've got Juan Antonio Mena Jimenez in the Porsche, just letting an Aston Martin through.
Well, they had a little off track.
Yeah.
It was a little bit too late to catch it, but it caused a little bit of a yellow.
Yeah, and in the shall we do the classified results from the 6 hours of Bahrain? In that case, the 6 hours of Bahrain. Oh, it doesn't work if you do it for motorsport rather than football, but we'll have a go anyway. It was a Toyota 1-2 to the surprise of precisely, well, nobody. It was the Conway Kobayashi Lopez car which won by 51 seconds from the sister car of Buemi, Nakajima and Hartley. Third place was the Alpine of Negrão, Lapierre, Vassivière, and that was the hypercar class. Thankfully, we can actually get that one out of the way quite quickly. In the LMP2 class, it was a win for Team WRT for Robin Freins, Ferdinand Habsburg, and Charles Malacy. So great to see Robin Freins there getting another class win and another step closer to becoming WEC champion in the LMP2 class. Second place was the Jota car of Sean Galal, Stoffel Van Dorn, and Tom Blomqvist, with the other Jota car of Roberto Gonzalez, Antonio Felix da Costa, and Anthony Davidson in third. Phil Hansen, Fabio Schreier, Philip Albuquerque fourth. And then in fifth place, fifth place in class and winning the Pro-Am aspect of it was Racing Team Nederland.
Yay!
With Fritz van Aert, Guido van der Gaard, and Job van Uytert. Just behind them was Sophia Flörsch, Beetske Visser, and Gabby Aubry in the Richard Mille Racing Team entry. Then it was Garcia, Duval, Nato in the Real Team Racing car number 70, Dennis Anderson, Anders Fjordbach, and Robert Kubica in the number 20, and the number 34 of Kuba Smakowski, Renger van der Zande, and Alex Brundle rounded out the LMP2 class after they had some issues with the door on the Orica not wanting to close with Brundle behind the wheel.
Well, there you get your hardware issues.
Yep, definite hardware issue there. The door playing up. In GTE Pro, it was, as expected, a Porsche domination. It was Kevin Ashton, Neil Yarny beating Jimmy Bruni and Rickard Leeds. Then the two Ferraris, which were struggling with BOP, I think, all weekends. It was Pierre Guidi Collado and then Sarah Molina. In GTE AM, we had Ben Keating, Dylan Pereira and Felipe Fraga taking the win for TF Sport. Following them was Christian Reed, Jackson Evans, Matt Campbell, and Egidio Perfetti, Matteo Caroli and Ricardo Pera in a couple of Porsches. Then it was Paul Dall'Alana, Augusto Farfus and Marcos Gomez in the Aston Martin racing car. Then came the ARC Bratislava LMP2 entry of Miro Konopka, Ollie Webb and Kush Maini. Following them was Francois Perodo, Nicholas Nielsen, Alessio Rivera in the AF Corsa Ferrari, well, one of them. The GR Racing Porsche of Mike Wainwright, Ben Barker, Tom Gamble. Then Thomas Fleur, Francesco Castellacci and Giancarlo Fisichella in another AF Corsa Ferrari. Rahel Fry, Sarah Bovey and Catherine Legg in the 85 Iron Lynx Iron Dames Ferrari. Then the 57 Kessel Racing car of Takeshi Kimura, Mikkel Jensen, Scott Andrews. The Chetelaar Racing Ferrari of Roberto Lecourt, Giorgio Sinergiotto and Antonio Fuoco. Then the D-Station Racing Aston Martin of Satoshi Hoshino, Tomonobu Fuji and Andrew Watson. The Iron Lynx Ferrari car number 60 was next. That was Rino Mastronardi, Matteo Crosoni and Andrea Piccini. And then rounding out the field was the number 21 Dragon Speed LMP2 car of Henrik Hedman, Juan Pablo Montoya and Ben Hanley. I think they had some technical issues during the race. And in last place was the 88 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche of Khalid Al-Khabaisi, Adrian Delaney and Julian Andelauer. Interestingly, Brendan Hartley's fastest lap, a 1:47.049, is still slower than the LMP2 class lap record when they were able to run the full 600 horsepower and high downforce, that being a 1:44.8. And that was the classified results for the penultimate round of the FA World Endurance Championship.
Interesting.
Yes, good to see some. Good to see some success on the Dutch side of things.
Always good to hear. We are a small country, but we. As Enrico Paris here puts the car in Very interesting situation.
Yep. The Cops Corner, not the best place to spin on the circuit. It's
Square tires.
Yep. Yep. So I think they might be needing to change more than the tyres, one would imagine. And one would probably insinuate, but there we are. Meanwhile, it's Felix Fritscher in the number 666 Lexus at the moment, I've just noticed. And I think that means that Martin Schaefer will be in the car next, in the Brussels Sprouts car. In fact, they've got the one of the Lamborghinis right behind them, which is the GRG car by the looks of things. Don't know if that's for position or if it's because it's a
No, it's not for position.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that means that Felix is a lap ahead of Ryan then, and just in front of Felix is the number 8 Bentley, which is a good couple of laps up the road. It's not for position, I should add. Meanwhile, the 70... I think there's a spinner there.
Yeah, there was something, huh?
Yep. And the in other news, the 73 Mercedes, as Chris Minahan in the Joker McLaren. Meanwhile, the 73 has managed to accrue another time penalty. This time, it's only 10 seconds, so that should be... Yeah, Jason Clark has got a 10-second time penalty. I'm just going to have a quick look in race control. So we've actually had an update from race control about the 37 McLaren. They have not retired. They are clear to leave the pits, as the 37 team had a game failure. So Oliver Thompson's lost a good few laps there in that McLaren, in the McLaren 720S GT3.
And look who's driving again here.
And the number 7 is also back on track as well, with Robin Oosting behind the wheel of the DSRT, the Blackness entry. They've got the 15 Lexus just behind them. Of course, this is not for position, this is so the Lexus can actually lap the Aston Martin.
Good to see them back. I think it's very important to have as many runners as we can get. I think we are still running with 34 cars, and that only means we had one team leaving. And it was quite at the beginning of the race. So well, still everybody's running. I'm very happy to see that we had 40 sign-ups on the start of the event. A few dropped off due to sickness or work or any other private personal reasons. Still 34 showed up, and that makes me really happy.
Yeah.
I want to catch up with a little bit of the chat, because we haven't been. Now we're together. It's quite hard to keep an eye out on everything.
Just the two of us.
We had someone asking, what's a ghost favorite dessert?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, Scream.
Oh,
I scream. I scream.
I scream. I won't try. I won't try doing that on microphone because I'll probably.
And thank you for the follow.
Everyone and yeah.
And I'm now
cheers for the follow.
having 2 mouses, a laptop, 3 screens, but everything is alright. And this NAR team is, I think, 6 or 7 laps down at this point. And
Yeah, I think they might have had some issues
Yeah.
earlier on.
yeah,
Ghostbusters.
interesting.
car.
They were very active in the process towards this race, but I expected a little bit more, maybe, but that might be on my end. It doesn't mean if you're active that you're fast. But they were very enthusiastic, and I want to thank them for keeping the chat alive day and night. When I went to bed, the NAR team starts to chat, and then my phone kept ringing for hours and hours.
Yes. Meanwhile,
Back to the... Oh, and we have another donation. Koala, one of the DSRT drivers. For a great cause, and let's reach those goals. I want to see Guru eat cake. Well, thank you, Koala. I want to see a Guru getting makeup and eating cake without hands as well. So keep those donations coming in.
I'm just having a look at race control. There's nothing saying that the 7 was clear to leave the pits, so I don't know exactly what's happened there, but yeah, it's going to be... I think that might be one to keep an eye on. Currently looking at Ryan Prozhakovsky in the 750 Lamborghini of GRG eSports. GRG spooky.
Very spooky.
Very, very spooky indeed. Play on there on the normal GRG eSports livery. Almost as if the Lamborghini has fangs on it. And they are currently down in 27th place. And they had Thomas Fisher behind the wheel earlier on. Got Ryan in the car at the moment. I'd imagine Ryan would be double stinting as well. And then they've got Derek McCord and Salman Saud to come in that car as well. Currently looking at Max Simmons in the 102 Bentley, coming out of Chapel onto the Hangar Straight now. Talk about cars that have been in the wars. That the 102 is currently the record holder in this race for the largest amount of penalty served in one pit stop.
There's no prize for that.
Yeah, sadly, there's no prize for it. I mean, it's not the sort of thing you want to be leading, but here we are, currently in club corner at the moment, with Max Simmons behind the wheel, coming out of club onto the F1 pit straight now. All right, he's got a Mercedes in front of him, but I don't think that's for position. I think the Mercedes is actually a lap in front.
Well, actually that's position number 5. So yeah.
Yeah. 5, 18. Yeah, that's Lucas Rojapal there.
Still in the car.
Yeah, real.
That's
real.
I only seen the 111 car, the 111 AMG, having this name. It was the same in qualifying. I think the other guy, I don't even know who else is in that car. If you say the 111 car AMG, I will say Lucas Rosapal for sure.
Yeah, just guess that Lucas is driving it, and if in doubt, it might be him. He might actually share the car with some of the other drivers in that entry.
Yeah.
At some stage. We don't quite know when yet, but here we are.
Jay sang a slang 00. Thanks for the shout out and putting this whole thing together. We're just trying to survive. Well, it's the same for us. The stream team will try to survive with you guys, and we have a few people of DSRT. Oh, here's Dutch Stick. This is Game Road. So the game doesn't allow you to do another stop without completing a full lap. So we fixed it. Clicking return to pit and then reloading a setup, but it took 10 minutes to figure out, and we're currently in P33 with 8 laps behind the leader. So I think that's not completely legal, but yeah, they were still inside the pit, so I think it's up for the stewards to decide. I think it's better to have another car running than be harsh on returning to pit.
Yeah, I think.
If it's on track, I think it's a different story. If you run out of fuel in the middle of a lap, it's kind of your own fault. But yeah, this is not something you can do anything about. Let's switch to this little fight here. This is
between Daniel Schnell, who is currently driving Schnell, and the Porsche, he's got Porsche him and F behind him, but Chanel is closing in on Parise, in the 23 McLaren. We've got yellow flag as someone's gone
This is a
off towards
112 car.
Yep, that's the 112. Yep, that's
Not having a good day today.
It's one of those days.
It's another day in paradise.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, the 73 Mercedes is in the pits again. Might be strategy related, might be just because they need a full service, but there we are. Currently looking at Daniel Amor in the Golf McLaren.
Very nice livery, huh? Very classic.
I mean, you can't really go wrong with a bit of golf
No.
livery.
So just to point out, if you like a livery, you can go and donate. Type !donate. You can enter the raffle for a €75 voucher from Simix Pro, one of our sponsors. They kindly said, "Hey, here you have a €75 voucher. Do with it whatever you like." And we were like, "Why don't we raffle it under all the viewers and try to get as much money in from just raffling a single $75 ticket, euro? Sorry, all these currencies are starting to get to my head." So type !donate !voucher and then you will see all the links. And I'm not sure if that's the same if you're on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you can find us on Tiltify. We are almost 3 hours in now, and we had some good racing. I think it's the boys are racing like it's a little bit of a sprint race so far, because we got all these reports coming in and loads of penalties. I hope it will settle down in a little bit the coming hours, also for the stewards, because they will need to get a drink at some point. As we see, Case just got out of race control. We have now a full GRG squad in there. I wouldn't dare to enter that room.
With Ramiro, Dom, and Ethan currently in the stewards' room at the moment. So that's going to be a fun place if you want to argue why you shouldn't be receiving a penalty for something.
Not for me. I'm staying here. Like I said to all the drivers, right. You can come in, but you have to take off your shoes and no stinky socks, please.
Yeah, it'll be still 21 hours to go as well, so it could be quite a long night for the stewards, in fairness.
Well, all the gaps are getting a little bit bigger now, and everybody is finding their pace. I do see a lot of cars here going wide, and I think we might see some drive-throughs for track limits as well, as they only have four track limits to use in 24 hours, so that's one per 8 hours. That's nearly impossible on a track like this, where you can easily get those off tracks. So you need to easily Stowe, Chapel, Maccots, Beckett's. You know, it's just a matter of time before you harvest those. So that will come into play. And obviously, when we get to nighttime and the weather will be changing, it's very interesting. We've been racing for 3 hours, and it seems the server has been very generous to us with this track temperature of 27 degrees, another 2 kilometers per hour extra of wind. So it seems something is happening in terms of weather. Track obviously still optimum. Much rubber is being laid down by 34 cars on track. As we have another pit stop here of Dylan Surin from No Brakes Racing in the 333 car from Australia. As we can see on the ping, it's the wheels are even spinning before we even reach Australia. Here he goes. Ooh, that's a very...
And-
Ooh. Oh, yep.
There you go.
Moving side to side, like a roller coaster.
Yep. But not moving, and moving up and down as well.
I hope
air
not.
jacks. On the good old air jacks under the big Bentley. And as he comes out of the pits, floors the throttle, got to try to remember that the tyres are still probably going to be quite cold. And then straight into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, which is obviously the one corner sequence where you really want to be approaching coming straight out of the pits on cold tyres. Not really.
As I'm catching up with all the appeals and everything that's being said, excuse me, but I will look in that tonight later. If you want to send me a message, do it via a private channel. I want to point out, here we have Juan Antonio Mena Jimenez, and this guy is together with Thijs van der Hoorn, and they are driving in the Porsche, the only Porsche on track. They will do it together. They set a challenge for themselves. We're gonna do it 24 hours together. We're gonna try to see if we can make it to the end. We're gonna die. We're gonna cry. We're gonna see blood in our eyes. And they still said we're gonna do it. They are currently in 12th position, which I think is very decent so far, having a Porsche on Silverstone. I just want to point out, Juan, just before he got into the car, he helped me to find the problem with the telemetry, and he sent me a special trial key for a different program. So thank you so much, Juan, and Mr. Pick 100 of the Low Fuel Motorsports /ACC TV.
Yeah. And it's also quite appropriate that there is a Porsche racing here at Silverstone, because right next to the Hangar Straight is actually the Porsche Driving Experience Centre, which is part of Porsche UK, I believe. So that's going to be, so it is quite apt. And also, given we're not expecting the race to be totally dry here at Silverstone, when the rain does start, they should be well and truly in their element in that car. The Porsches have always been very, very quick in the wet.
Yeah, of course, being rear-engined really gives an advantage, because you can get all the traction onto the back wheels, and all the weight is on the back, so it's quite easy to have a little bit more traction.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what's... we had a very short yellow, but I just didn't catch it.
Yeah, same. I didn't even see that we'd even had a yellow flag, to be fair.
Yeah, here, I think it's the 25 car of Chris Bell causing that yellow, but I think he did it to make a little bit of space for those cars in front. So we see the 26 car here now going into the pit lane. Alex Laturas.
Aston Martin.
I think he is there for quite a while now, so...
Yep, Schneller's just brought the Ferrari in as well.
Quite
The
early,
777. Yeah, it's actually a bit earlier than I think we were expecting. Meanwhile, we've got another person who wants to join us in comms, so I'm going to see if this drag and drop works. Okay, how do I do? Oh, come on. Oh.
And here we go.
Hey, I think it's worked. I've never actually had to do.
Well, hello, Dan Marriott. Hello, Safe.
Hello.
You are a little bit quiet on my end, so I don't know if you can tune up your volume a little bit.
Yep. Give me a second.
Sure. Tim rules in the 777 now.
Is this any better?
Yeah,
That's much better, thanks.
Yeah. How's your team doing? How are you doing? How were your first stints?
First stint was good. Took it easy as it's our first 24. But yeah, sort of we're running a full wet setup, so we're losing time in the dry. But we're having experiencing a lot of understeer in the faster sections with the car, and as you just saw us in the pits there, currently I think 3 laps down now. We were having an issue with the brakes, so we had to stop for a brake change.
Issue with the brakes, so that's you fitted the wrong set of brakes or what?
I can only assume I've put the wrong brakes on in the setup, yeah. So we just had to swap them out for the correct ones.
Yeah, that takes
so
a little bit of time.
It costs us a little bit of time, but hopefully in the long run it will come back to us.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go, of course, with the 20 hours.
Still 20 hours to go. So,
Yeah.
Well, from what I've been... as we have another donation coming in. Theo, thank you so much for that. £20. Good luck, NAR teams. Let's make it to the end. That's £1,346 at this point. So we're moving forwards, guys. Thank you for that 20 towards the donation goal. Cancer Research UK, thank you in advance. Dan, I noticed from your profile you're not really long into sim racing, or?
No, very very fresh. Sort of my friend convinced me to buy a wheel and playing some Formula 1, and then I bought a Assetto Corsa, and that was it. Formula 1 was in the bin.
Yeah, we all went through that stage,
my
right?
heart's with the GT cars, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
And the guys I've built the team with are great. I'm really looking forward to the next 24 hours with it.
Yeah. So what have you done so far in terms of endurances?
Nothing. This is my first proper endurance.
Wow.
I tend to do some of the sim racing GP stuff, but apart from that, I've not really done anything this long. So it's my first proper endurance race. So we'll go for the full 24 on the first time.
Well, that's one task to start off with, doing a full 24. As we see a little bit of a yellow here again from Juan. That's one hell of a task to do a 24 with little experience, but I think if you've done one, you want more. It's like adrenaline.
Oh, yeah. 100%. I'm already looking to see what the next events are, if I'm honest.
Well, concerning that, you can always join our communities, the DSRT community, the OTL community, and of course the GRG community, which specializes in these endurance events. We had a very interesting championship running throughout the year, so one endurance every month, and we've been there from the start, and it's so good. It's so much fun, especially when it's a championship and you can score some points. So everybody that's watching or is interested, you can always join their Discord and do those 4, 6, 12-hour races. But this one is very special for me as well. Doing a 24 in ACC is I think you don't see it many times. What about the rest of the race, Dan? What are the plans? What's the strategy?
Just consistency, really. Like I said, on the first couple of laps, I think we started P12, but on the first couple of laps, you could really see we were losing places and time through the setup. But it's just consistency. As long as we can keep going and going and going round, there's other people, mistakes happen and penalties will get dished out. So far we're penalty clear completely throughout the race so far. So it's just to keep lapping consistently. Just keep the car going round.
Exactly. I think that's the most important part of racing. Let me think. You are with 3 or 4 guys or what?
It's the 4 of us. So there's me, myself, Alex, who's currently in the car. You got Mr. Hypooler, who's next up in the car after Alex has finished his stint, and then there's Mike Jones, who's currently asleep as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, and Mike doing a very nice £20 donation as well few I think at the start, 1 hour ago.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for participating and putting money in the box for Cancer Research UK and well, taking on this monster task. And I really hope you enjoy the rest of the race.
Yeah, no, thank you. I hope you enjoy watching.
Yeah, and don't hesitate to come back after a few hours to update us on your on the progress.
I've got another stint after Mike, so I'll probably pop back after that.
Yeah, we will keep an eye out on you when you're in the car, and don't forget to wave.
I'll give it a flash if I see it.
Super, thank you for joining, and talk to you soon.
Thank you.
See you later, guys.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well, that was Dan Marriott from the off-pace racing team. Very nice, easygoing guy. Was there very early in the temporary Discord we made, and yeah, he's been taking on this monster task, not having done any big endurance races, and now doing this 24. I think it's very brave and very good.
And it is also super apt as well with what you said about the trying to keep it clean and not racking up penalties, especially as we were actually looking at the 54 Audi of that point, which has just racked up, just received a 10-second stop and go penalty at their next pit stop.
Yeah, very unlucky for them, but they are looking good at this point in that 7th position. Let's see, there was something I wanted to go over. As we have the raffle, the $75 voucher, exclamation mark voucher or exclamation mark donate to enter that raffle. We also have a very nice prize for the winner with the best livery. And that will be awarded by voting. So the driver who wins will get a Coach Dave and a SimGrid setup pack for them to choose. So that's a very kind gesture from Coach Dave Academy. Also in the prize, the top 3 teams of every class, Pro and Silver, will get to choose a setup of choice provided by R&D Racing. You can see the logos popping up. I don't know what's happening here with Dylan Surin. Oh, he was making place. Yeah, that's.
He was getting out of the way of.
It's very.
It's being lapped.
Very professional and making way. I think in a very special manner because you don't have to slow down that much. But yeah,
he did it.
Yeah, sorry.
So I was going to say he also did it at club as well when the 176 Aston was coming past. He ran very wide there to make sure the Aston had the line through the corner. I think he's thought he was gonna let the Aston behind him past here. I think he's gonna not want to try doing it into Cop's corner. I've tried that before, being lapped at Cops while being on the inside, and promptly ended up taking out the race leader in the process, and got a bit of a telling off, shall we say, on via the good old Xbox Live chat. So
a little coming together, huh? Better to do it there than in person.
Oh yeah, and it was. We have another donation.
Wow, another 20.
£20 for Cancer Research UK. Good luck, NAR eSports teams. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you.
Donation.
It's so good. We're very good on the way actually. We started at 11, so that means we are. I think we did 1:11.54 when we started, so that means we already raised £200 in the first 3 hours of this stream, and oh man, I cannot express myself in words how much I appreciate all the views and all the things we did. I had this idea in March and I made one poster and I showed it to DSRT Guru, We had a little meeting in person in the Netherlands, and we had a little coffee, and I showed him the poster, and he said, we're going to do this. This is going to be the best charity event we ever done. We're going to get 2 other communities on board, and we're going to join forces, and we're going to make the best out of it. And now we're here actually doing it, and we already raised so much money. Hello, Why Haustein 38 hosted with 1 viewers. Thank you for the raid. So yeah, I'm so glad. It's been since March I've been waiting for today, and now it's finally here. And we have another follow. It's getting busy, huh?
Yeah. Might have to get an extension built onto the side at this rate.
Yeah.
To try and fit everyone in.
Well, thank you all for joining and following and donating, and I'm very proud of the communities working together, and we did so much. I want to see if Lucas Rosapol gets out of the car right now, because someone give this guy a little bit of a drink. He's been in the car for like what, 3 hours now and 15 minutes.
He's been in the car since the start.
Yeah. And the 333 car has a little bit of a issue.
Unless it was Dylan getting out of the way of more people. Yes, it was.
They are not having a good time. There's something wrong with their connection, either, or their driver.
I can see that the little bar bits. Everyone has little bar bits, I think, showing their ping. I'd imagine his is red.
Yeah, I think.
I'm no expert, but I don't think that's a good sign.
No, I think race control will handle it appropriately, because if you're moving side to side on the tarmac like this is potential danger for other drivers. Let's head back to that 111 car, and I have a very good news for Lucas Rosapol. We have another Lucas in the car right now.
Another person with the initials LR, which is totally not going to confuse us.
We're trying, as we see Daniel Jose Georges making the overtake with Lucas Rakosnik having a little bit cold tires and a few full tank.
Yep, and Daniel, I think, very much at the opposite end of the stint duration.
Yeah, exactly.
Warm tires, low fuel, and knowing you have a 10-second time penalty to serve at your next pit stop does.
Yeah, it's only 10 seconds. What's 10 seconds?
It's only 10 seconds. Could be worse. Could be a minute and 10 seconds.
Exactly. or you could be standing in the pit lane without fuel.
Yep.
Like
and
these
then in
guys.
which case, yep. And then to quote the late and much missed Murray Walker, the mechanics will be absolutely furious.
I love the accent.
I wasn't even trying. such a rubbish Murray Walker impression. Oh man.
There can only be one, right?
And it's go for Juan Antonio Mena Jimenez. Okay, but look at all the fact that he's literally just pulling away from his pit box and has just taken the pit lane speed limiter off. But hey, it adds to the vibe, so.
As Juan Antonio Mena Jimenez now gets out in position number 20 with a fresh set of tires and a full fuel tank for his second stint. I think these guys, they will have to talk about sleep soon. How they will how they will do it. TNT Pain 1. Thank you for following.
Yeah.
Hi guys, that's Tom Carroll in the chat. Go Car 7, pull back those laps. Sorry for not keeping up with the chat, but I love you all very much. We currently have 70, 80, 90, 97 people watching across the 3 streams. Wow. So hello to you all. I hope you enjoy yourself. If you got anything to share with us, feel free to put it in the chat, and we will try to get that sorted for you. Let's see, what have we got in terms of battle? We've got the 99 car here from the NAR team, closing in on that 112 car.
Yep, Jeff Lacey behind the wheel. It's got the gap down to less than 0.8 of a second. And he is closing on the back of the 112 Aston Martin. Of course, the McLaren with the logo of a popular high street chain of bakeries in the UK. Really want to get a steak bake now from there.
I'm getting hungry.
Subliminal advertising, huh?
A little bit.
And if this is us after less than 4 hours, who knows what we're going to be like come tomorrow morning?
I'm getting dinner served very soon by the missus. They've even at home they've been really supportive, and she said, "I'm gonna take good care of you. Just make sure you hit the donation goals." And then I told her about Guru and the eggs, and she said, "Okay, I'm gonna cook you. I'm gonna cook you dinner."
I'm going to be in about a quarter of an hour's time myself, actually heading off to get my own bit of dinner. It's probably just going to be a pizza or something out of the freezer, knowing me, but
it's something.
Food is food. Yep, it's something. It'll keep me going till later tonight, and then I'll be off to bed and back tomorrow morning, and I'm going to actually have to set my alarm for that because I am not a morning person.
Well, neither am I, but for charity I can make some exceptions.
Same here. Currently on board with Chris Minahan at the moment in the number 77 McLaren. Currently holding fourth through Abbey. Coming up to fifth there and then hard on the brakes into Farm. Interestingly taking that in second gear. Okay, now down to first for this tighter corner. Hard on the throttle. Coming up now towards the Wellington Straight, which in Formula 1 in real life is also home to one of the DRS zones for the pass flaps. And now it is hard on the brakes to the last few corners here into Luffield. Holding second gear all the way through. One of the most painful corners on any race circuit in the UK because it just goes on and on and on and on a bit longer, and then you smash the throttle, floor it through Woodcote and cross the line to start another lap here at Silverstone.
Yeah, I'm eating dinner. I'll leave you to it. I'll be doing the camera work in the background. So if you don't hear my voice, it's probably because it's full of food.
Yep, and I'll be getting some food myself quite shortly, as the entire commentary team attempts to refuel and haven't quite worked out what strategy we're on yet. But anyway, we're still on board with Chris Minahan. He's got another McLaren behind him, although this is not for position, I should add. He pulls over and lets the other McLaren through. Unfortunately, I can't quite make out which car that was. That's the 777 Ferrari having a look up the inside there into Club, and yep, Minahan has lost the position there to Tim Ruhl in the 777 car. I think Ruhl is definitely one of the quicker drivers in that lineup. He was certainly very impressive during the qualifying race we had. There comes the 54 Audi getting involved as well. Oh, this could end in tears here if everyone's not careful enough. There's the Mercedes as well. Got some of the front runners. We're still looking at Chris Minahan in the Joker-inspired car. Now we're looking at Daniel Jose Jorges in the Aquapax Racing Team Audi, car number 54. Got a 10-second hold at his next pit stop into the last corner complex here. I'm not sure which McLaren that is in front of them, but Lucas Rakocznik is still hanging on there in 7th place. There's only half a second between Rakocznik and Jorges, So it'll be interesting to see what sort of lap times Lucas did a 2-minute flat on his last lap, and his best is a 59. So the car's best is 59.5. So it's looking pretty consistent, I'd say, from the Mercedes team. Battle here for 6th place as they come onto the Hangar Straight. It's a sort of area of track which you would imagine would suit the big Mercedes, front-engine Mercedes, a little bit more than it would the slightly smaller Audi, but Mercedes have done a very good job with their GT3 car in making sure it is as nimble as possible, especially compared to the old SLS AMG GT3 from back in the day. For those of us with long memories who can remember when that was racing, with some considerable success by teams like Black Falcon and HTP as well. Coming through Abbey now. So we've got a new message in race control channel. I will have a look in there just one sec. Get that off my phone. And it's a 10-second time penalty for Gramka in the number 98 for causing a collision. I can't quite see where Gramka is at the moment. Here he is. He is currently 34th and last at the moment, and running a little bit wide there for good measure. That's not going to make too much of a difference, sadly, to their race position, as they can't go much further back. Meanwhile, they've got a couple of Bentleys behind them, which is no doubt two of the lead cars here. We've got I think it is actually, might well even be some of the cars in the top 5 trying to make their way through slow traffic. Indeed it is. It's Kirk Heath in the Turn 1 car, and car number 100, and Mateusz Kaczynski, in the Sim Nation eSport Pumpkin Special livery. Battle really raging on between them for 2nd place overall, and all this is doing is ensuring that Laurent in the 899 McLaren is going to be pulling out even more of a lead. In fact, the lead is now up to half a minute. Currently 101 laps in here at Silverstone, and Laurent is just getting past the 333 Bentley there, and coming onto the Wellington Straight now. Meanwhile, Kaczynski is still right on the tail of Heath, and in fact he's actually got the gap down to only 0.2 of a second, so this could get a little bit tasty, maybe not so much into the braking zone here in the arena section, although he does have a little look around the outside. Doesn't quite do it. Another look around the outside there, try and force Heath into making a bit of a mistake, but he is still going strong. He might actually, coming up to the end of the Wellington Straight, is another good overtaking opportunity. Decides against it and stays on the racing line there. Both of them do. Gap just increasing to 0.3 of a second between Heath and Kaczynski. And now they come onto the pit straight for their 102nd lap. Laurent is already I think has already crossed the first timing split already. And I have another notification, and the number 7 has been disqualified from the race for failure to follow return to pits procedure. So that is a real shame for the number 7 team, which I think is one of the DSRT teams that have entered in the race. The Black Aston Martin, if I remember correctly, as Kaczynski's right with Heath, and yes, there's Robin Oosling in car number 7. The soon-to-be disqualified car number 7, unfortunately. real shame for the team because they were doing so well in the opening couple of stints, but getting out of the way of the 176 of Romantsev there, and unfortunately for them, their race is not going to be going on for much longer. Unfortunately, it's a real shame. Meanwhile, they are still pounding around. Just starting to see the reflection of the lights a little bit more here at Silverstone. It's only 4:35 in the afternoon, but yeah, it does get dark pretty early in the UK around this time of year. And meanwhile, looking at Gabriel Artus now in the Burning Brakes Motorsport bright green car number 38 Aston Martin, still currently in 18th place at the moment. He's got James Lacey in front of him in the McLaren car number 99. So Artus appears to be catching through there, although did Lacey get a better exit out onto the hang straight? I don't know. I don't think Artus will be having a go into Stowe corner. Or is he? Because Lacey runs a little bit wide there, and that really lets Artus close the gap. Coming down through the Vale into club corner now. Aston Martin does look a bit better on the brakes than what that McLaren does, and meanwhile, only 3.5 seconds behind them is Felix Fritcher in the number 666 Lexus. We'll keep an eye on this battle here, as Artus is still right with Lacey in the McLaren, coming through fast couple of corners here now on the brakes. Artus has a look up the inside. Does he get it stopped? Yes, he does. Great overtake there from Gabriel Artus to take P17 from Jeff Lacey in the McLaren 720S GT3. Meanwhile, I'll be interested to see if a little bit further up the field, maybe if there's been much change, as Case has joined the live stream, and hopefully we'll be able to hear from her soon, as we're still looking at Gabriel Artus after a very, very good overtake indeed. Meanwhile, Kirk Heath is down to 3rd place in the Turn 1 Grim Bentley. It was a Aston Martin running well off the circuit there. And he has, in fact, actually lost the position. He's lost 2nd place to Kaczynski. Kaczynski getting 2nd place there in the number 28 Bentley from Kirk Heath. Aston Martin running a bit wide there, as try and give Heath some room, and oh no, there's been contact. Heath has collided with an Aston Martin. He was trying to lap at Copse corner. Both are well into the gravel trap there, and Heath's car appears to be moving rather slowly indeed. I think he's just letting the Aston Martin back through, but that's not good at all for the 100 team. Arguably one of the favourites heading into the race, and they've collected a back marker, and they are moving very, very slowly indeed, which is not a good sign.
Seems like it'd be about right. I show up, and then big incident happens for the car up front. It just seems to be anytime that I'm anywhere, something disastrous happens, and here we go. I show up, and
it's happened.
Kirk Heath is sitting there parked. I mean, you gotta wonder if maybe there's some sort of mechanical issue. But what exactly happened there to cause the incident, but also to cause them to then sit there after the incident?
It's almost as if
there's too terrible of damage to the car. I wouldn't think that it's like undrivable or anything like that. But there was a lot of extra time lost by sitting there that really they didn't need to be losing.
It's almost
mentioned that was a back marker, so that because of the fact that car was a lap down, whoever is deemed at fault will be getting a drive-through penalty immediately applied for that incident. So could be a mega disaster for the 100 car here. Not only the time lost in the incident, but also could see a drive-through penalty if the stewards ruled them at fault.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, given that they've got that classic scene from The Shining on the side of the car. It's almost as if you said that you show up, a massive incident happens. It's almost as if you literally showed up, went, "Here's Johnny," and then all of a sudden, one of the leading cars that's contending for the win and promptly ends up on the
305
floor. And
going
there's
for a
the
little bit of a spin.
Aston. I'm wondering, the livery looks similar to that of the car that was actually being lapped. So I'm wondering if it might have actually been the team EOS eSport Aston Martin that was also involved in that incident.
Yeah, I didn't
on-
catch
back
on the track map as to exactly what was going on, but I did see that there was a slow-moving car. I think it was someone with a 6 in their number, though. I can't be 100% certain.
Sorry to break in, but we got a little bit of information on that 100 car. Why it stopped? They had tech issues, wheel failure. They had a wheel failure.
I mean, there you go. That's the information to know. So they might, if it can be proven, if it can be proven that that was a wheel failure that caused the actual incident, which obviously them sitting still afterward does lean towards that.
Yeah,
then they might get away with the incident, being that you know, that's one of those things where it's kind of out of your control, so you really can't penalize it. You know, it wasn't like they made a mistake. Just you know, you can't really do much about hardware breaking. It'd be just like you know, in real life, you don't penalize a driver because their right front wheel fell off, type of thing, right?
Yeah, or what happened at Portimao last weekend in the European Le Mans series, where the wheel came off Memo Rojas's car, and Andreas Lascaras promptly, in trying to avoid him, ended up crashing into the attenuator. Meanwhile, we've got a very slow-moving Lexus.
Yeah, they've turned the hazard lights on coming out of Stowe. I believe that's the corner at the end of the hangar straight.
Unless, so this could indicate to me either they've got puncture, or they are trying to crawl back to the pits on about the same amount of fuel as I can probably fit into my mug, of tea, which is sadly empty on my desk, which is not a lot. So they're going to be falling down the order, sadly, and all this talk of food.
I'm gonna suspect that it's a puncture of sort with that massive swerve like that. They seem to be struggling. I mean, none of the tires appear to be deflated on the race car, but doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't. They've been slow on the racetrack since turn 1. Coming through cops, I immediately saw it pop up on the map that is there a 3 wide there with that 100 car that just wrecked a couple laps ago. I mean, the 606 though, they had the white dot inside their car, which means that there is local yells being thrown for them. So definitely they've been doing this for basically this entire lap. I really wonder what's going on here.
I mean, to be fair, there are better places to get a puncture at Silverstone than Cops Corner. I mean,
especially on this layout of the racetrack where we're using the old pit straight. You know, we're using the GP pit straight rather than the F1 pit straight. So on F1, at least you only have a few corners and a straight. Here you have literally the entirety of the lap to complete before you're able to pit. So that's definitely a rough penalty for that team to endure, falling down the grid even further now.
Yeah, and speaking of pit stops for refueling, I shall now commence a pit stop of my own to refuel. I'm thinking pizza. So tonight. So I'm going to take a quick 2-hour break.
There we go. Not to jump into you, but they missed the pit stall exiting the pit lane. So, or whenever they went through the pit lane, they had missed the stall, and so they had to complete one more lap going slow to fuel, as you had mentioned. They had basically a half a lap worth of fuel, and they had to crawl around the racetrack to make sure they had enough to get there. That's rough. That just is one of those mistakes that you can't afford to make, and you know, for that driver that they're very frustrated.
And Grant Wilmot, Grant Willamot, sorry, has just posted in the Discord chat that the that it was a VR headset issue for the 100. And the VR headset just blacked out, so the driver had a view of nothing.
Yeah, now that's interesting though, because that's a hard one to prove, right? There's nothing you can do to prove that your VR headset went out, realistically speaking. So that's unless if you were streaming, your VR's point of view. But even then, I don't know if it would showcase that on a stream. So that's a rather hard one to prove. So I'll have to see how Ethan and Ramiro decide to handle that one.
Yeah. So right, I'm going to actually
pop off
and get dinner now. Pop off, get dinner, and inevitably start complaining about the football results because Tottenham are playing Manchester United, and I am not confident for this.
Well,
no dear me.
That's great timing. I'm back, so enjoy your meal.
Thank you. It was not going to be a Le Mans style pit stop this to swap commentators, but we'll have a crack anyway. Cheers. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Talk to you later. Bye bye.
Cheers. You too, mate. Cheers.
As we start our first transition of the broadcasting crew here, coming up on 4 hours into the race.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. How are you doing? You've been doing some work in the background. How's that been?
I kind of a misjudgment on my part. I had to do the first hour race control on my own. That was entirely my fault for not realizing ahead of time. So the first couple laps were quite confusing, even more so when the game decided to crash about 20 laps into the race, and so I needed to get those replays sent over to me, so I was able to review any incidents, and then it led to issues of, well, now I don't have, because now you have to leave the race to go view that replay.
Yeah.
So now I'm not getting any of the replays for the events that are happening as I'm reviewing the already reported incidents.
Yeah, you're getting into an infinite loop of reports.
Yeah, it was getting into a bit of chaos, but luckily we got a pretty solid break there where there were nothing reported, and during that same time, while nothing was being reported, Ramiro was able to log on and come sit in the server and get the replay downloading while I was reviewing the other events. So
we're learning every day.
Sorted. But in the chaos, I unfortunately, for the 606 car that we were just mentioning, I unfortunately in the chaos mistyped basically. And in a line for a penalty of a review that I missed, I wrote both the 102 Bentley and the 606 Lexus as the number for the car at fault, and so it's just a mistype on my part. And then in rereading it, I read the 606 as the first car, the car to be penalized, and so whenever I was applying the penalty, I applied 30 seconds to the 606 car. And then it just so happened that within a couple laps of me handing that to them, they needed to pit for fuel, and they served the 30-second penalty that they didn't need to serve. So unfortunately for the 606, they did fall 30 seconds down the grid. We'll write it at the end of the race. We're going to take the 30 seconds off at the end, but it's definitely it's unfortunate because it changes the race for them pretty drastically, especially in the early going. To fall 30 seconds down, it was, I think, like 6 or 7 positions that they lost. So, on track, that is a lot of time that can be gained or lost because of that. So it was quite an unfortunate mistake. But
yeah, these things happen. Even if you're hosting complete championship every month, these things can still go wrong. We've been working our asses off, and still things can go wrong because there are people involved.
Yeah, definitely. It's sometimes it just gets a little bit over chaotic, but hopefully during the night hours, everyone gets a little bit more spaced out. We see the incidents cool down. As we've even seen here, things have been kind of cooling down a little bit during the last hour.
Yeah.
and then we can start to kind of relax a little bit more and just enjoy ourselves, enjoy watching the
Well,
racing.
I've been enjoying it. It's been close racing so far. I mean, we are a good almost 4 hours in the race, and still these gaps are rather small. So everybody seems to be kind of on the same page. I think we are between the 1:59 lows and the 2-minute 2 highs, with a few exceptions, obviously.
Of close gaps, it appears the 112 and the 824 are within like a tenth of a second, at least as of the last sector split. So those two cars are racing rather close, just up the road from
Let me
this
see,
battle that we're watching
112.
now.
Yeah. Yeah, and we also have the 196 car, which is also battling, overtaking the 23 car. I'm glad they solved it. As we hear in the background the youngest member of DSRT, which is my son. So if you hear any babies crying, please bear with me for a minute. I will hand over the complete control to you, Case, for a minute.
10-4. I do believe that was the ruling from just a couple laps ago. For the 94 100, the stewards ruled on no further action for that incident. They deemed that it was an equal fault incident that also had mechanical failure played in, so no further action on that incident. So unfortunate for the 40 or for the 100 to lose all that time. It's about a minute lost at least from that, but fortunately for them, they were able to not receive any sort of larger penalty for the incident. As we're sitting here, we have Dutch Stig coming in for the driver interview. If anyone is watching who has completed their stint, obviously not active in the car, you can feel free to join the driver interview chat. We will drag you into the live stream room and we can have a good little conversation. Obviously, all of us in the broadcast booth appreciate it, being able to rest for a little bit, and I'm sure that all the viewers love getting the knowledge of the racetrack directly from the source. So go ahead and drag Dutch Stig in. There we go.
Good evening, everybody.
Welcome in.
Hi, yes, I'm the driver of the number 7 car. I failed to notice that the game changed the pit strategy, and so after I entered the pits and I stood still, I noticed, hey, it's not adding any fuel. We fucked around a bit and tried to get the game to trigger another pit stop, but that failed. And in the panic, I decided to actually leave the pits and try to make it a full lap, which was obviously stupid because there was no way I was going to make it a full lap. And halfway through, I had to park it because I ran out.
That is an unfortunate series of events to have happened. As I just smacked my microphone. Unfortunately, yeah, ACC is a bit iffy with the pit stall. It very much is. You're only allowed to perform one sequence of services during a drive through the pit lane, and you are not able to adjust it or change it once you've already hit the pit lane. That's one thing that at least iRacing has. It's kind of nice. Is even if as long as you're sitting in your stall and you just check, start refueling or whatever, it'll start refueling. So it's one of the nice things that a game like iRacing has that ACC does not have.
Yeah, well, as well. So the thing that iRacing has as well that ACC might need to look into is that as a driver, I was very much busy with keeping the car in check and making sure I didn't hit anyone, that I just did not look at my pit strategy. And only the driver can make changes to the pit strategy, not teammates or anything else. Only the driver. Yeah, it's especially when you're busy and chasing times. That's the last thing you're worried about or thinking about. Oh wait, I need to change this and this and that in the pit strategy right now.
Yeah, that's fortunately, which is something that ACC features that iRacing doesn't, is the fact that you're able to preset your pit stops. It's traditionally something I do with all my setups. So I'll just create like I think you can do a maximum of 49 pit stops because you have 50 tire sets.
Yeah.
And so you create a bunch of pit stops where you just make sure you're fully refueling every time you pit. The other thing that I always do is I pit with more than a lap worth of fuel left. Basically, I cut all my stunts a lap short just to ensure that if I mess something up, I can go around one more time.
Yeah,
It's something that I learned to do from oval racing because that's where I got my driving starting, was doing ovals in games. And so it was very common in that because of the fact that you're coming from, full speed, just pulling off the racetrack into the pit lane. There really isn't, a dedicated pit entry or anything like that.
Complete focus.
So often with that, you would sometimes overshoot your braking zone a little bit, or, you get thrown offline or dirty air or whatever to kind of mess up your pit entry a little bit. So you'd miss it. And so if you would wait until your last lap and then miss it, well, now you're going to run out of gas and
you're screwed.
So that's something I learned with that, was always pit with more than a lap's worth of fuel remaining, so then you can do whatever you need to do and get away with it and be good, even if you make a mistake, which is lucky.
Yeah, well, we had like a couple of preset bits ready in the strategy, and so we had like a couple dedicated ones for wet tires and like changeable conditions, that kind of stuff. So we had like prepared pit stops, but for me it was the failure to notice that it actually automatically changed like what strategy was applying. So I assumed that it was still on strategy 1, and it ticked through to strategy 3 or 2 or something like that, which was like an M3 strat.
But yeah, that's a rip.
Yeah, that's very much a rip. But yeah, I guess I got some free time now.
Yeah, you got 20 extra hours of time that you weren't expecting to have. Obviously unfortunate circumstances to see it show up, but yeah, I mean, at least you still get to be around here and be a part of the environment in the race, and obviously wish you guys got to do more, but
yeah, well, you live and you learn. Like, this is something that we'll try to take it closer.
Is around it in the tire wall.
Uh-oh.
It looks like just on the pit exit lane there. Car is hopping down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Possibly damaged for the Lamborghini.
Yeah, these cars are very tricky with cold tires. They're going on the gas too soon with a little bit too much angle in the steering wheel, and you just spin around.
Yeah, absolutely. In ACC in particular, with the Pirelli tire model that they have, is very, very, very picky about tire pressures. You must be directly at 28 psi. It's something that we were going over last night with the crew, is 28 psi. If you deviate more than a half a psi either way, either down to 27.5 or 28.5, if you deviate off of 28 psi, then your car is going to handle awfully. It's gonna be completely different than if it's at 28. 28 is peak performance, peak grip, peak feeling. You get more feedback that way. Like, this game is so picky about 28 psi, and then in the wet it's 30 psi.
And not even just that. It's also during braking zones, sometimes you see that your tires get a little bit yellow, and a hot spot can like, especially through like Maggots packets.
Oh, is the 98s around? Not to jump in front of you.
Oof. Oh yeah, well, whenever stuff happens, you're ahead. So
he's not having a good day. They were sitting last place at the moment. They found themselves in just about every wall on the racetrack.
Well, it's good for them to not give up. Just continue driving. A long race. It's all about having fun. So
back around on the outside of cops now.
Yeah, that's there's definitely some damage on that car that they might want to fix.
The North America Race Room guys possibly seeing exactly the issues that we were talking about regarding setups. You got to be pretty perfect. And maybe they're out there on a wet setup. We had Dan Marriott in here earlier. Was talking about his team is running a wet setup. Back around again. Yeah, massive damage got to be for this 98 team. But yeah, they were running a wet setup in preparation for rain. And obviously it's hurting them here during the dry. So maybe these teams that are a little bit less experienced who are running the wet setups could be running into these issues.
Yeah, and the biggest issue here as well is like once you spin and there's a hot spot or like your tires get warmed up, you immediately get drop out of your like, yeah, there he goes again. So what happens now is like his tires are probably screaming hot. Like they're dark red and probably like over 29 psi now, which just makes the car completely undrivable. But yeah, good of them like limping it home. Might want to try a drive a little bit slower just in case.
Yes, they got a train of cars coming up back behind them. So you definitely, if you were them, you'd want to make sure you don't spin here because you have the 16, the 111, the 777, and the 12, or is it 212 or 112? You got a series of cars coming up just behind them, ready to just pounce. And if you're parked sideways suddenly in the middle of a corner, you might find yourself into door check incidents here. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But yeah, hot spots are definitely big. Flat spots in general. This game does feature flat spots. They're very, very hard to get because of ABS. But yes, whenever you spin out, you'll find yourself with flat spots in your tires. And then if you hit the brake on the flat spot, you're then going to lock up and slide right through. And it's not gonna end very well for you.
Yeah, flat spots are really fun in this game where if you notice that you got a flat spot and your force feedback is a little bit too strong, you might want to see the dentist afterwards because like you get shaken up completely.
Yeah, hopefully they have found their way into the pit lane and can get themselves sorted out here soon. Definitely. The tires are key whenever it comes to setups in this game.
Yeah,
they're such a big, as they stay out actually, the 98 car. They're following their way to the tail end of that train of cars, and they're going to continue to try to go on this set. So obviously the car can't be too damaged, just possibly tires that kept on causing the spin.
Oh yeah, that's also a thing, like if you spin and your tires get like blown up, just driving a lap slow will just fix it for the most part, and you can just keep on driving. As we see another car in the pits.
SPM Corporation, the name of their in-game
SPM Corporation, yes.
team. They're performing their pit stop. I wonder if maybe there's a driver swap occurring here as well. 4 hours into this event.
Drivers.
You'd have to imagine so. 2 hours is typically a pretty good stint length for these drivers.
Yeah, well, what I noticed was that some cars don't make it to the full hour, and I don't know if that's just the drivers or that's car dependent, but for us in the Aston Martin, we could drive like an hour and 15 minutes before like we ran out of fuel. And here we see like a car that just swapped drivers, and they didn't even hit like the 4 hour mark yet. So they're gonna lose out like at least like 1 or 2 pit stops compared to guys that can take like an hour and 5 minutes.
I had questions about the gap between P1 and P2. Looks like as if currently it's 1 lap. Let's see where exactly. Oh, as off as the 824. Where exactly is the 28 on the racetrack? It appears just up the road. So it's It's effectively one lap between first and second at the moment. Nearly on pace, is setting the pace at the moment. This team has been rock solid for the first 4 hours of this event.
It's 104 seconds. 104 seconds.
Yeah, so more or less
Basically
one
15
full
seconds
lap.
behind them on track at the moment.
As the 101 car, had a drive-through, but now it disappeared, so that might have been applied and taken away again.
I believe it was the 100 that got the drive-through. At least according to the race control, it was 100 Heath with a dangerous driving penalty for stopping on the racing line.
As we have the 102 car causing a lot of incidents in the first part of the race, and now gets into the pit. Very nice livery. I got to love the black and white.
Yeah, you always gotta love black and white, especially with the white wheels on top of it.
Yes,
But man, is it a
super.
bright car.
Yeah,
It is very bright, but it looks good here being dirty, right? Like it's been out on the racetrack. You can tell it's been raced. Obviously, it's had some contact and run in with a few drivers, but on the white car, seeing that dirt and rubber and beat marks on the car, it almost makes it look better, especially with this Halloween theme that we're running here with the Trick or Treat 24 Hours of Silverstone.
as we
I gotta
see.
wonder when the tricks are going to get pulled out, and if we're going to see any sort of rain within the next couple hours of this event.
Well, it's a little bit cloudy now, and the wind has been picking up throughout the first 4 hours of the race. But yeah, we're anxiously waiting until that little cloud
Fight for
thingy
position
starts to show
here.
some drops. Very nice overtake there by Juan Antonio Mena Jimenez of the DSRT.
Taking advantage of the cold tires for the 102 there to jump the position. Gotta wonder if this one's going to stand. Not sure if the 16s made their pit stop as of yet.
No, they haven't.
But there's a little bit of smoke happening just behind there. But everyone gets through well, possibly a lack up or some grass.
This is for position.
Getting picked up. Racing here for the 20th spot, kind of forcing a little bit wide, pulling some Formula 1 moves there. The 151 getting it done though. Nice hard racing, gonna put themselves into the 20th spot on the racetrack now. As we mentioned, the gaps are actually rather close, pretty much across the board. You have spots all over where cars are within a second of each other, and these gaps. So the paces of the different drivers balancing out over time and finding themselves roughly on the same spot of the racetrack.
Yeah, very good. And I think everybody has been practicing a lot to give their best performance here, and that really shows in being in for 4 hours as we speak, and having these close battles on track, as now the 777 car has a little go on that 102 car, still on the cold tires. But I cannot make it stick. We'll probably try it somewhere else. But not in Maggots and Baggots. That's very smart. Just focus on the exit and see if you can get that position going into Chapel. Behind that 777 car is, I think that's the 111, yes, from Lucas.
Big swerve there side by side as they come down the straightaway. The 777 going to try to look around the outside. No, now I'm going to go back down the inside. Going to make that move, possibly stick. Yes, they will. Obviously, the 102 is still trying to get the tires entirely up to temp. The track at only 24 degrees Celsius is
it's going down now.
Make it a little bit hard to get the tires up to temp. It'll probably take a lap or two to get those set. It is through moves that Mercedes, the 111 you were just mentioning, also gets through on the 102. Now we move down the grid here for 18th position as we watch the 112 curb hop a little bit through the final corner, taking a run down towards Kopp's. Going to try to see if they can't close that gap up by the time that we get to Maggots, Baggots, and Chapel. It's one of those questions I've always had: is where did Maggots and Beckett's come from? That's such a like, those are just such weird, like, oh, the 112 trying to get too much. What a save though. As they ran over the sausage curbs there, the little turtles on the inside of Maggots managed to keep the car in check though. Really only lost about half a second through that slide. Obviously some heat getting thrown in the tires, but fantastic job to keep a hold of that one. As now once again we move down the grid. Here the 99 again looking to be passed now just a couple laps later. This is for 21st position. The 666 Lexus looking to the outside, not going to get that move done. That's a hard one to make. But now maybe a dive under braking, not quite. Flashing the headlights there. That's close to being naughty. If they waited any longer with that, they could have got reported for flashing under braking, but I think they got it in just in time. Gonna come right up on the bumper of this car. Obviously this is not an overtaking corner, so you want to back off and try to focus on getting a run on the exit. Carry that speed down into the braking zone for turn 13 here. Let's see if they can make it. Not quite close enough. Really throwing it down into the corner though. Now back on the crossover. That's a dangerous move. Contact is made. Just as I was talking about it. Oh, and the 77 nowhere to go runs into the back of the 66. Both cars go, or 666, as the 99 goes around. The 666 waits for the 99 there off the racetrack just slightly. Not been a great day for the NARR guys. They seem to always be running into issues with both the 98 and the 99 car here, and it seems like every time that they aren't doing something wrong, someone else is running into them. So it's just been a rough first 4 hours for this team in the Bumblebee-looking car. I think it's actually supposed to be a Hornet, is the idea of the livery for this 99 McLaren. But that was a definitely a big-time move there from the 666 that just did not manage to stick. Gap up front still remaining large as the 750s around. Currently going slow, coming on to the... Oh, and the 98 is off the racetrack once again. Going for a major slide here off of Stowe.
They're not having a good time. There's something wrong with that car, or I think the driver is driving without force feedback.
I mean, that could be very well possible. With a lot of the issues that seem to consistently be happening, there's definitely something wrong. I mean, they could be on wet tires for all we know, but I imagine that would be something you would pit for.
Yeah, but if they don't pit, then it's possibly something with the hardware, or it's I don't know, because the car seems to be really unstable. I mean, at that point,
why wouldn't you pit and do a driver swap? Why wouldn't you put someone else in the car and let Jared go figure out what's going on with his hardware?
Yeah, but he's struggling way too much indeed, being now over 10 laps behind the leader. If you want to do something in terms of decent finishing positions, you need to get your game right. You need to do something.
So sometimes it's not very clear to the driver when the car has actual damage. So you need to actually check inside your pit window MFD to see that you have damage. What might be the case is that he actually has damage on his rear, but he just doesn't notice it or he doesn't know it because he didn't look at the heads-up display. There's nothing in the game telling you that you actually have damage without like it being a critical failure and you're getting a black or an orange meatball flag.
Here's the 112 again, as we have another yellow for the 666 car. The Sprouts not having a good day. They started really, really well, but I think everybody is struggling with the temperatures at this point as well, because I can see 5-degree drop on track temperature and the wind picking up, going cloudy. So I think there's something going on, and if you cannot read the track and you cannot read what's wrong with your car, and if that's damage, or here we have another one. So obviously a lot of teams at this point are struggling as we are driving towards nighttime. It's 5:15 p.m. in game.
Something I was going to ask is, so the track temperature says 20 degrees, or the air temperature says 20 degrees, correct?
Yeah.
20 degrees Celsius. So that has just dropped since the time that I came in here. So
Exactly.
Whenever I first looked at it, it was at 29. So yeah, the air temp's dropping quite a bit. Obviously the track temp has remained, but the air temp is dropping.
Vice versa. The track temp dropped by 1, or the ambient temperature dropped by 1, and the track temperature dropped by 5. The track temperature was 29 before, and it's currently 24.
Yeah.
And the ambient temperature is currently 20, and it was 21 before.
Okay.
So it's getting cooler, and we're also at the end of people's stints. So at the end of the stint, it's always hard to maintain that heat into the tires. And you can see now that the combination of like cooling down and like the end of the stint tires makes people struggle a bit. This is the situation where the more experienced drivers can definitely make a big gap to the other cars.
As we have this three-way battle going on between the 305, 102 and the 196 for 12th position. It's very interesting. They seem to be swapping positions now that the 102 cars tires are getting in working range and trying to recover the position from that 305 car. Is now Daniel Amor from the McLaren racing team is getting into that fight as well.
The nice Gulf racing colors on this McLaren here. Obviously, not able to run a full custom scheme on this car at the moment, but able to at least get the colors right here.
The colors are right, so yeah, it doesn't matter in which combination you put them on the car, it will always have something golfy about that.
I'm going to try to set up for a good run here onto the Wellington straight. Let's see if they can do it. No, they dip a tire into the grass there on the exit. And that's going to throw away any chance they had at a run on this Bentley here. As up front, the 305 really bridged a gap. Look at how far that the cars are going off the racetrack there.
Yeah.
I mean, that was almost all 4 tires off. Really pushing the track limits to their limits. In that particular corner, obviously, we want cars at all times as per our rules. Is
he going to do it?
If you're overtaking, you must keep a tire inside of the white line. For your normal hot laps, we let the track dictate it. But if you are to perform an overtake and you have all 4 tires exit the track surface, exit the painted white lines on the side, even if the game doesn't penalize it, the car that that overtook you, like, they can report that as an illegal overtake, and it would pass.
Here he goes.
Here we go, coming down. The hanger straight, gonna look to the inside. Bentley goes defensive. Now they're gonna have to look deep around the outside on the brakes. Gonna squeeze the Bentley down nice and tight. Good move in here. The Bentley's gonna get the run on the exit down towards the braking zone. Let's see, can the McLaren keep side by side? Not quite. If they were any closer, they could have kept their nose in there. The Bentley's gonna open it up though to go defensive through the 2 right-handers here. Gonna take that away, but now big run, almost a bit of tap there. McLaren has to get out of the gas and almost into the brakes there to not run over the Bentley, who was slow on the exit, missing the apex here. Now we're going to see another run down towards turn 13, possibly. Let's see, under braking, going for the dive is the McLaren, the 196. Daniel gets on through now. Let's see if he can try to carry a run down the straightaway and try to pull out from that Bentley, as we're looking at 3 cars here. None of them are for position. The 54 just went through on the 100, is what we just watched there. As while that was happening, the 606 Lexus also snuck his way through to get ahead of the 100. So a bad day keeps on getting worse for that car, it seems like, with the 100 after the headset blackout, and then the penalty, and then now falling further down the grid. As we keep on mentioning and watching track temps, we're down to 23 degrees Celsius here, as we just watched 2 cars go off at cops there, back to back. So definitely something's going on with the racetrack at the moment. Drivers got to be struggling to keep the pressures in there. So we possibly could see in the next 10 minutes or so cars coming in just to adjust to the conditions of the track, right? We've got cloudy, the sun's starting to set a little bit here at 5:30 p.m. The official sundown, like where it is, it's gone and the track is considered dark, is about 9 p.m. In the game. 9:30 is whenever it really starts to get dark. So we're just starting to see the sun set and it just start to cool off here. And at 23 degrees Celsius, the track is definitely cool. I know a lot of teams, whenever they create their setups, they prepare for that 27 to 30 degrees Celsius range, as that's typically a pretty average track temp. That's normally, you don't really see it get very extreme, but of course down to 23 here makes it very rough, as we're watching the 77 car on the back of the 23, who were having driver swap concerns at the start of the race. They managed to get it sorted out, actually. One of their drivers was unable to connect correctly, but so basically they went from a 5-driver team down to a 4-driver team, which is unfortunate to hear, obviously, for one of the drivers, but it's just a part of ACC. It seems like this game is very weird and likes to have its glitches.
Sorry, I had to put the cameras on automatic for a little bit because the bell was ringing. And it's Halloween. So, yeah, I had some kids in front of the door asking for a little bit of candy. And I said, no, you can have some candy if you make a donation towards the towards the Tiltify link. You can type !donate, and they were looking at me like, what are you talking about?
Well, see, at that point, though, you better be giving out full-size candy bars. So they make a donation of $1, and then they get a king-size candy bar.
Yeah, why not?
Maybe it's worth it.
That's ambitious
32.
But rubbish, yeah. Going
What just
track.
happened here to Jordan? He went deep off the racetrack, all the way to the tire wall out there. I mean, that's an awkward place to go for a spin. You got to imagine that it was going into the right. They flicked it in, maybe caught the curb. There's the 98 once again being slow. You got to imagine that they threw it into the right-hander, the F1 turn 1, caught the inside curb, and the car just went, end over end, and the back went straight into the sand. It's the only thing you can really imagine happened there. That's a weird place to go that deep into the sand trap without it having been where they went backwards into it.
Oh. As we have GT Matt subscribing again. Thank you for all the amazing commentary. Happy Halloween. You too, Matt. I hope you're having a good time and enjoying the stream. Matt is the other part of the DSRT owners. You have Guru and you have Matt, and Matt has 50% of DSRT as well. So if you walk into him, give the guy a big goat old hug. What else have we got going on here? We got a gap of 0.3 seconds of the Industrial Knight and Magic's car there. On that 23, let's see if the 23 Rudy van Zwinderen can defend that in the IT car. They both have the faces on the front.
I'm gonna be the one to let you pronounce those names because I surely cannot do whatever you just did with your tongue right there.
Well, actually, Rudy van Zwinderen is a close friend of mine, and he's racing. He's living close to me, and we've been hanging out a lot. And he got into DSRT, and now trying to get the ropes of sim racing, and he gets better and better every event and every race. Recently got into ACC and now driving his first 24, so kudos to him for doing that.
77 there, rocking the what looks like Joker from Batman Begins livery, peeking his way up the inside there. Now gonna have a run down the Wellington straight side by side. They are not quite there, but gonna make a big lunge under braking. Let's see if they can get it stopped. They do.
And that's a little off top.
Oh, and around goes the Hornet car, the 99, after a little bit of contact there with the 20.
He did turn in a little bit late.
Yeah, it seemed like just a little bit of a missed apex slightly there. I'll have to go back and rewatch that. There was a little bit of a skip in the stream at that moment. But around goes the 99 car once again. I mean, the NARR guys, it seems like whenever they're not shooting themselves in the foot, someone else is doing it for them.
It's always something with the DSRT cars, huh? It's been like that for over a year, but we're getting used to it, and we're trying to make the best out of it.
Well, okay, on that note, goodbye.
Well,
I see that there's another driver in the driver's interview chat, so I'll leave you guys to it, and everybody have fun watching the stream. Enjoy the coming 19 hours and 40 minutes. I'll be in chat, but
well, thank you for joining, obviously, Stick, and enjoy your night off. And if you can be of any use for commentary or maybe help out in race control, you are very welcome. With your knowledge, we can't go wrong.
okay, well, just have somebody hit me up. I'm up for everything. Like, I don't have anything to do now.
Yeah, very good, very good. Thank you. Let's get Yannick in.
All right.
Bye.
See you guys.
He was just mentioned there with 19 hours and 40 minutes to go, and I'm over here already yawning. It's gonna be a long afternoon, that's for sure. As it is almost 1 in the afternoon for me, but we draw in Yannick.
Oh,
Hey guys.
as we have another donation rolling in as we speak. George Carroll donated $20 for Cancer Research UK, car number 7. Thanks, guys. Well, thank you so much, George, for that donation, which put us on £1,385 as we speak, which is a very good number, in my opinion, with 19 hours to go. And hello, Yannick. Sorry for that small interruption there. Welcome.
No worries. Hi, guys.
You are a little bit quiet on my end. Maybe you're a little bit far away from the mic.
Oh, hang on. I'll try and fix that real quick with, where is it? Should be better now.
Yeah, it's a little bit better now. I'll put you on maximum volume in Discord. Welcome, Burning Brakes Motorsport. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. Just had some dinner after my first double stint, so kind of feel a little bit refreshed after that.
I can imagine. How did the first few hours go from the team's perspective?
Pretty cleanly, save for a little collision and right at the start, but that didn't hold us up too much. Luckily, we had like 10 seconds of damage in total, I believe. But car felt fine, so I kept on going, and I think I handed it over in P20 or something like that. So it's been all right. Yeah.
Okay, and what are
Don't hate me,
the?
but-
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on, Case.
Well, let's say don't hate me, but what team is burning brakes? I can't figure. I'm looking through my entry list. I don't see
That's the 38.
number 38. Yep, just found you guys.
Well, switch to that car.
I was just trying to look and see which car it was, so that
It's
I
the
can
asset. The asset
have that
car.
in my memory. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
the nice looking green and black Aston Martin up here. I like the fade of colors that's going on the back of it.
Yeah, the livery's been it's come out pretty well. Scott G made that for us, and I loved it ever since I saw the first picture. So it's a pretty good looking car. I agree.
So, what are the plans going into nighttime with the temperature dropping right now? We haven't seen any rain yet. What are the plans?
Well, hopefully just keep it consistent and don't screw up the setup. Luckily, we got a good setup guy in Johan on our team, so we should be fine with pressures and driving tactics, avoiding curves here and there to avoid the loss of pressure, because we had to deal with that in the first stint as well.
Right, and let me see. You're now running the 1, 2, 3, 4th running AMG, Aston Martin. Do you think you can win from the faster ones? Because I think it's a little bit of a battle within a battle, having all this Aston Martins on track.
Yeah, of course. You always want to be the best of your breed, so to speak. So we certainly hope so. We're looking at a top 15, hopefully. So if we can achieve that, there might be a chance to reel in some of the faster guys right now.
Yeah. Okay. And how many stints you got left personally?
2, definitely. We're doing double stints all the way through, and then probably a shorter one towards the end, because I don't know who it was who was on earlier. One of the first interviewer partners mentioned that you can go 75 minutes on a full tank in the Aston. So it's gonna be, I think, a 60 and a 30-minute stint to close it out.
Yeah, it really depends on the weather as well, I presume, because the lap times will be a lot slower if the track gets wetter. So
True, yeah.
it's always a little bit of a calculation, interesting calculation towards the end, and making the best out of that.
Yeah, definitely. You always hope your calculations hold true in the end, but they rarely do. So you gotta
Exactly.
be able to adjust on the fly.
And if it's spot on, it feels so good. I did a calculation for the 24 hours of Spa, and it was on the lap spot on, and I felt really good, because it's really easy to plan something out in iRacing, because you don't have any weather interference. And if you got consistent drivers, it's easier. But now it's a little bit more of a guess and go game towards the end.
Yeah, exactly. And I agree, it feels so good when your plan comes together. We had it the other way around in the 12-hour of Suzuka, and we did in June, because we were definitely not expecting it to rain for 12 hours straight, but it did. So that was super tough.
Where did you finish up in that race?
I think we came in 21st or something, because we had a terrible first stint, went all the way to the back, and I think we lost 3 or 4 laps after I took over because my wheel disconnected. And luckily I didn't hit anything, just went into the gravel trap and everything, but after I had to reconnect and to get the force feedback back, it was like 4 laps down. We had some great double stints in the rain by one of my teammates, though, so we made up some positions here and there.
Yeah, it's still always every team has its story after such a long race. If it's a 12 or 24, there's so much stories going on, and everybody trying to get the stories out, but I love the stories of disconnecting wheels. I had the same at Paul Ricard, going for third spot, and one cable came loose. So yeah, I think everybody has a story like that. So thank you for sharing another one.
Yeah, sure. It's my pleasure.
Well, thank you for being here. You can join in within a couple of hours after your stint, maybe further into the race, and then we can catch up on how it went.
Sounds good. I'll probably be on at 11-ish, so still got some time to kill. But after I'm done in the middle of the night, I might as well head back here and talk to you guys.
Yeah, super. Thank you for joining, and good luck to the whole team, and enjoy yourselves out there.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was Yannick Haustein of the Burning Brakes Motorsport, still with the lovely acid-looking livery. Very kind of them to drop by. And before that, we had Dutch Stick from the Dutch Sim Racing team in as well. It's a little bit of a guess and go. We said the weather is a trick or treat, and until now it's been a complete treat. No tricks yet, so we are keeping an eye out on that little bar on the top right, which shows a clock, then a 10 and a 30. That's like a 30-minute forecast for the next 30 minutes. It's now cloudy, and the track temperature has dropped another 2 degrees, so that means a lot of teams will be trying to adjust their tire temperatures to make it optimum towards the end or into their stints. Interesting to see a few penalties being handed out in the top 10 here. This is Kay van der Linde from Trackside eSports Orange, and now in P8, having a 5-second penalty applied. I will try to see if I can get that out. We have no further action. This is the car number 29 causing a collision. Yeah, so something happened. And the NAR team esports team is being called in to change drivers, and they have 3 laps to do so. So that's interesting. I don't know what's that about.
That was the 98 team with Jared.
Okay, he got out of the car and he apologized in chat. So well done. You gave it your best.
Vitek. I apologize for not knowing how to pronounce that.
Which one?
Jared, the 98.
Oh, yeah. Zef,
but yeah, he was having a rough day. That's for sure. Hopefully he can get himself sorted, maybe go run some practice laps and come back and find some better pace later on in the race. But definitely he was having a rough go of it here to start. I think he was 9 or 10 laps down at one point with all the incidents that were going on. So not an ideal start to today's race for that team. But obviously they're just here. They want to have some fun. They want to be a part of the environment, have a good time, and obviously that's the most important part. But that's also a part as to why Jared got called out of the car, was because, you know, we don't want people ruining others' fun and joy. And as was just mentioned, and I was about to bring it up as well by Sebastian, 30 minutes.
Oh my god.
Forecast calling for rain.
Oh my god.
You're going to see it. 19 hours remaining.
Here we go.
Just shortly past 6 p.m. Just shortly past 6 p.m. we should be seeing some rain.
It might be a little bit evil, but it really literally brings a smile to my face. I'm smiling from ear to ear. And now we're gonna get to racing. Now we're gonna see what's gonna happen. This is gonna be very interesting. Who's gonna stay out the longest? Who's gonna switch to the wets first? What's gonna happen to the track state? We are racing into nighttime. There's so much action going on track already, and now we are getting an extra treat for the drivers. It will be a trick, but I'm ready. I'm ready to do this.
I think a big part of it that we're going to see here is just who set up for the rain, right? It's all good and well for the 899 team to be 50 seconds up over the 28 team, but if the 28 team is set up for the rain, then it means nothing, because by the time the rain shows up, it could be over a second per lap that the 899 will just be throwing away because of the fact that they have a hot lap dry setup.
Yeah,
So
it's good.
it's really going to come down to that balance as well of, well, you know, we'll see who has a good car and who doesn't for the conditions.
It's interesting
gonna
that
be
you
fun.
bring that up, because we only seen the 899 car running in dry weather so far in the warm-up event, in the qualifying, and now for over 4 hours in this race event. So I will be very interested to see if they set it up for rain. Yeah, I see a lot of smileys going on in the happy and interesting smileys there from everybody in the stream. Oh no! Oh no!
Some people are very excited and some people are terrified, and I love it. That's a perfect response. There is
The people
no
that
in
are
between. It's
terrified.
extreme. It's either you love the rain or you hate the rain. There's no it doesn't matter. It's the same as the dry. No. It's entirely different, and everyone agrees.
Yeah, yeah. It's mostly the drivers that are thinking, "Oh no, here we go." As we have 2 cars currently in pit, and with that weather forecast coming up, it might be a short stint, so you might want to get some fuel out of the car and make this a quick one, as long as it's dry.
It is a fair point right here for teams that do have the pit cycle coming up. Yeah, definitely. You know, you shortstop it.
Exactly.
Don't take tires and put in, 35, 40 minutes worth of fuel, enough to where you have some overhead, right, where you can go on for a little bit. But yeah, absolutely, that's an interesting call there, as because it's gonna be short. Yeah, double stint the tires. Don't, whenever you come in, just grab quick fuel and get back out. Don't make it a full 30-second stop. There's 15-20 seconds to be gained there. As we look down the grid, it looks like the 112 and 824 are about a second apart from each other at the moment. Julian McCock is trying to roll his way up.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking for them.
Still a little bit of a gap there, but closing it in. Looks to be about the closest fight for position on the racetrack. It's also just up,
no.
up a couple positions.
Tim Rule here. Very close.
Oh, yeah. What just happened here to the 32? The 777 gained a full second here just in the middle sector. Gotta wonder what happened to the 32 team. Possibly cold tires. As we just actually, yeah, it would be cold tires because we did just see them leave the pit lane. Yeah. So cold tires here, losing a lot of time. We're gonna get ready to cross this timing line here. It'll be just a couple tenths of a second between these two. Let's see if Tim Rule can make this move. Coming down the Wellington Straight and try to get close.
He has been stuck behind that 16 car for, I think, a full stint. Juan Mena Jimenez did a great job there, keeping that 777 car behind. Now that car is out of the way. It's up to Tim to make that move on the 32, but the car looks really fast, but only in clean air. So I don't know if there's like something aerodynamic, or the way they set it up, it's for free air and not for overtaking. Also,
yeah, for sure.
The 824 car here, right behind the 112 car, and the 112 car also making progress again through that field, having being up and down today. I've seen them standing in the gravel, being
big goal understeer moment there at the apex.
Yeah, did save it.
It's so hard to make it through cops whenever you're right up on the bumper of the car in front of you. Up underneath the wing is up ahead the 16 777 making a move on each other, I think it is.
Yeah, he made it.
Yep, through goes the 777 down into the braking zone after Stowe. I cannot remember the name of this section. I apologize. And through goes
A24.
824 on the 112 there as well.
So yeah, they both made the move. Sorry to not directly get it into the screen, but it should be easier now. The gaps that are getting a little bit bigger. You should be able to see what's going on, as we have the Golf livery 196 car here now creeping up on that 606. We'll stick with them for a little bit. And we have to see if that 606 car will be able to defend from that McLaren, as the A24 and the 112 are creeping up as well. So we have a little group of 4 here on quite a similar pace, and they all did a 159 at one point as their fastest lap. So I think these guys are quite all doing the same lap times right now. We'll keep an eye out. Ooh, as the Lexus has a little bit of oversteer coming out of the corner, trying to defend.
Let's see here if Seb Morgan get a little bit of a run, possibly through Cops. There's just enough a gap where you should be able to get pretty decent grip down through here and try to carry the speed through the exit towards Maggots. Exactly what's happening here. The gap is going to close, but it's not going to be quite close enough to make any maneuvers here. So it's going to have to happen down the hangar straight. Going to get in line here. Got to try to focus on getting a really good exit right here. Stay off of the orange curbs, but use up all of the green. Here he comes with a huge run. Going to look now to the left, maybe back to the right. Let's see where the Lexus selects to defend. But of course, the Lexus has huge straight line speed with that V8 engine inside of it. Going to carry it in front of the McLaren, who had a huge run, but going to drift wide on the exit of Stowe. Now down to the braking zone. They're going to be stuck to the left. They'll have the inside line. But if the McLaren can hang it around the outside here, they'll get the double right-hander. Sure enough, here they go. Going to squeeze out the 606 or the 606. And now we have the 824 going to look to try to make a move. Nicely done there by the by Seb Morgan and the 196 McLaren, though, to set that up for a few corners and get the move done. Now Julian's going to look for maybe a bit of a braking dive onto 13. Not quite going to make it stick. Looking to back out of that one. Oh, and there's contact. Oh. And the 112 finds their way in there too, straightening everybody out.
That's not for the first time 112 is getting caught up in such an event. Not his own fault. Again, a victim of another man's crash. I really feel sorry for laughing, but... as they go 3 wide.
We're going to look 3 wide here.
Oh, no. This is not going to end. Well, it quite did.
Oh, 606 gets washed out a little bit there. Wow, that was crazy. I'm surprised that we didn't see worse.
Yeah, they kind of all went well there. And I think the 824 car is the laughing third in this one.
We have Dan... Peoples in the driver interview room.
Your Dutch is getting better. Dan Peppels.
What?
I'm gonna drag him in. Hello, Dan.
Hello, guys.
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, we're doing absolutely great at the moment. So, what about you guys?
Yeah, we're still enjoying ourselves. Time is flying by. We are well underway, 4 hours plus into this race, and well, I'm still enjoying myself. I feel refreshed. I have my coffee. I have my big screens showing all this beautiful racing, so I cannot complain.
Yeah, just a question for you. How many coffees did you have? Because you seem to be in here for, I think, 4 hours straight.
Mm-hmm. I'm a coffee addict, so...
Well, that's good then.
And I feel fine. I have the missus bringing me food and drinks, and she's very sweet for me, so we'll give her a little shout out.
Yeah.
So we have Kay van der Linde, not in an Audi, but we have him in the Aston Martin. How's your stint been?
Yeah, he's been doing absolutely great. He could do a 59.5, but he got traffic on that lap. But yeah, we're slowly working our way up, 8th now. But I think this is where our pace advantage pretty much stops. So we have to get lucky to gain a position here. But yeah, we're just driving along and hoping we get lucky for a position maybe.
Yeah, you're currently 32 seconds behind that 111 Aston Martin.
Okay. So that's not, yeah, they're not very much faster than us. They've creeped out, I think, 3 seconds in 15 laps now.
Let me see. Their last lap time was
112, by the way.
their last lap time was a 2:04, and yours was a 2:08. So yeah, you guys are quite on a similar pace, as all the drivers in front of you are on that pace. From position 9, it's starting to get a little bit different. So
Yeah.
now it's I think it's now ready to change the conditions, and we have
Yeah, exactly.
rain coming in. How are you gonna play that out? What are you gonna do?
Well, I was in here in the waiting room and I saw rain. I immediately rushed back to the team to say rain in 30 minutes. But yeah, we have a dry/wet setup, so we should be good. I don't know if there are teams in front of us that have a completely dry setup. Looking at the times, it could be that P1 has a dry setup, because doing a 57 with a dry/wet setup would be, then they would be absolutely aliens. But ayo.
You never
So,
know,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. There are people doing 56s here on race pace, so I don't know, could be. But yeah, we have a wet setup, so I mean, we're happy that the rain comes. In the first 3 hours, we were like, is it even dynamic weather? Because we had the same icon for, I think, just 3 hours straight, and then it suddenly changed, so we were like, okay, now it's gonna rain.
Yeah. We talked about the weather a long time in the admin team, and we were like, okay, we want to have as mixed as possible. So there was a 1% chance that we had a full dry race, and I was like, okay, maybe this is the 1% chance
Yeah.
that we get a dry race. But luckily, it's now starting to get a little bit more dynamic as we are racing into nighttime. Looking at your car right now, you pitted. How long ago did you pit? How long do you have to go?
Lap 108, so we have 31 laps now, so 6 laps until we get another driver change in.
And what are you gonna do? You gonna do the full change, or?
Yeah, we are quite unlucky with the weather. Yeah, but we're gonna do a little splash. That's the fastest way we think, and then yeah, let Chris do his thing, and then come in when the time is right and change to another driver.
Interesting. So I'm really curious to see how that plays out for everybody on track, especially for your team, because you're on the wrong side of the driver change, and yeah, it can get really interesting in terms of strategy. Maybe it's a little bit of rain and you can stay out longer, but if you underfuel, you still have to pit. So many things will be happening in the next 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens. Thank you for joining and updating us. We'll see you next time with a raincoat on, and we will hear from you.
Yeah, for me it's going to be difficult because I won't drive until I think it's 1:30 Central European time.
Okay.
So I have quite a long time to go, but I'm enjoying it, enjoying the stream and everything. So yeah, keep it up, guys.
Well,
thanks for the interview.
Thank you, and get out some donators then. Get out there and play a popper.
Yeah.
You're Dutch, right?
Yeah.
You know what a popper is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, as we see one car there getting a little off track. Thank you, Dan. We'll be seeing you next time around.
Yeah, I have one small update. We've made in our stream, at the moment, we've made €60 so far.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yes.
Oh.
So it'll all be donated in the last hour.
Okay, so that means we are at 1,500 virtually.
Yeah.
So
and why do I do that? Because I think it's £50 and over. You guys have to do something.
Yeah, we'll be flashing the lights for a full lap. So there will be a steward message to all the drivers currently driving, and they we will ask them to do a full lap blinking the lights.
Okay, so we're gonna blink the lights, hopefully for at least 2 laps.
I hope so. It will be a sore thumb towards those 2 laps, but it will do good.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have fun.
Thank you. Bye bye. It's so good hearing all these teams are getting little bits of money for themselves to donate towards the end. It gives me such a warm feeling.
Definitely, it's awesome to see. It's one of the great things about the sim racing community as a whole is the way that everyone does come together whenever it is necessary to be able to come up with these type of events like what we're running now.
And I remember last year on Imola, we kind of worked together and we raised, I think it was something around $450, and I wanted to make it bigger this year, and this really surpassed everything I imagined. It's
absolutely
so
this
much
has
bigger.
been crazy. I mean, the 450 that we managed to raise last year was crazy, right? Like that was
in 12 hours.
Amount. Just like it was impressive then, but I mean, we beat that 450 mark. And obviously, it's slightly different because of the driver entry fee that we elected to go for this year has definitely helped with that. Being able to collect, that's an extra 400 pounds that we were able to collect from each team with that $10 minimum entry fee. So that's definitely helped with it. But yeah, absolutely. To be at 1,500 British pounds is just ridiculous. That's almost 2,000 US dollars, I think, or that's even over 2,000 US dollars. That's just an absurd amount. And whenever you consider the fact that we still have 20 hours of this event left, 19 hours of the race plus still an hour
of interviews and all these things.
Stuff.
Yeah,
it's definitely going to be rather impressive.
Yeah, I can't wait. But for now, we still have a lot of racing left to do. We have 30 minutes until a little bit of rain is on the radar. The wind is still the same, and the track temperature has been going down and down and down. Air temperature now a little bit cooler as well as we reach 6 p.m. in-game time. Case, have you got any word from race control? Because I think they have updated a few things. I think that 777 car will get a penalty, if I recall correctly. Yes, they will. They have been causing a collision, which we have seen live on stream. And the last one was the collision, causing a collision.
196 is with it. Oh, off goes the 666 there, I believe that was.
Also a little bit of a moment here for the 151.
Around the 150, it's 151. Who was that contact with? It looked like another Aston, so maybe the 38's possible. I don't know who. No, the 38's well along. I don't know who that was they got into contact with.
I don't know. It seemed like two separate moments there. But yeah, something definitely happened. As the 151 seems to be struggling to get back into pace, so they might have a little bit of damage hitting that wall there, the old pit wall. Going wide here again.
Yeah, there's definitely got to be some damage there. Oh! Yeah, this is the reasons like that are why we ask drivers to not give up positions, right? Like even if you are running with a slightly damaged car, or if you're getting lapped or whatever the reason may be, that's why we ask that drivers don't intentionally slow and get out of the way. Obviously, in this case, they appear to be damaged, although they're continuing without pitting, so it can't be too bad unless if there's a confusion.
Probably smoke tires.
Honestly, it can't be too bad a damage. Maybe it was just getting the tires back to 10.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you're pulling what's the word? I can't think of it. But basically, if you're backing out and waving cars on through, we would ask that you do that off of the racetrack entirely. And obviously at some tracks it's not possible. So normally we'd just like people to always be at racing pace, specifically for what we almost just saw right there, because it would have been a rather harsh penalty had the 151 been going off the track there and then caught that grass and spun and collected somebody. It would have been looked at as a harsher penalty than if it was just normal contact, like
Exactly.
because that's that's erratic and dangerous driving. So
Did you see
know that for teams who are watching the broadcast?
Oh, Damien DeGrasse is now following. Thank you for the follow, Damien. My car is spitting right before the rain. Too soon for wets. Damn it. Rain, our setup should be great. So you see, some teams are very happy with rain. Others are not. It shakes it up a little bit. Even I should be getting a little bit tired, but I don't feel tired with this news, It's really getting interested now. We see on the little bar on the top side, we see 10 minutes to rain, and then we see another 30 minutes, the same icon with a plus. That means the rain will intensify towards that 30-minute mark.
Yeah, so you have to wonder just how hard the rain's going to be right out at the gate. Like, is the rain going to come in and be treacherous enough to justify pitting for wets? Or is it still going to be in like that intermediate setting where maybe running on dries for a few laps is going to be the play, and that's going to be really, really interesting.
It's hard to determine because there's no intermediate in these tire sets. We had the GRG event on Barcelona, I think. We had a very interesting weather patterns where it was too dry for wets and too wet for dries, and we were struggling continuously to get temperature into the tires. I think that was one of the most interesting weather patterns this year from a GRG event. So
the 28 sneaks their way through right there.
Yep.
The second place car trying to put the 102 another lap down. That was just a rather slick move, taking advantage of the 102 being offline.
Yeah, you got to do something if you're in that second position. Kudos for GRG eSports, the pumpkin special with their 50/50 livery. I really like it.
Yeah, I really, really like the design of a 50/50 livery. I think that they look really, really good. This was whenever I started with like designing cars on Forza 4. A 50/50 livery was kind of my go-to. One of them that I had was on the Nissan GTR GT500 car that was featured in Forza Motorsport 4. It was a Red Bull livery where I did it half gold and half white. And it just came out really, really well because the Red Bull logo that went right down the middle, I had to split in half, and it was really, really hard to make the Red Bull logo in general, let alone make it where it was split into two different colors. And it ended up coming out really, really good. And since then, I've always kind of had a massive affinity
preference
for half and half split paint schemes like this.
Yeah.
They just look really, really nice. They have a striking effect to them.
We have two people waiting in the interview room. Let's do them one by one. Let's get this strange Españolo in first. I think I know him. Hello?
Hello.
¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien, mi amor. How are you?
Yeah. I'm doing just fine. Good to have you in, Juan. How are you doing?
I'm a little tired after that double stamp, but I'm really, really happy with how it came out. The beginning was really tough for both of us. We got collected on turn 2 on the first lap. Then we got killed again on lap 8. But we're doing a very good comeback, and not gonna lie, the rain is gonna switch things up in a massive way. So I'm really looking forward to what the rain can bring us.
Yeah, very interesting. You said beforehand, I think it was in the warm-up event or in the qualifying, hey, we are in the Porsche where aiming for the middle of the pack towards finishing position. You're currently in P14. What do you expect towards the next few hours? You think, oh, and sorry to intervene, we got another donation coming in from Ben Sullivan. He donated $5 for Cancer Research UK from SD Racing. Thank you so much for that 5, which brings the total amount raised on 1,447 pounds. Exclamation mark donate to bring in some more, and yeah, maybe we can reach the goal. If we reach the goal, I'm gonna dance and sing on stream.
Oh, I want to see that.
Okay, get the wallets out. Get those wallets out. Anyway, what are your plans? Are you gonna pit now or later? What is the schedule?
I cannot give you that information. I cannot give you that information.
Of course not.
But you know, as I said, the rain is gonna be a really changing factor. I have to be honest. Thijs is way better in the rain than me. I'm not that used to the Porsche. He's a magnificent driver with the Porsche, no doubt at all. It's beautiful to see him drive. So far, we're really happy. For the end, you know, it's very unpredictable because everything and anything can happen, you know. It's just, imagine we adapt quickly into the transition from wet to dry. We can make up a lot of time there because I'm good in those situations when the track is really greasy, you know. And Thijs is really good at the rain, so to be honest, our goal is to finish. Obviously, we're doing this as a 2-man.
Well, there's room enough for 2 people in that car, so you can easily take them with you, and then just switch as you go.
Yeah. Hey. Not gonna comment on that, but the end of the race is gonna be tough. Because, as I said before, 6 hours straight. It's gonna be a tough.
Yeah, you have a 6-hour stint. I've been mentioning it a few times in the stream now. Big kudos to these guys for doing this together. It's a big task, but it brings in a lot of money, as you can see. You already raised 447 US. No pounds. I'm always want to say US dollars. I don't know why. Anyway, here's the rain, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna kick you out, Españolo. Get back to your teammate, as we have another one waiting in the driver interview room.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
As we just mentioned, the rain has came and it will be getting stronger progressively. So we see that it does have that plus symbol in just 10 minutes, and then once again in 30 minutes. So over the course of the next 30 minutes, we can roughly say that it will be getting wetter. So it's not going to be something where it's going to come in, it's going to just sprinkle like this for a little bit. The track's going to get kind of greasy, but it's never going to get wet, right?
Yeah, it's greasy immediately. Look at the track state. It went from fast to greasy within minutes.
We're about to see it drop, I imagine, another 2 or 3 degrees Celsius with the rain coming in. It's going to get really, really cold really, really quick with that track temperature.
Okay, we have Blood Wolf waiting. How about you do this interview, Case? I'll be silent, shut my mouth for a little bit.
I do believe I can attempt that.
You'll be fine. We're
looking at, what was that, number 77 was off the racetrack?
Could be, yes.
But they managed to get it going back the right direction. But welcome in, Blood Wolf.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Turn you up right quick. So I cannot hear you. There we go. How are things going for you in the off-pace racing camp?
Well, we are fighting back. On my stint, we had some brake issue, so we had to come in, change brakes. And after that, the car was not feeling great for me. So I finished with 2-hour stint. Now Hippolyte is in the car, and he's doing pretty good now.
Yeah, but a brake issue is never good to hear. If you want to expand on that a little bit more, you mean like a brake failure, or like a mechanical failure, like on like a rig, or You just like
Sorry.
had like the wrong brake pad engaged in the car.
I have really no idea because I was driving. I look at my brakes, and my rear brakes had a red dot inside of them. So
Okay.
I thought, now let's change the brakes to make sure it will not be something that can end the race for us.
Yeah, and then I would take that as assuming as you guys were probably on pad 1 for the brake pad series coming into it, and the brake pad 1 is designed to last for about 2 hours. It doesn't really like to go much longer. Whereas brake pad 2 goes for about 6 hours, and brake pad 3 is designed to go for about 12 to 24 hours within that range. So I imagine that's probably what would have happened. That's a brake failure whenever there's that red dot there. Something that I've had to deal with before because I accidentally did a race on brake pad 4, which is the qualifying brake. That brake lasts for about 3 laps and then it's dead. So yeah, I've unfortunately had to run in with the red dot, and it's not an ideal or fun situation to get stuck into.
Yeah, we also have pretty closed brake ducts for the rain because this setup we are driving is specifically for the rain, and maybe that is also part with it because I have
That as well, yeah.
brake pads 3 is now in the car, and it takes a long time for it to warming up. End of my second stint, I was back on my pace, but I had to change driver then because of our schedule.
Well, how long ago did you guys pit?
Probably like a half an hour ago now.
So you guys are going to be coming in here, I imagine, relatively soon to get onto the wet tires. Kind of unfortunately having to cut the short stop, I would imagine, because it doesn't look like this rain's going to go anywhere, and being out on the slicks is not ideal. We've seen a couple cars slide through the grass already. How are you guys going to be able to handle the transition period here with the greasy to damp racetrack?
We think that it's going to be good because our setup, and we have tested it too, so we had not many problems with the setup with the testing. So we should be doing well.
You guys suspect that any of the top running cars are running a fully designed dry setup, and that this rain coming in could possibly play to shake up the top of the order? Yeah, as we are watching the 28 unlap themselves on the 899 here. So already we're watching the second place car claw back some positions or time over the lead car.
Yeah, that was also our idea because we thought that the most of the race will be raining, except that we expecting. So we had made the sacrifice for a wet setup instead of a dry setup, so that we at least can win places back in the rain.
Yeah, I definitely I think that it's a smart play, in my opinion, to play for the wet setup. We were kind of discussing it earlier of running a wet setup on a dry track will cost you a few tenths of a second, maybe a full second per lap, where running a dry setup on a wet track can cost you the race. You could get stuck aquaplaning or losing seconds upon seconds per lap and really find yourself into bad situations rather quickly. So as we're seeing now, the leaders are exiting the pit lane. The pits have been just rather active here over the last couple of minutes. All the cars getting onto the wet tires. I'm honestly kind of surprised to see people pitting so soon for the wet tires. I would have suspected maybe a little bit longer before we saw cars bringing themselves back to the pit lane. Just because the track is just in that damp state, so the dry tires are still feasible. But obviously everyone wants to get on those wets and not get caught out and find themselves getting stuck as we're watching the drone footage here floating over the front straightaway from the Silverstone circuit. Do you guys so you're talking about you're in a full wet setup, so you guys are suspecting and banking on the fact that we're going to see a mostly wet race here today?
Yes, I also did most of my practicing in the wet.
That'll be a storyline to watch then, is see if your team can climb up the grid here and put themselves into a really good spot.
Well, we have to wait and see.
So we are just crossing 19 hours remaining. The rain is here. The track is changing. The conditions are getting rougher. And we are just here to enjoy the vibes, if you will. Cracker doing the work here, trying to get the stream with the custom drone cams going on. Now we're watching back from trackside.
And
What is the
also-
gap now between first and second? I'm trying to see. I think that it's still too large of a gap for it to give it to us. I think it's because it's more than a sector, as it's not going to allow us to see what exactly the gap is. One of the unfortunate things with the timing screen of this game.
But yeah, that's
I
obvious.
can tell you the gap, obviously. It is 80. It's coming down quite quickly at this point. 60.
It appears about half a lap.
Yeah,
Just based on the
it's-
track map, it appears about half
It's
a lap.
getting a little bit crazy. I think it's recalculating at this point, but it's 107-ish seconds.
Okay.
So we should be. We are keeping an eye out. If it comes down, the timing screen will update it properly. But nothing we can do at this point. Let's see. I think we have seen most of the teams pitting here.
Yeah, I can't imagine too many people are still on the dries after the flurry of activity that
Yeah,
we
I
just saw on the
see
pit lane.
a lot of 4, 3, 4, 5, 6 pit stops at this point. So I think there's no one on 2 or 3 anymore. Me restarting the game has reset those values, so I think most of the teams are on 5 or 6 pit stops at this point.
We appreciate you stopping in, Blood Wolf, and hopefully you guys can hopefully this wet setup strategy you guys have applied pulls dividends for you guys and really reel back the time here in the rain, and hopefully the rain sticks around for a little bit. It'd be fun to watch these cars start sliding around and really see these overtakes become a little bit more interesting as cars go for big dives.
Yeah, we think
Is there
so
any-
too. Because most of our team is the first 24 hour, me included. The longest I've done is a 4 hour with another team in a different car. So it's gonna be fun, and our goal is just to finish this race because that's already an achievement.
Absolutely. I
Obviously,
mean,
yeah.
24 hours is a crazy event. Having participated in a few myself on R Factor and iRacing, it's definitely not an easy thing to do, right? It's, you dedicate a lot of your time. It takes up a lot of energy that people don't really think about it taking. Even if you're not actively driving, you're still doing a ton of work. And so it's definitely exhausting and draining and really Yeah, like I said, it's an achievement just to finish these things. And of course, for us hosting, this is our first 24-hour race hosting, so this is going to be a fun and exhausting day as well from the hosting perspective. Normally, those 4-hour events that we do monthly are exhausting enough, but right now we're creeping up on 6 hours through this event, and we still have 18 more to go. It's going to be a long, long day.
So we'll keep moving back to 19 and check with him. And have a nice, hopefully a great race for the rest of the drivers.
10-4, we appreciate you stopping by, and go have some fun with your team, and hopefully you guys can get this thing to the end and manage to find yourself in good positions.
We hope to.
As we are watching the 666 here look around the outside, this is unlapping themselves on the 112, I do believe. So they do need to be mindful. If contact's made, it's basically their fault.
Yeah, I've seen a few cars doing some interesting defense jobs. It was the 28 car having a little bit of trouble overtaking that car behind him. There was the 1.8. Oh, I cannot see it. I'm getting really old. Well, he was defending from that Aston Martin behind, the 151, and the 151 actually closed the door on him a few times. So that was rather interesting to see. Looking at the lap times, we see that Matthias Cagela, currently on screen, just did a 2:09, but Martin Lorenk here did a 2:07. So he's 2 minutes quicker last lap, 2 seconds quicker last lap. So if this is true, this McLaren is something out of space. I don't know.
It is worth noting that the McLaren is really, really good in the wet. We had for our first event at Spa, it was a 4 hours of Spa that ended up having a monsoon come down. This was midway last year, and it ended up pouring down rain. It was ridiculous. There were standing puddles, mini cars going for spins, stuff like that. And the one singular McLaren who was driving down there, I think they were like 16th, 17th position the whole race. They were like 1 or 2 laps down at one point in that race. Ended up winning it by almost a full lap.
Wow.
Purely because the McLaren was just that good in the wet. They were able to just carry such good pace. They were seconds quicker than people every single lap. And they never had an off track. They didn't go for spins. Like, the car was just perfect in the wet.
Yeah.
And so they ended up clawing back literal laps worth
Wow.
of time just because of the fact that the car hooked up in the wet. So definitely it's exactly like I was saying earlier. You know, you lose a little bit of time running a wet setup on a dry track, but you lose the race running a dry setup on a wet track.
Oh,
so,
yeah, for sure. As their last lap was at 2:06 and Matthias's lap was at 2:09. So, well, that McLaren is it's set up like a beast. I didn't expect this. I expected them to. They are trying to find some wet patches, it seems. So, are the tires overheating? Are they trying to cool down those tires a little bit? Because it's not like wet enough for the wets. Could it be the case?
I mean, it's very much possible. The other thing to note too regarding lap times is traffic. The 28 was having to work their way through cars that were a lap down, while the 899 had a very clear, very open racetrack. So there's also something to watch after, is just how clean that the track was and how much traffic's going to matter. In the wet, it's going to be even harder to get around traffic.
As we see the 38 car here trying to find a little gap again on that Lexus. These two have been This 38 and 606 have been squabbling for a while now, and not one of the two seems to be better than the other. So yeah, I think they should work together and see if they can close that gap to the 12-second gap towards 17, and have them joining that fight as well. But yeah, if you're caught up in a battle, you wanna win it. I think that's a sim racer's personality. Part of it is a winning mentality. I want to get this position, even though it really loses out on looking further into the race and not being able to drive your own pace. Let's see, what are we seeing in lap times? We see Grant Willimat here in the Bentley doing a 206. And what else have we got? Let me see, there's another 206 here from Geert Fischer. So it seems the Bentley is slowly coming to life, as all the other cars around them are doing 208s, 209s, 209s, 210s. Here's another 207, which is the Bonk Racing's car, as we have a $1 donation of Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous, for your £1 donation. That also helps. Every little bit helps, and you're free to donate whatever you got. If you got a few pennies lying around, feel free to drop those into the big pot. Together we can get some great results. Exclamation mark donate, exclamation mark voucher. You can also enter the raffle for a €75 a voucher from Simix Pro, as I had a little bit of a hiccup here in the game. I think the timing is a little bit off as it starts to recalculate some lap times. I'm trying to see the lap times of this Bentley here. It's another 208 last lap and another 206 from Martin. So yeah, the gap is still 80 seconds. And then the gap to Alexander from the Non-Grata team in the Aston Martin is another 80 seconds. So yeah, that's definitely some big gaps starting to appear in the front.
Yeah, the top of the grid having a really, really good day. They're, pretty much running at their peak, I would imagine. So, out there really just pulling out gaps time after time. As we see the 23 around here on the pit straight, finding their way backwards. That's quite an awkward position to be stuck in. Yes, okay, so there was a big lag spike right there. You gotta wonder if maybe someone trying to join for a driver swap possibly just joined incorrectly, or it put them into a new car. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm not sure what's happening, but I'm getting a little bit of hiccups here and there.
Yeah, the people are reporting that there was a little bit of a lag spike right there on the server. Could be what caused a couple of these cars to wind up off track as well.
And thank you, Anonymous, for your other $1 donation. Keep them going. If we have $50 in Anonymous donations, we will do a full lap of blinking lights. I will count them towards one another. Let's see if that damaged the car for Enrico, if he goes into the pits this lap. We'll keep an eye out on that. As Perry Oosterveer here is now inside the Trackside eSport orange car. They told me Dan Peppels just came in and he told, well, our car is set up for the rain. So we will have to see how it plays out for them, having to stop just before the rain came. Looking at their lap times, 2:10 is not really that impressive yet. So you also have to adjust and try to find a new flow. You know, the whole circuit changes. The braking points are changing. The way the steering reacts is changing. So yeah, it takes a little bit to find that new rhythm if you're already driving for a few hours. I think especially for that two-man team, it's quite hard. Let's see where they are. This point. Oh, as we have 1-1-2 going off again. They are not really having a good time since the rain was coming. They've been interesting all day, I've got to say. Let me see if I can get my timing screen back up here. Yep, thank you. And what are we seeing? We see checks on 60 FPS. Thank you for following. I hope you're on 60 FPS today. As we are having this great 24-hour charity event in for Cancer Research UK. Type !! Donate and help us achieve that $5,000 goal. It seems a little bit far off, but we have set some milestones: 1250, 1,000, 1250, and then 1,500, I think, 2,000, and then 5,000. So we are increasingly making the gaps bigger. Tim Rule here from the 777 team, having a little bit of a quick look off the track. See if the grass is greener on the other side, but I guess it's not, because he's continuing his way now. Having that 777 car in 11th, almost in the top 10, is rather interesting. It's one of the 2 or 3 Ferraris on track, so that's very, very impressive. This not really being a Ferrari track, but they managed to put it there. With a 5-second gap towards that 196 McLaren. Let's see if they can close the gap in this interesting weather. It will stay, I think it will get wetter and wetter. The track is now damp. Looking at the time, 10 to 30 minutes until it's getting more and more, and the rain will get heavier and heavier. We will start to see puddles, and then it's getting really wet, and then your car can get offset really easily.
Yeah, some worth noting is, so I was doing a little bit of practice last night, just trying to get, kind of familiar with the track, maybe get a little bit of ideas and insight to talk about during the race today. And it happens to be in that server that it went from this dry to wet period, in the same kind of, greasy to damp portion, right? And so basically I was running practice, and the curbs were really sketchy, I found. So it's really interesting watching these cars really ripping it over the curbs, because from my time and my finding was, especially in the faster corners, you really couldn't use the curbs a ton. You could use them, but you wanted to avoid apex curbs basically at all costs. It really would catch the wet tires gripping up heavily, and spinning.
Here he goes again. You see, the moment he hit the curb, as you were talking about it, the moment he hit the curb, it was gone, especially when steering in. When you get out of a corner, when you exit, you can use a little bit of the curb, but especially when you have that weight transfer, the weight on one side of the wheel, it can easily offset the car.
Yeah, for sure. And then, just, different grip levels between the way that the curb holds water and the way the track holds water. And stuff like that. So it definitely makes it really, really awkward, right, for these drivers and crew to really navigate this racetrack, because obviously your racing lines kind of change very slightly. It's not dramatic, right? And then a lot of these racing games, you don't really get like the full-on F1 treatment of whenever it's raining, you entirely avoid the dry line type of situation. But you see it where it's raining a little bit, and you do have to avoid certain parameters because it will upset your car and cause you to spin, or car get upset, or aquaplane a little bit once we get a bit wetter. So it's gonna be fun to watch as the drivers go, just to see how that the racing line changes for these drivers and see who gets caught out in mistakes.
Yeah, and sorry to miss your message there in the chat, GTMat. What happens if we get a $100 donation in? Do you make it for 2 laps? Yeah, we will do 2 laps of blinking the lights. Someone said just turn off the lights, but we won't do that because of the safety. We want to not to interfere too much with the drivers and their race, but we want to do something fun. So if someone makes a £50 donation, we will ask all the drivers to flash their headlights for 1 full lap, and yeah, it would look really good, especially when we are approaching nighttime, 6:35 p.m. in game. So that means we will get into the later part of the day in game on Silverstone. 18.5 hours to go in the race, and I will do a little rundown of the grid. Martin Lorenk of the Nearly on Pace team still in front, lapping 1 second faster than Mateusz Kadziela in the Sim Nation eSports Pumpkin Special car. Alexander Rumyantsev, sorry for butchering your name, non-Grata team in 3rd position, and Grant Williott there in the 100 car, turn 1 Grim, very nice livery, 4th position. 5th position, Konrad Siata for the Aquapex Racing team in the beautiful purple Audi. Respect if you choose an Audi for mixed conditions. Fit icing from the Dapme team in the AMG, in the 111 car. I cannot wait till we get Rosapol back in, because I've been having that name together. I'm alright, 1-1, thank you for following, and feel free to enter the chat, ask your questions and everything. We are running down. Geert Fischer here in the 102 car for the turn 1 Necromancers, going to position 6, having a rundown here on the fit icing. Let's see if he gets that move done. I hate this camera because it takes a little time before you can see if he gets the move done. He gets the move done on the inside. Beautiful, clean pass there from the Bentley. I think the 102 car is set up for rain, because this car is really coming to life. Further down the grid we have Perios de Veer from the for the Trackside eSports orange car, and Ryan Renoir, ambitious but rubbish Belgian driver there in the 32. On 10th position we have Seb Morgan from McLaren Racing in the beautiful Golf colors. I think we have a little bit of an accident. That's the 28 car there going off track.
P2 has found their way off of the racetrack.
Oh.
As we receive a $5 donation from
more than a feeling. Thank you so much.
Cue the Boston in the jukebox.
Oh, and there is the 777 car in the barrier as well. What's happening, guys?
We were just watching this car not too long ago, just before I walked away to go get water. I was mentioning how they were riding the curbs. Is that a possibility as to what's caused them to go off? Or maybe they had contact with the 28. They were on similar sections of the racetrack where they ended up going around. So possibly some heavy contact between those 2 cars. That's going to be something to watch after.
Well, let's see if Mateusz Kadziela, if his car is really hurt, he will probably try to get it fixed as soon as possible, as the gap to Alexander in the 176 car is still big enough. No, he will not go into the pits, but it seems the car is really battered, and he uses his left blinker. There's 2 blinkers on, so something is wrong with that car. because you
Yeah,
only
I
put
was
on
gonna say
the.
that's the only real reason why you'd have the blinkers on is whenever you're signifying that you will be slower, and if you know you're slower, why didn't you pit right there?
I don't know. Maybe they are figuring out what to do, or having to set the correct strategy in the MFD because it happened at a very awkward place. So, well, this is news. This will put the non grata team in play for sure, and this will put Martin Lorenk of the 899 car way out in front with 18 and a half hours. I've seen crazier things happen in 24-hour races, so it's far too early to say they got it in the back, but it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It just went off track.
There's definitely damage. There's absolutely no doubt that there's damage. I mean, we just see how much time there is. So it's got to be something like you mentioned with the MFD, but I don't know why you don't just pull into the pit lane and park for a second and get it sorted, and then pull into your pit stall. I mean, at least on inside the pit lane, it's not contact. As in comes the 100 British pound donation there from GT Matt.
Wow.
It will pop up on stream here very shortly, like on the overlay.
God. We're gonna. I think we're gonna have the make-up stream as well, right?
Crap.
Here it comes. GT Matt donated Let's Flash for 2 laps for Cancer Research UK. Thank you, GT Matt. That's way too generous. That's awesome. Thank you so much for donating. So
I will. I'll get that word over to the stewards. Is there a specific time that you want to run that, like as in as soon as possible, or would you like to run it a little bit later? I'll get that word into the stewards.
Yeah, well, maybe we wait till it's a little bit darker. That will look better. I will ask Matt because he made the donation. If he wants to wait or do it immediately. So Matt, if you can type that in the chat. Here he goes into the pits. Wow, that's a very big donation. That's amazing. He writes, that's totally up to you, guy. Dark would look better. Okay, I'm gonna write down. Oh, that's for you, Case. When it gets dark, it's up for you.
All right, yeah. Let's schedule in a time of 9 p.m.
9 p.m.
No, because 9 p.m. is about whenever the sun starts to go down.
Yeah, and we got to do it at 12 p.m. as well. As Alexander Rumyatsev now goes into that second position. With the 28 car having a big moment into the race, was in second place, very comfortable, but now not anymore. They are still, so there's a big damage on that car because it's still there.
Ooh. And I think we've just had another donation as well. Just as I sit down, we get a donation come in. Cobra 101.
Hello. I was like, is that Roblo or is that Case being very happy? But it's Roblo. Welcome back.
Thank you.
And thank you, Cobra, for your donation, guys. We are at 1,564 pounds at this point. I don't know what to say.
Be used to Guru tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he will be watching the stream. I'm pretty sure he's at a party right now, and
yeah,
he said he was not gonna drink, but I think he needs to drink if he sees this. So
yeah.
Yeah, welcome back. I hope you had a good meal.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it was lovely, thank you. And I get back to find that the weather is now turned somewhat inclement.
Yeah, we had a very interesting change in weather patterns. It went very quickly. The track was optimum, went too fast, went too damp within 2 laps time, and everybody had to pit. We had a few cars going off. And the most important one is the 28 car is now back on track. Had a little bit of a moment, killing his Bentley into the wall. And that means we now have the 176 car in second position. So we have a McLaren, we have a Aston Martin, and we have a Bentley now in position 1, 2, and 3. So yeah, that's very good. We just also had a very big donation of from GTMet, $100, and we just scheduled at 9 p.m. We in game time. We'll flash the lights for 2 laps.
Oh, excellent! I just came upstairs and I just saw that GT Matt had donated £100. Just as I actually got back to my desk with my cup of tea, staying very much fueled and refreshed at the same time whilst commentating. So yeah, it sounds like it's been a lively 2 hours whilst I was getting dinner.
Yeah, I don't even feel it's been 2 hours, but yeah, 28 had an incident, not sure if it was caught on stream, says Michael Sundstrom. Yes, Michael, we have seen it. I would be very greatly interested in what happened. You feel free to hop in the driver interview room, so we can you can elaborate on that one. And GT Matt says, I also can't wait to see Guru eat cake without hands and seeing as he has to smash eggs on his bald head. I reckon he should use them in the cake. So that will be
brilliant.
Yeah, very British.
Yeah, I can't remember if there is a Dutch version of Great British Bake Off, but I feel as if this is something which should be a part of Great British Bake Off.
Yeah, the Guru's Great British Cake Off. It's cake off, not as a bake off, but it's cake off.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Tim Rule is up to 12th place and right on the back of Thies van der Hoorn in the Porsche, which should be doing quite well here because it's kind of Porsche conditions. And as we say that, see the car pointing 90 degrees to the track at Chapel, which is not ideal, I must say. I think that's the GRG Lambo just going past as well. Yes, that is the GRG. And Van der Hoorn is now down to 12th place as a result of that, as
still very, very
manages
good.
To. Oh, and we've got another donation coming up from Felix as well, who has very kindly donated £30, which should be coming up on the overlay.
Yeah, it takes a little bit. Right, here we go. Felix of the 666 HSP Brussels Sprouts donated £30 for Cancer Research UK. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Felix. Vielen Dank.
Dankeschön. Guten Tag. Servus.
You know, that's a good point that you mentioned. Like, now I've seen it. You were talking about it earlier, but I didn't really realize what you were talking about. But yeah, on the ticker on the right where it shows the most recent donations, it shows £30. But on the pop-up, it shows $30.
It's very confusing. It's very confusing, and I can't wrap my head around it.
It's up on the last donation / top donation ticker. It shows it as pounds and dollars. It is kind of confusing having.
Yeah, but we are doing it in pounds.
The conversion.
It is in pounds. It's Cancer Research UK, so we are reckoned with. We just go with the pounds.
Yeah, it is slightly confusing. But now see, Matt, though, on your 100 donation, it shows it as $100. Even though, like, it's really confusing. It's just confusing me. It's the UI is really confusing. Yeah, it should be in pounds. Everything should be in pounds. That's what it's set up for. But it is really confusing because it also shows dollars.
So I want to say it's pounds, and then I see dollars, and I think dollars, and then normally I pay with euros, being Dutch. So there's a lot of currencies inside my head. It's the same with the time zones and everything. for those who are watching tonight, will be the end of summertime, and we will be going into wintertime during this race. So there's so much fuss going on inside my head with the time zones and everything. I wanted to mention the 666 HSP Brussels Sprouts car is completely made of sprouts. The roof is made of Brussels sprouts. I really, really loved it. But there's some good advice as well. Eat your greens. So, yeah.
There goes my. Well,
Eat your greens.
Brussels sprout.
Hello. Thank you so much for your donation, guys. That's really, really good.
Yeah.
I really like the livery.
I think Racer Soul, who's another friend of ours from GT Hub server, was the guy who actually painted the car as well. So yeah, massive shout out to him for helping to design this. Well, I think it's a masterpiece, quite frankly. I mean, I think they should go and actually paint one of the real-life RCF GT3s in this and then stick it in MoMA or the Guggenheim Museum or the Tate in London. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's very well maybe one of my picks for that favorite livery contest, which we are hosting, by the way, in the Discord channel. If you find your way over there, head yourself to the, why can't I find it now? The Driver's Livery Vote channel inside of the Discord, and there's a straw poll posted there in which you can vote for your favorite livery, not your own, asterisk there, not your own in the fine print, and the team that has the best livery will win some prizes at the end. So be sure to go perform the votes and get yourself set up with that Coach Dave / SimGrid setup pack.
As we are switching back.
Some good stuff. Be worth a good couple of seconds a lap, which over, well, yeah, about a second. If you can gain about a second up on your car setup, then you can probably work out just how much of a gain that is over 24 hours. It's a lot, so it really does pay to have a good setup on your car, especially in conditions like these, which are somewhat changeable. Although I've just noticed that the track has now been declared wet.
Yep, that means there are puddles.
Hey, so this is going to be
Oh no.
then.
It's when it's flooded there are puddles. Sorry, I have to correct that.
Yeah.
Now it's wet, and when puddles start to form, it's like flooded. So, but the rain will stay like this for another good 30 minutes. I don't even know what time. What time is it? 9:15. Yeah, 18 hours and 15 minutes to go. Maybe a little break, or you guys continue. I'm gonna mute myself, and I will be right back.
10-4.
And currently looking at the 151 Aston Martin of Daniel Reinsch.
Oh, around 305. I was just gonna mention there's a 3/10 battle there between the 16 and the 305, and now we've seen Hitchum find themselves facing backwards, going into maggots. You gotta wonder if maybe a little bit of contact occurred to preempt that, or if that was entirely on their own. Just take too much of the curb on the exit of Cops.
It's easy to do at Maggots Beckett's Chapel to lose the car there, because you're trying to turn, brake, hit the throttle slightly to stabilise the car, change down. You're trying to do all of that in a very short space of time, from about 5th gear to 2nd or 3rd. So, yeah, it is quite easy to kind of lose it there, although usually when you tend to lose it there, you tend to end up going some way off the circuit, shall we say. So, yeah, it's can be a bit interesting, that section of track, if you get it wrong. which is pretty easy to do, and that's just in the dry, not even in the conditions like this. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting, methinks. Meanwhile, Reich is actually right on the back of Parise in the 23 McLaren. Should be a good battle for position here.
Yeah, Daniel here in the 151 has been having an up and down day. Obviously, they've had pace, but keep on finding themselves into awkward situations. And then, of course, the 23 who had an awkward start to the race in which one of their drivers wasn't able to connect to the server correctly. And so they got a +1. Oh, the 151 almost runs over the back of the 23 McLaren, which is supposed to be the number 22 McLaren, but it's the 23 now because awkwardness. What actually ended up happening, I found out with that team, is so as a driver was connecting to the server, their game crashed. And so they never officially loaded in, but they also connected to the server. And so the entry list started, but the car never spawned. And so whenever they reload back into the server, it basically just puts them in the server as if they were just a spectator. Because there is no car for them to get into, so it doesn't assign them anywhere. But it also still lets them load in, and it deviated a whole entry list. So rather awkward and unfortunate situation, but yeah, so one of the drivers of that car was unable to compete today, but fortunately the rest of the team is still able to compete, and at least we still got the car on the grid. We had 35 cars here for the qualifying day, and we had 35 cars here on the grid for race day, so that's a very good turnout, and happy to see. Absolutely,
Yeah,
we have 32 cars on the track now. After a couple DNFs have occurred,
and then disqualification.
I think the 7. Oh yeah, they got disqualified after DNF.
Yeah,
they got DNF'd and then tried to re-enter the server, and so they ended up getting a disqualification for that.
Meanwhile, Chris Corbin in the Bentley is right on the back of Chris Minahan's McLaren. And I mean right on the back of, and goes straight past on the inside there. Minahan taking more of a wider line in the McLaren, but the Bentley bit bigger, bit more of it. And Helen Price donated £5 for Cancer Research UK. Good luck, Dan, and everyone. A great cause. Thank you so much for your donation. It's very much appreciated. Meanwhile, we're looking at Enrico Parise in the one of the DSRT cars, the Frightening Broomstick entry, car number 23, and got a Lamborghini just behind them on track. It's not for position because they're and there's Theo Lupi in the 99 McLaren, co-sponsored by Greg's, who's had a bit of a spin there in the arena section, and gets back going again.
Once again, it's the NAR team is just finding themselves just in a bad spot, spinning around there. You gotta wonder if, again, if there was contact that resulted into that spin, or if they spun on their own. But definitely unfortunate for them to end up that way. It just seems to keep on happening to them.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a theme actually for the team all race so far, especially with what's happened to the 98 as well, for good measure. So, and I've just noticed that Tim Rull is showing as having plus 15 seconds next to his name. So I'm going to quickly.
Yep, that just came in, causing a collision with car 98. They had a 15-second time penalty for that one.
Yep, that sounds about right to me. Meanwhile, it's still the 899 McLaren in the lead. The 176 Aston Martin is still in second, and the 28 Bentley and the 100 Bentley are currently in third and fourth respectively. Then it's the 54 Audi from the 102 Bentley, and that's currently the top 6 at the moment. There's still 8 minutes to go before we reach the first quarter in football parlance. That, of course, being American football and not the variety of football that's more common in the UK and in Europe, which would be soccer. As Cracker returns to
but always people talk about soccer when I'm there, and I'm gonna say it's very friendly. I'm not a big fan of soccer, not at all. Anyway,
Don't like the kickball sport.
the kickball sport. You mean the 22 idiots running on a field behind a piece of leather? Yeah, sure. I rather watch engines going in circles.
Yeah.
Grant
I mean,
Williott.
in Tottenham's case, also, I was going to say, in Tottenham's case, that's only 11 idiots running around behind the leather ball.
Grant Willimet is getting very, very close to the 28 car. I think there's something wrong. Patrick Lipka has put it in the wall. They repaired the car, but it just doesn't seem to be working for them. And I don't know why. I would be greatly interested in hearing from them. But we have somebody else knocking on the door in the rain, and I think that's one of the Turn 1 Necromancers team. So let's get him in. Hello, Chris.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm gonna adjust your sound a little bit. How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. A little bit of a messy start, unfortunately. 70 seconds of penalty, which was not fun. But no, I think we're up in P6 from P28, so I think we're doing incredibly well at the moment.
Yeah. Just to, I need to find your car number. What was it again?
02.
102.
The 102 car. I was thinking 101 or the 100, but it was the 102 car. Let me find it for you. So we have you in. Yeah, the first thing was very interesting. You almost got disqualified for causing so many incidents and collisions. What happened?
Gert underestimated how careful everyone was going to be on the first lap, I believe. He was just being a touch aggressive. I've spoken to him about that. He's calmed down a little bit now. He's got some clean air. He's being smart about things rather than being aggressive. So I think we've sorted that out now.
Yeah, because you are seem to having the pace to be in that top 10 for sure. And I was like, okay, why so aggressive so early in the race and almost getting disqualified? It just doesn't really add to the whole point of doing a 24. So I hope that's been resolved now.
Yes, definitely. Like I said, I just don't think, because we qualified in the V12 and then changed cars.
Ah, yes, I remember. Yeah, it was.
So initially we weren't supposed to be that far down the qualifying order. So I think he just wasn't expecting everyone to be that slow around us.
Yes.
Just underestimating the braking points and things like that for the slower cars.
Yeah, and so far so good. The rain is... sorry, we get another... Can we see more close-ups of cars? Yes, we certainly do. Art Vandelay? Very good last name. I would take it. We will be getting a closer look towards some other liveries as well as soon as we are finished with Chris here. Have you guys been running like a special setup made for rain, or a mixed setup, or what?
It was a kind of a last-minute hybrid setup last night. We built this setup, so I'm pretty happy with the way it's going. To be fair, so we threw it together last minute. We did have a setup before. It was a little bit too sketchy in the wet, so we binned it and started again last night. And it's actually really good today. I wasn't expecting it to be quite as good as it is, so we threw it together. But no, it's a hybrid setup. So we were expecting to be a little bit slow in the dry, which we weren't, which was interesting. But no, it feels really good. Gert keeps saying to me how good the setup feels in the wet. he's quite comfortable with it at the moment. So
Yeah, that's always a good feeling when a setup works, especially around Silverstone, and especially when it's a Bentley, because if a Bentley isn't set up correctly, it can be very hard to drive. But it looks rather stable on our end here. What are the plans going into the evening, into the latter stages of this race? What are because you're you're doing 207s now. Are you expecting to move towards that top 3, or is this what you expected?
well, we've achieved the target. The target was to be the fastest car in silver, and we are already there. So I think the next goal is to catch up to our other team's car in P3. I think would be nice if we can get.
Yeah, they just moved up. That's Grant Willimat there, and that turn 1 Grim car. They just moved up into P3, having sacrificed Patrick Lipka here, which had a little moment there. But yeah, good to hear.
That would be the goal. That would be the goal, is to catch them up, and P4 would be nice if we can get there.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see a silver car getting up that high. But you didn't qualify, right? You qualified in the Aston Martin V12. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm getting a little bit tired, so I'm starting to mix things up. So at the start of the race, was the car also doing well, or now that the rain has come, are you happier?
To be fair, the car's been good all race. I mean, with Gert and Max in the car, which are 2 of our faster drivers, it was doing 59s comfortably, which was really, really nice because that's top 10 pace.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just been good all round today. It's been really nice to us. Really easy to drive. Gert said he could go for another stint after he did the double initially. So it's been really, really good today.
Good to hear, and I'm looking forward to seeing you do more great stuff later into the race, going into the night. When do you get back in the car?
Okay, I'm on my first stint after this one.
Okay.
I haven't driven yet.
Okay, so when you get out, feel free to update us when you're sweating out of the rig, and then we can have some adrenaline rush talks.
Yes.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for joining, and hope to speak to you soon, and good luck into the race to the whole of turn 1.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
No problem. Talk to you later.
No worries.
So very interesting to hear there from the turn 1 Geert Fischer, which car was almost disqualified into the first part of the stage, and they just told us it was a little bit too aggressive. Everybody was very cautious in the first few laps. So it seems my driver briefing did work. Only Geert Fischer didn't listen to me. But now that's resolved. They are having a very good pace, and they are currently in 6th position. Doing 207s, and the whole, let me see, we got a 208, 207, 207, 207, 207, 208, 207. And then we go into the 209s from P9. The only one that's lapping faster, I'm gonna say it again, is this 899 car, nearly on pace. I don't know how they got this team name, but these guys are really killing it.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, they're definitely setting the pace up here at the front of the grid, without a doubt.
They already one lap up again. As we see
on
little...
Romantsev.
Yeah, with that incident with the 28 earlier, who've now fallen their way down to P4. I mean, you gotta imagine now then that they were the ones who were running that dry setup at the front, as in comes the 824 to the pit lane. Gonna probably be performing this, hopefully a scheduled stop on their part, not unscheduled. But yeah, you gotta wonder if that top run in Bentley, the 28 team was the ones that were maybe a bit suspect at the top and were running the fully dry setup, and maybe that's why we saw issues once it came to rain time.
As we ride
Yeah,
on
they
board
were-
here with the 28, and I was I promised someone to take a good look at a livery. Let me see. There's so much going on in the chat. That's so good to see with over 100 people watching right now, including the OTL stream. So thank you all for joining in and having so many comments out there. Thanks for organization. Could only donate pounds, no problem. Yeah, you can put in some pounds on the side. Mistake with the pop-up text. Amazing, funny livery. That was about the Brussels sprout car. I wonder if these Brussels sprouts are giving them a boost of speed down the straights, if you know what I mean. I know what you mean, and it probably does, if you eat enough of them. Go NOP. What are the DSRT teams in right now? P12 and P23. So we're gonna take a look at another livery, right? Let's do this. I think the 97 car was the one who asked for it. So as we have a little bit
777.
the 777 again.
Sorry, find themselves deep off of the back end of the chapel corner, going the wrong way forward.
Well, that's a good moment in time to take a look at the livery. They
light speed endurance is what it says on there. Nice sleek logo. I gotta be honest, I quite like it.
Yeah, I like the thin font. It's thin. It has some speed to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at their beautiful Grim Reaper there. I like the flow of colors. No, it's really popping out. The blue and the purple and the black.
The white to purple fade with that light blue in between is definitely a very nice effect going on with the Grim Reaper on top of it.
It's getting a little bit dirty, I've got to say it.
Yeah, he might need
Nose
to
has found its way to the back of a couple cars, so.
Yeah, I think a trip through the car wash might help sort some of the shine onto the paintwork, just a little bit. But yes.
And they also got another 15-second time penalty. If someone can look up, that's probably for
contact.
It's still for the contact. They didn't serve it yet, probably.
Yep, haven't served it yet, so.
It's still there.
They'll wait until next pit stop to serve that.
Well, people, if you like the livery, if you like the way they designed this, make a donation of £2.50, and you can then select the reward in the Tiltify page, and you can select for your 777 car, and they have a chance to win a little bit of a prize themselves if they get enough votes. So I don't know if there are any 777 fans out there, but go and do it and donate towards the goal. All the money will go to charity, and you have the chance to win a €75 voucher from SimX Pro as well. Nice car. I like it.
Yep.
We'll be doing more of these as we go. We still got a long way to go, so there will be time enough for all the liveries to be taken to be looked at. So give it some time, and we will go through all of them. And I'm trying to find my cursor again. Here it is. No, here it is not. What was the thing? Alt tapping and then something about.
Just if you push Alt Tab and then just move your cursor back to the center of the screen, you can find it.
Ah, yeah, here she is. Here she is. Thijs van der Hoorn is not having a good time. He's been off track time after time after time, now being overtaken by that 777 car he just overtook. So these guys are not having a good time.
Yeah,
Probably
the
a 15-second penalty on the 777. They'll find their way back in front of them again soon, but gotta wait until that penalty is served in order to find that time.
yeah, and also I think the Porsche has now become a 400-something thousand euro lawnmower there on the down the straight.
Let's
Actually, what is
take.
the retail price? Hold on, I might be able to find the actual RRP for that car.
Let's take a look at the cars a little bit more in the back. We have the Olympus Old Boys team here, the 31 spots, the 37 car McLaren. Having also a very nice livery, but they are currently a few laps behind. I think it's 6 laps. They seem to be catching Dan Marriott here in the 94 car, off-pace racing. They seem to be a little bit off-pace, as their last lap was 3 minutes and 7 seconds. So that's off-pace.
Wow.
Might be an outlap actually,
Yeah,
so we all have to wait.
Stop there.
Yeah.
As we're chilling, we have a guy in the another one of the off-pace racing drivers chilling in the driver interview at the moment. So possibly one of the guys that just came out after a driver swap, being that they just pit.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get him in. Shoes off and no stinky socks.
Yeah, just finished my first stint. Yeah, the 3-minute lap was an outlap. We had a little bit of trouble with our second driver. Alex had some issues, and we are using a wet setup, so our dry pace was like a couple seconds slower than I would have wanted. But like the car really came alive when it started to rain. I was like putting in like 308, 309, which I'm quite happy with. Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, and also how difficult was it with the conditions changing as well for good measure during the last couple of stints or two?
Well, yeah, the timing was kind of as bad as it could have been, because I got in the car about at the like 3 hour 50-minute mark, and I ran out of I would have run out of fuel, I think 15 minutes before the rain started, so I had to do an extra pit stop to get a little bit of fuel. So we lost a bit of time with that, and I also missed the pit box a bit then, so I had to reverse a bit. But yeah, like we have had a pretty tough race. We had the wrong brake pads for the first stint, so we had to do an extra pit stop to change those, and the extra pit stop for the fuel that I had. But all things considered, we are like, all of us are doing our first real endurance race, so I'm happy that we're not last.
And it's still a long way to go in the race. Still 17 and quite a bit minutes, 17 hours, quite a bit minutes left. You've got, like I said, it's your first real proper 24-hour endurance race, so kind of heading in where, well, with regards to where we are now, roughly, kind of what sort of result do you think would be, yeah, that's a real good result for us?
Well, I mean, our starting point is just to finish, but like I would be extremely happy with the top 20, but top 25, I would think it would be a really good result. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, Dan's looking pretty comfortable in the car at the moment. You said you got the wet setup bolted on the Aston. It's I've noticed in the on our screen that you got it looks as if the rain might actually be getting a bit worse in the next half an hour.
Yeah.
Do you reckon going to play into your hands even more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. The feeling I got when the rain started was that a lot of the guys are running either like drawing a hybrid setup or just running a fairly like dry oriented setup. So I think heavier rain is gonna help us a lot. Especially we've been, well, I was fighting with the number 15 Lexus for like I want to say the last like 20 minutes of my stint, 30. And like I was gaining a lot of time on them, and I even like, because we had the drive-through, I was able to catch them once, serve the drive-through, and then catch them again before the driver swap. So I think it's gonna help us if we get more rain.
Oh, awesome. Well, thanks so much for popping in here, and best of luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, thanks.
As you were mentioning about getting more rain, it just popped up on the feed of the forecast that the rain will be declining in 30 minutes. It will actually be becoming less intensive within the next 30 minutes.
Let's just hope that it's gonna pick up again.
I suspect that by 8 p.m. in game time, we could possibly see rain slowing towards nothing. But we'll see just how that the game dictates it for us here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Cheers, and best of luck in the race.
Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna go to bed now because it's 20 to 11 here.
Oh, crikey! Yeah, I'd recommend going to get some sleep.
Yeah,
I won't keep you any longer, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers. And after one interview, we've got another driver in the waiting room. It's Ryan Przakowski from GRG eSports. So I'm going to attempt that. And has that worked? Yes, it has. It's one of the. I mean, I might have spent 3 years doing IT at sixth form, but I still don't really know what I'm doing.
I struggle at times, so it's not that hard to do it, you know.
Hey Ryan, maybe you can turn up your mic a little bit on your side?
I can't, but I can put it a bit closer.
Ah, yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
How you doing?
Doing good, all things considered. I had a bit of an incident in turn 1 because I hit the anti-cut on the inside. Sent the car around, got some front end damage, and went faster somehow. So I guess that paid off.
That tells you you messed up.
I went from doing 203s to 201s, so not like a small jump either.
That tells you the setup was a bit off somewhere. But yeah, we were wondering what was happening there. It looked like as if possibly it was a spin coming out of the pit lane on cold tires, but no, it was just a natural spin on the anti-cut, just like it seems like everybody has done. Oh, it's a huge slide for the number 29 Aston Martin there as the 196 slips through into P7. They were well off the racing line and were counter steering all the way through the flat out left-hander there.
I saw that. That looked like a nice save there.
Absolutely, especially to not come back across and collect the 196. Sure that that Seb Morgan is quite pleased with that save.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Seb Morgan would, because it stops his car from getting totaled, probably, but it's a cracking bit of driving as well from Perry Osterveer. Sorry.
But yes, so how have things gone beyond that for you guys? Obviously, with a little bit of a dramatic starting further down the field, how did you navigate through lap 1? with the chaos that ensued just in front of you guys.
I wasn't here for lap 1. That was Thomas in the car, and I was downstairs, so I wouldn't know. But
what a great teammate you are now.
Yeah, I know, right? You see,
By the way,
none of us has
everybody,
had
Ryan,
practice.
no, Ryan. That's why I'm bantering. No, Ryan. Before y'all think I'm just insulting someone, Ryan. No.
Oh yeah, no.
Go on.
So yeah, given the fact we've had absolutely no practice, basically, and most of us hating the car, I'd say, and the track, I'd say we're doing pretty good in P28. We'd think we'd be a bit higher than we are, but overall we're quite happy with how we're doing.
I mean, having no practice whatsoever. I mean, you would be well suited to life in university then. In that case, not that I'm speaking from experience, but
Hey, maybe that means good fortunes then, you know?
Depends.
The camera throws me off every time. This camera shot from the end of the Wellington Straight. If you on the back end of it, you can see the cars coming through Beckett's, and so they just come through Beckett's like turning in the background, and every time it catches me off guard because it makes me think a car is sliding through the back.
I have the same. I'm like, whoa, what are they? Oh no, they're right.
No, again, we're just going through Beckett's. It's normal. It really throws me off. It's a crazy camera angle here around Silverstone.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy track in general. Having actually been there a few times myself over the years, but yeah, that looks pretty fun to drive. I mean, maybe not in these weather conditions, but
How is the Lamborghini playing out for you guys? Because obviously there's only a couple of the Lamborghinis on the grid overall. So, how do you feel like you're faring with that car?
On my second stint, it felt pretty good. It felt better than the first, maybe because the first one might have been equivalent to my practice. But it's nice. Like, the tire pressures are sometimes too low. We've fixed that issue. The only minor issue we had is we had to pit like 5 minutes before the rain started. So we had to pit for fuel and then pit again for tires.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate, but luckily you guys were close enough on that time frame to not have to do a full service stop and then pit again for tires on a short stop. So luckily it was kind of just a splash. Oh, we see multiple cars around here as Dom comes in with the follow on the DSRT squad.
Thank you, Dom.
But definitely, that was an awkward series of events. There was a 73 Mercedes that we saw off track, and then the next cut showed us a McLaren of some sort off track.
Yeah,
and
I'm trying to keep up, but it's there's so much happening.
Now we have the 666 coming up to the back of the 606, and we have the 99 on the back of the 77. Let's cut over to one of those, see if we got side by side racing in one of those positions.
I think the 666 should also be doing quite well. In fact, there's not much in it here. There's it's Lexus on Lexus as well. Brussels sprouts versus something that doesn't have Brussels sprouts on it.
Yeah, probably cheeseburgers.
And this is the sort of stuff that gets you a degree in sports journalism. Dear me.
As Vicente Ramos of SPM Corporation puts it into the wall.
And that's a fast corner.
That's a very fast corner, indeed.
Yeah.
See, again, it's an awkward situation to go nose first. That's not a corner that you often see cars spinning off nose first into the wall. Normally, whenever you spin there, the car goes all the way around, and you go with the back end into the gravel trap. It's really weird to see the cars nose first in there. Definitely has to be another one of those awkward spins like we saw earlier.
As we get back to the Brussels sprout car, and now making the overtake there. Let's see if they can get him back.
Wouters up to 19th. Matt's going to have a little look, see if he can try and get back past the Brussels Sprouts liveried Lexus.
I really love this livery. This 606 car looks so good.
I agree with the statement on the 606 livery, and I am going to go back to my channel, so have a good one.
Yeah, thank you for joining, Ryan.
Yeah. Cheers for... Oops, sorry.
And I hope to hear from you later into the race, as we are trying to keep an eye out for everybody. So feel free to get back when you're out of the car. Oh, he's already gone. Hi, Ryan. Well, that ended awkward. That was me talking to myself.
He had to go attend to some team duties.
Yeah, of course. This is the most important part when you're racing together, obviously.
Sorry for the clicky microphone, if you can hear it, or the clicky keyboard.
That's not clicking.
Oh no, I mean, it's Halloween.
We can have some spooky
sure.
noises in the background, that's alright.
Okay, this might work better when it's actually like dark on track, like properly. it might work a little better, but yeah, we're still looking at Matt Artem in the American United Racing Lexus, car number 606, and he has dropped off a bit from House of Lane there.
Yeah, he dropped off.
Gap
The
of
gap was
1.7.
closer, but and I think Theo Lupu there made the move on Hayden Harter, now currently in 23rd position. And let's see, Chris Corbin gets the move done on Sharon Joan from Burning Brakes Motorsport, and coming out of that pit, so that's not really a on-track battle. So at this point, the close battles are a little bit... Ooh, we have a slow car here? Oh, that's someone...
That's the 15 Lexus, I think, just getting out of the way a little bit there.
Yeah, just a little bit too much, and the system starts to throw yellows immediately. As we have Martin Lorenk here from Nearly on Pace going into the pit lane, and I think I just seen Grant Willamette and Constantine Voronin getting out of the pit lane.
Yep, the 666 is also in the pits as well. I don't know if Wout is going to be staying in the car or if they're going to put someone else. Probably Martin or Gianni. I don't know. We've got the 112 in. Tim Rules Ferraris is there as well because time penalty needs to be served. And Matt Artem is currently in 19th place, and the Ferrari now has Kevin Kruger behind the wheel of it. So coming out of the pits now, absolutely smashes the throttle pedal into the firewall at the front of the car and gets back into the race. Might take a few moments for the timing screen on the left hand side to change, but we'll wait there. We're meanwhile looking at Patrick Lipka in the 28 Bentley, who is, well, the Bentley's looking a little bit worse for wear. You can see what Case was on about now, about having the cars going into Beckett's right behind the long shot on the Wellington straight there. And Lipka is still in 4th place. He's right on the back, actually, of Voronin in the 176 Aston Martin. Should be for 3rd position overall.
Yeah. but I think one of the two still needs to pit, and that's Patrick. So Voronin just pitted, and I think Patrick is still to pit. So just from the chat, everything is chill in the steward's box right now. So well, as we see, the gaps are getting a little bit bigger. It also means the stewards can have a little bit of a breather there. Well deserved. So props for them for going through all these incidents from the incident forums that the drivers can send in. And what else do we have? We got exclamation mark donate, very important. Exclamation mark voucher will work as well. As we see the 28 car here having a little look on the outside, but cannot make the move done right here. Let's see what goes into this section.
Willemot's pitted from second, so this is now actually not the battle for third, but actually the battle for second place.
Exactly.
It's going to be, and speaking of which, here comes Josh Thompson coming out the pits now in the number 100. As Parise has just brought the number 23 McLaren into the pits as well. Lipka is still thereabouts with Voronin in the Aston Martin.
Yeah, they're having a little bit of a squabble here, but it's fair so far. That 28 car, it looks like it's gonna eat everything that's in front of it. I don't know if this is more.
Size of the Bentley.
Yeah, this is, and I'm not sure if this is more aerodynamic or if it's just visual or. It looks a bit silly. So. What are we gonna do? Are we gonna take a good look at this livery?
and ask them to get some gaffer tape on that bonnet as well, just to keep it on the car, keep it down. Coming through Woodcut now. Gosh, we're already 189 laps into the race as well from the race leader. So you're currently looking at the sort of hanging up-ish bonnet on the.
It looks a little bit weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, just a bit. It's Martin Lane is actually still in six Lexus. I've just noticed as well. They didn't change drivers in the pits there.
Let's see if he can get the move done here by braking a little bit later. No, the Aston Martin seems to be very good. Oh, and he finds a little gap on the inside.
But Voronin's got the inside for the braking zone for club, and indeed make full use of that to stay in second place. Meanwhile, Harry Ustaveer has brought the 29 Aston Martin into the pits as well. Whoa, big moment there from Lipka coming out of club. Very, very well held indeed. Meanwhile, on board with Seb Morgan in the McLaren.
Sorry.
Lipka, who's lost a bit of ground there as a result of that. Now with back to Morgan in the McLaren, the Golf car.
Quite an easy race for them so far. Not being caught up in any accidents. Now gaining one position there by crossing the finish line with the Trackside eSports orange car in the pit lane currently.
Currently changing back to Vincent Alsums, who I think was the starting driver of that Aston Martin as well, I seem to remember.
If I recall correctly, it was.
Yep, so he's getting back into the car for another stint or two in the rain. The track's now improved to being merely damp instead of wet, which is excellent.
So it will. The cars that just switched to the wets, they have been maybe now start to struggle a little bit on those wets with them overheating. So it will be interesting to see when the first pit stops will appear for the dry tires. And I think it's always a little bit. It's easier to go from the dries to the wets than from the wets to the dries, because if you make a mistake, if you do it too early, you're really gonna suffer. You're really gonna hurt those lap times until it's drivable enough on those. They get really close again, but they seem to be fighting really fair, and both of them seem to know what they are doing. As the 176 goes a little bit wider. Let's see if the 28 can capitalize on that. Let's see what Patrick can do. No, he will not attempt to do it here, because
Probably for the best.
Yeah, he is a smart driver. He knows what to do when. And let's go to the helicam and let's see if he can do something here, because this is a great spot for overtaking. Many lines. As you can see, the Bentley going a little bit more wide, making the Epics as wide as possible, but not having enough speed there. Also, I find the slipstream effect of the Bentley is not as good as you expect. So we see a few cars in the pit lane at this point. Theo Lupu and let's see, that's the 111 car.
In the number 111 in the pit doesn't have. I'll tell you what, I'm actually shocked that the 111 doesn't have a driver with the initials LR behind the wheel.
Yeah. Oh, as the 176 goes a little bit wider, and we haven't seen any drive-thrus yet for track limits. I think one.
Oh wow.
And yeah, Renee Online, as you just pointed out in chat, I love the clean, good racing. These guys have been really clean. There were a few minor incidents at the start of the race, but now everything seems to be going very good for everybody, and everybody respects each other. This is a race for charity. We made that very clear at the start of the race and in the driver's briefing. Guys, keep it civil. Yeah. Things can go wrong in racing. Just make it a beautiful race, and we already raced 1,601 pounds. So yeah, it's working out really great. If you want to donate, type ! donate. Yes, Bloodwolf, and I'm gonna jinx it. It's been really clean.
Lipka's done it. Lipka's got through at club on Voronin for second place as well. It was a little bit of a slightly squirrely moment there for Voronin in the Aston Martin, and Lipka took full advantage of it. Meanwhile, further back, oh my, right, here we go. There's some McLarens, some Aston Martins got cars 305, 99, 23.
Oh! Everybody's still alive. Nobody got killed.
Thankfully. And for the rest of the race, we will not speak. Oh no!
Yep.
Someone noticed the other side of the circuit. We spoke too soon there, I think.
We spoke too soon. We spoke too soon. We jinxed it.
Once again, me and ARR crew just finding themselves in the wrong spot at the wrong time. It just seems to follow everywhere they go.
And now, Cracker and I will resort to commentating using actual words rather than sounds.
We'll be silent. It will be a silent stream from now on.
Okay.
Just random moans and groans. It's gonna be the whole stream. ASMR.
Or maybe something like prehistoric caveman, like ooh ah, and then finished. Anyway, we love the clean driving.
Way
I'm gonna say it again. Same corner. I love the clean driving. I'm gonna jinx it every time we're here.
Again.
As the 54 car currently. Where's the 54 car?
54 cars in 5th place at the moment, the Audi.
They're actually made it so high up the order. I'm amazed by their pace, but this is the thing with the Audi. If you and hello Sarah de la Rosa, $20 pounds euros, 20 currency for Cancer Research UK.
Cancer Research.
Thank you so much for your donation. That brings the
Thank you so much.
grand total to 1,621 pounds or currencies. Thank you. We are well on the way. Your donation helps greatly. What I wanted to say about the Audi: if you can get the Audi right, it's a killer car. But if you get the Audi wrong, it's a killer car.
It's just a different sort of killer car, and let's face it, your drive might not be a thriller, but it might end up being more of a spiller, and you'll end up in the wall.
Woohoo! Oh, yeah. Things are starting to get out of hand already. Oh, hello, Dom.
Is hosting with one viewer.
Well, every little bit helps. Thank you for hosting and rating our stream.
Yep. Meanwhile, it's only 9 o'clock in the evening in the UK, and everything's already going well and truly out the window. So, who knows what's going to happen in the next 3 hours? Because I don't.
I don't even know how much longer I need to stream. I think 1 hour. Am I right, Case?
Case, I don't think can actually hear you at the moment.
Hold on, okay. I don't have the streamer's guide. I don't have the schedule in front of me.
I do. It's according to the thingy I have here. It's the bit highlighted in pink is until 10 o'clock Dutch time, which it was 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, so we from 10 to 11. So this is my final hour of streaming, and I gotta say, guys, I really enjoyed it from the start until now. The drivers, the chat, thank you GG NASCAR fan for hosting with one viewer. Oh, we got a little bit of a yellow somewhere on track, but where is it? It's Luis Reisman. Yeah. That's Olympus Odd Boys.
And he's just reversing it onto the grass because track, or rather lack of in this weather. Is he going to
yeah, very safely.
Being very careful not to take out another car. Of course, it's not what you expect to see at Luffield. It is a car 90-degree angle to the circuit and actually half on the racing line. So very well done from all involved in making sure
nobody
there
gets
are no
killed.
Collisions.
Exactly.
Yep.
Again, we have the 777 car getting close to the 16 car. These been squabbling for hours now. Sorry, my throat is slowly starting to give up a little bit, but it's all right. Everything for charity.
Yep.
As I've been saying, I've been enjoying it from the start until now. I've been working towards this moment for months now, and I think I could do another 8-hour stream, but it's better for me to give the stream to the next person who will do another 8 hours, which will be Case from GRG eSports. And after 8 hours, it will go to DSRT Guru, and then I will be joining, and everybody will be. The race will be finished. I'm not ready to think about that yet, but it will be at some point.
Yeah, and we'll see if I need to go to the barbers or not Monday. I was going to say Monday morning, but it'd be more like Monday afternoon. But
yeah. Well, most barbers are closed on Monday here. Not sure about the UK, but
I think most places should be open. Well, it might be good for my good news for my parents, less good news for me.
Let's
meanwhile,
let's
Kevin
get another
Kruger
lap.
is,
Yeah.
Has well and truly caught up with Ties van der Horn in the 16 Porsche. I did actually find out how much that Porsche was, by the way. 459,000 euros without taxes.
Oh, well, let's get one.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's. Oh, one of these things would be amazing. Just imagine driving to the shops in your Porsche 911 GT3 R, and then you get to show everyone that you've got a better car than the RS.
I think
it's faster and it has a bigger wing.
yeah, and I would paint it in a like a old red color or something that looks really used. Oh, and he tries to get it in there. Oh, that's very tight, but he did it. It was a beautiful move.
Yeah, just about got it done at Luffield. Kept it on the line there at
little love tap.
Side by side down the pitch straight. I think Kevin's got the line there at Cox. Yes, he does, but Van der Horn is not giving up the position easily in the slightest. And they're still side by side coming into Maggots and towards Beckett's now. And I think Kruger has just about got the position after all that as they head into Chapel. Wow. Where do we start?
Well,
where do we start with?
That was interesting. As we see now, Thijs van der Horn there on position number 13, having... Oh! I think someone went off there. That was Thomas Fischer.
Oh, that's the GRG car.
Yep. That Lambo is so hard to control in the rain. And the 94 car there is having a drive-through penalty, now serving that. I wonder what that was for.
I don't actually know, to be honest.
I didn't see anything in race control at this point, so it might have been track limits. As we have Geert Fischer now following. Thank you for the follow, Geert, and welcome. And I think Geert was driving that 102 car.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
He was, yeah.
He was in the 102 earlier. It's now got Christopher Stevenson behind the wheel. Still pounding round, as meanwhile I've actually... And yes, I am now following as well. As you can
hello, Roblo97. Thank you so much for following. We got a lot of follows today, so that's good for future streams. We have to talk with the admins as well. What we're gonna do with all these people gathered in this Discord. If we're gonna keep it or destroy it. I say keep it and use it for future events if everybody's interested, because this was such a lovely bunch of people getting together for a good cause, and everybody was friendly and helping each other out. As we have Anonymous having another donation getting in there.
$1 for Cancer Research UK. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna say one currency from now on, because it's pounds.
Yeah.
So we're gonna say one currency.
Yep, we have currently raised 1,622.41 currencies at the moment. The goal is currently 5,000 currencies. There goes East Van der Horn off the circuit there at Club.
He's back.
Taking the very scenic route on the inside at Club there.
I don't know. I think they might have set the tire pressures wrong, because it goes good for a amount of time, but he seems to be struggling a little bit on keeping the car on track.
Yeah, I think that... Well, I think that's the most expensive sit-on lawnmower in the world at €459,000 without taxes. But there we go. The Porsche is being very, very unruly in these changeable weather conditions, as Ties van der Hoorn is doing his absolute best to try and keep the car on the circuit. It's currently looking. That Porsche just looks absolutely nothing short of evil to drive at the moment. I mean, I know this is the trick. I know this is Halloween trick or treat, but really, as a driver, you don't want a car that wants to try and trick you into throwing it into the scenery at pretty much every corner on the circuit. So, yeah, it's maybe not the best trick or treat in the world for Ties at the moment, but yeah, it's not looking pleasant to drive that Porsche at all. Still with Ties van der Hoorn.
As we will be switching towards the closest battle on track at this point, 1.8 seconds, that 606 car from the 824 car.
Oh, so if I close the Twitch app on my phone to you, on my iPhone, because I know I've only just recently updated this to 14.8, I can actually still watch the Twitch stream on my phone, which is a bit weird because I'm currently watching it on my computer as well, trying to commentate on it, and it's currently about, well, the 606 has just gone through Copse Corner, and on the phone stream it was showing him as not having actually got as far as Woodcut yet. So
we have another donator.
It's Fisher with 10 currency
for Cancer Research UK.
So much.
Sounds rather good, doesn't it?
Yeah. Right, go on to the government website and start petition to change the currency from pounds to currency.
Yeah, we're just, it should be universal, you know, like a USB port, which isn't really universal anymore. But you know, something we just let's just call money currency everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes more sense, I think, and you can get rid of inflation and all the different exchange rates and all this bullshit. Anyway,
back to the racing.
Do we have a song for Guru? Svanimir asked. Which one will he sing?
Oh,
yeah. Well.
I might have to. Shall I pick that?
I was thinking something from Korn or Slipknot, you know, something really grunty.
Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, that would be hilarious.
Don't tell the British about universal things. Yeah, it's the same for Americans. Something with food and barrels and gallons and all this. Yeah. We're not gonna get this discussion going on stream. I don't think it's very wise. As Konstantin Voronin takes back the second place, as Patrick now enters the
pits for a change of tyres and fuel and everything else. Dutch Stig has posted in the Twitch chat for what to sing the Russian national anthem.
Yep, I'm gonna write that down.
In that case, we might actually need anyone who's not driving the 176 to actually kind of help us with that. I feel we might get some help from who can actually speak Russian to help us with pronouncing some of it, as Steel Blade Racing is now following us as well.
Thank you so much for the follows, guys. This has been a blast so far. As Patrick Lipka now gets out of the pit, 36 seconds behind Konstantin Voronin. And Sebastian Brunier now in the car for nearly on pace, with the wipers going on and off. But in 30 minutes we might have a dry track again, so that people that are stopping now... Oh, Ted Moore from Ein paar Äpfel Rennsport donated 25 currency for Cancer Research UK. Thank you, Ted Moore. We've been racing against Ein paar Äpfel in the GRG eSports events a couple of times, and you gotta give some love to that team. They are amazing.
Yeah, and it's mainly Tad and his son Gavin doing the driving for Empire Apfel Rennsport as well. So, yeah, and Gavin is a properly fast driver as well, and Tad isn't exactly slow himself. So they're very, very strong team, especially in a GT4 BMW M4. So, yeah.
Yeah, they've been always been running the GT4 BMW and doing the real life swaps, and even posting videos of them doing the real life swaps, because there was a little bit there was proof needed. They really swapped, and they really did swap. So there's not only the virtual driver swap, but there's also the real driver swap in their house, and it's really good.
Yeah. As Sebastian Brunier still leads the race in the number 899. We're actually 200 laps in already, which is a lot.
Yeah, and we are looking at around 700, so we are well underway.
Yeah, absolutely. I've come up with so I need to quickly write something.
You joined the chat.
Yeah, I have even put forward a couple of song suggestions as well. Busker Mist or Mira by Just Klein, who's kind of I've heard of through listening to Studio Brussels on the Belgian internet radio station. Because every year at Easter they have DSRT list, which is basically where they play these. Yeah, the blacklist, where they play the 666 heaviest metal songs over Easter weekend continuously, and then they do the last 66 songs live on Easter Monday and it's syndicated on the main. The last part's actually syndicated on the main Studio Brussels station as well, and it's a pretty good laugh. And Wouter Vlayen, one of the guys in the 666 Lexus, is the person who is responsible for getting me into that show and that radio station in the first place. So, thanks!
As we see the 38 car now closing in on the 112 car for 14th position. So let's see if they can get it done. As we also have Matt Artem here, fighting the 824 car of Vincente Ramos. So we have two battles, and I'm trying to get them all on the screen, but it's not that easy, obviously. This is a three-way battle. So that means Chris Corbin also joined this little group.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit tasty there actually for 16th.
Well, it's a little bit farther at the back, but it's the middle. Oh! As they have a little bit of a love tap there, as the 824 car made a little bit of a mistake. And now let's see if Chris Corbin can capitalize on that mistake as well. Let's see if he gets a good exit here. He does, kind of. Let's see. It's not a good idea to make the overtake now, but he can certainly try into the next 2 or 3 corners. As the 16 car tries to outbrake, but Chris Corbin is the smarter one in this one, brakes early and gets the move done. So that means Vincente Ramos here is a little bit lost 2 positions in 1 lap there by braking a little bit too late, being too aggressive. So that's a little bit of a loss, if you ask me.
Yeah, Race Control have also put up a message saying that headlights are mandatory now for the next 12 hours. And also the number 305, Aston Martin of DeLuca, should have a 10-second time penalty as well. I don't see anything about any appeals being raised, so looks as if the stewards have decided that, yep, DeLuca will be getting a penalty for the collision with the number 99 car. So 10 seconds would put him... I don't know. I don't think it would make... It should still... Yeah, he's got 34 seconds on Kruger, so he should still stay in 11th place there. Once with the allowing for the penalty and pit stops and that, so... Yeah, it's all going very well indeed so far. So Corbin has a look up the inside of Artem. Artem goes a little bit wider there and keeps the inside line for Club. But Corbin has a little look around the outside. Ooh, might be a little bit of a tap there from them. And Corbin stays behind for now, although Artem has a big moment coming through Club, and Corbin goes around tries to have a look around the outside, but Artem stays on the inside, and Corbin decides against trying to force the issue up at Abbey, which is wise. Now he has another look up the inside, still doesn't get the position, and as coming to next corner, he's a little bit too far back there, I think, but might get a better exit. Don't know if what state the tyres are in on that Lexus, but I'd imagine not brilliant, and still can't find a way through, as Matt is taking some very, very defensive lines there to keep Corbin at bay, and in turn that's bringing Ramos back into it in the 824 McLaren as well. And I'll have a quick look when they cross the finish line next. It's 1 point. Oh, actually, they've pulled out a little bit on Ramos there. Ramos lost a little bit of time in the final sector, so yeah, it's very, very close battle here between Corbin and...
Good fight. I think Corbin is the quicker car, but the defense of the 606 car has been pristine so far. Did not make any mistakes, and the 101 car has a hard time finding a little bit of a gap, so it's pressure on until the mistake comes.
Yep, and at this rate, our team's going to be getting called up by Tottenham Hotspurs at this rate. He is showing such a good defensive performance. Chris Corbin still cannot find a way past. Maybe he's just backed off slightly to let the tyres cool down somewhat. Still in 17th place, coming onto the F1 pit straight. Coming now into Abbey towards the arena section. He has a think about it, a little bit too far back though, and again there, you've got to get a good exit out of here. Keep it pin, and he's managed that. He's got a good exit onto the Wellington straight. Is he going to have the Lexus on the brakes? Not quite. Another very good block there by Artem, and Artem still holds the position. But Corbin closes right back up, and they're almost side by side coming through Woodcote. Corbin, it's going to be a bit risky to try and make the move at Cops. Doesn't, thinks better of it there, which is probably the right thing to do. And Artem is still in front after all this, and coming into Maggots now, still in front. It's not the best overtaking opportunity on the circuit here, to be fair, but They're still holding on for position.
This is a good fight to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah, so clean. I'm gonna move to the chat for a little bit. Where can we see the donation goal? You can see the donation goal at !donate and then hit the campaign link. And there you can see everything concerning the donation goal. Thank you for copy and pasting that Dutch stick from the Discord. Pedal between 112 and 38 for the 14th is pretty interesting as well. Yes, I was looking at that as well as Sharon Johan is still behind that 112 car, but also can't find a little bit of a gap.
Oh, Corbin's just got past Artem. I've just seen the positions change on the leaderboard, and that was for 16th right behind this battle here. And Jonas also got past the 112 of.
He T-boned him.
And there's a bit of contact that actually puts the 38 into the gravel there at the exit of Chapel. Yellow flags. That is a shame. That was a good battle there, and yeah, not how it should ideally have been decided, in all honesty, but there we are. Yep. Currently in 14th place, having lost 11 seconds after that, and I think that's going to be a slam dunk penalty for the 112. So currently still looking at Sharon Young in the number 38 Burning Brakes Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage GT3 coming through. Abby now trying to close the gap on Club now in France. There's Vicente Ramos in the 824 McLaren. Got Corbin and Artem in front of him. He's only 1.8 seconds behind Artem as well.
Have you seen we have had a change for the lead?
Ooh. I have not. I know that Prunier is in the pit.
He is in the pit. Okay. Well, it took some time to be updated.
Mikael Sundström. Yeah, and I think that means that Voronin might be. Let me have a look, see where Voronin is on the map. Don't know if Voronin's going to be able to get the lead from Brunier, but oh, here he comes now. Konstantin Voronin in the non-grata team Aston Martin is coming past the pits now and into the lead of the race, having just got past the McLaren, which is currently being refueled and given some fresh tyres. Meanwhile, here comes Patrick Lipka.
Also,
Brunier still showing.
Yeah, seems a little bit far away, but the 899 car is still standing still, so it's quite a long pit stop.
Yeah, almost suspiciously long as a pit stop, so remains to be seen. I will have a... And whoa, big moment there for Patrick Lipka in the Italy, who somehow manages to hold on to it. Meanwhile, no, that has to be an issue for the 8-9.
I think they're repairing the car.
That's intriguing. I'm going to quickly pop into Discord.
Let's see, yeah, they are still there, so they are now in 4th position, and there's the 54 car, the Audi, is Unreal Engine game
Coming up
crashed.
past
Oh
them
my
now.
god, they had a game crash.
Whoa.
UE4, yeah. So the Unreal Engine crash game crashed. As Gianluca De Luca is having a little bit of a touch on the grass there.
Moment.
But
On a wee
this is
moment.
disaster for the 899 car, as they are now back onto the track, coming out of Beckett's there. They have some catching up to do.
Well, they've got Mikhail in the car, and Mikhail was absolutely phenomenal in the qualifying race. So you'd have to say that given the pace of the teams so far, you have to say that they're still
they will get back at it. Yeah, but I pointed it out a few hours ago. Strange things can happen. Strange things can happen in a 24. I think it was the 2018 or 1924 of Le Mans. You remember what happened to the Toyotas?
Oh, that was back in 2016.
Oh, 16 already. Oh, I'm really getting old.
Yeah, 2016 was when the Nakajima-san stopped on the pitch.
Yeah, exactly. So
at the final lap, and even this year we had the LMP2 class leading WRT car stop on the final lap with a throttle sensor. And in 2017, the Toyota team brought 3 cars to Le Mans, and 2 of them retired overnight within the space of an hour. So it very much can happen here.
Yeah, and having a real engine crash is well, it will happen once every 1,000 moons, and now it happens. Nothing you can do. We can see a penalty here for the 305 car. Not sure
I mentioned that earlier. It's for contact.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I'm catching up on many things
took
at
a little
once.
while, I think, for it to. I think it took a. It just. I mentioned it, but I don't think it had actually been applied fully at that time. So that's why it's only just come up now on the
And
screen.
it's only 45 minutes until we get the 2 flashing lights laps for the 100 pound donation that was sent by GT Matt. So thank you again for that very generous donation.
And if we put some generic disco music on in the background, the good thing for everyone is you don't have to see me dancing.
Well, just a little bit of head shaking.
Well, I mean, my dancing's just as good as my singing, really.
Oh, really? Well, that goes together very well then. We can arrange something, especially when the hair is cut. We can arrange something. I pushed a little wrong button here, as I'm now lost my mouse again. Oh, here she is. What have we got going on track? Let's see the pace of this. They were in the pits for 2 minutes and 8 seconds, so it is quite a quick restart. So I gotta give it to them. There was someone that could log in and catch the problem, but yeah, it's still a very long time. Let's keep an eye out on their lap times, as they now will probably have their first full lap finished. 16 hours and 49 minutes to go. The track will get a little bit drier soon, so we will see a sequence of pit stops coming up as well.
Yep, should be in the next 10-15 minutes or so, I think. So I think most teams will just keep drivers in the car because, well, they know the conditions, they know where the puddles are. It kind of makes sense at that point. But yeah, it should be quite interesting to see actually if anyone does try and go for a driver change as well. So
yeah, I think it's better to I think it's better to if the conditions change, to put in a new driver as well, because he will quickly adapt to the new situation instead of someone that's been doing a full stint in the rain and then has to go to dry. It might feel very strange, and it's better to step away from the game than a little bit. But yeah, your schedule should allow it, and everybody, as we are moving towards the darker hours of the day, it should be. It's not that everybody is available, so sometimes you just gotta roll with what you get, and that might be doing a double stint in changing conditions.
As we enter Twilight Zone. Okay, that wasn't working. The Twilight Zone.
It kind of.
And that was basically by. Oh, okay. Just basically pushed the microphone into my face. Measure, but yes. Still looking at the. Oh, now looking at Ties van der Hoorn in the lawnmower. Yep, back on the circuit again. He's doing a very good job considering he's driving a car that that just wants to basically throw him off the track at every corner.
Yeah.
So all things considered, he's doing a very, very admirable job. So that's good.
Yeah, maybe it's a good time as the gaps are getting a little bit bigger. Let's say a thank you to all our very generous sponsors for this this event, which will be Coach Dave Academy, popping up in the right upper side of the screen, for providing us with a good set of setups, and also the SimGrid for using their platform, which was really handy, having to manage 40 teams with 5 drivers, so that really helped out with getting the organization in the way. Made Colori for providing us with 3 very beautiful liveries that were handed out to the top 3 of the qualifications. Obviously, Cancer Research UK, thank you for for letting us do this and getting all the money towards them. Simrace247.com. They wrote a little blog about us. It's a big website with a lot of blogs about sim racing and communities. Simix Pro, our very own sponsor, which donated $75 towards a nice voucher, which you can see if you start donating, and R&D Racing for providing us with a beautiful set of setups which the drivers can choose if they win this race. The top 3. Simix Pro has some very nice aluminium profiles and art, and go check their website out. You can Google them, simixpro.shop. We see another penalty applied to the 112 car.
Yeah, that was for launching the 38 into the, well, basically yeeting the 38 into the gravel at Chap. I said it was a slam dunk penalty, and the stewards have agreed, so that's why they now have a 10-second stop and hold penalty at their next pit stop. So currently looking at Sergio Stefan Chiobanu in the Team Kamikaze 112 Aston Martin, and well, it was a pretty kamikaze attempt at overtaking, so yeah, the name kind of fits, I think, doesn't it? And so, yeah, currently down in 14th place. That penalty at 10 seconds would actually see them go back behind the 38. So that's going to be
interesting.
Yep, interesting to follow.
Yeah, because they will have that fight again, and well, chances are they will be getting close together again.
Yep. And down in 14th at the moment, so yeah, this could be quite a tasty battle when they Constantine are back up on track. Meanwhile, Ties van der Hoorn driving the Husqvarna.
Yeah, I just noticed in the chat we made a big gamble. If it works, I'm a genius, and Thijs is a driving god. This guy is flying right now. Yeah, he's flying off track as well from time to time. So just don't forget to hit the brakes sometimes if you are flying like a god. Might be a good advice. Michael Sundstrom has been catching up to P3 already, with 4.8 seconds towards that 100 car, which currently contains Josh Thompson for turn 1 Brim.
Oh, I've just noticed something. Voronin in the 176 Aston Martin has got 10 seconds added to his pit stop next time around.
And why?
There's nothing in like. Oh, hold on. There is actually a message in race control now. Close.
What have you been drinking? Just the tea, right?
Tea.
Yeah, tea.
Causing a collision with the 98.
With the 98? Interesting.
Lap 185. So it was some time ago. Oh, there's Matt Artim in the 606 Lexus off the circuit there as well, and he boots the throttle and promptly loops the car again at club on the inside.
Look, Mum, it's a lawnmower. Oh, don't rejoin. Oh. That's scary.
Don't take out the other. Oh, crikey. Yeah. That was a wee bit of a
bit of wee.
Scary moment there. Yeah.
A wee bit of wee.
Yeah, and that was. Yeah, that wasn't for him. That was more for the car that has just gone past him, which I'm guessing is Bogdan in the number 13, Aston Martin. So yes, it is Bogdan, and he must have. Well, that probably scared him a bit. Meanwhile, they've got the Mercedes of Ising behind them, and Montaro Bogdan in the Bonk Racing car. Now looking at Vit Ersing in the Dead Meat Mercedes. Still wipers on.
It seems to be dry now, so...
It stopped raining and the track's still pretty damp and greasy. So it's going to be interesting to see who kind of pulls the trigger when and goes on to slicks. And
yeah, I'll be keeping an eye out for that.
Yep, it'll be it'll be 9:30 in-game time for the flashing of the lights and the disco and the party and everything else. And there's the 23, the frightening broomstick DSRT entry of Rudy van Svinderen, who has gone off. I want to say that's oh crikey, that's Maggots Beckett's area, which is not the best place to go off at Silverstone. It's terribly fast and might be a bit scary.
Icing going
maybe time.
Icing going off there as well.
Yeah,
at the exact same corner. So we have changing conditions, and you can see everybody will start making little mistakes again. So we see the beautiful IT car here.
Yeah, the 23/22/
as we see
23, and there's
the driver god.
There's the Husqvarna. Yep. The and back on the Van Horn, back on circuit, having a very, very eventful stint. And there's Kevin Kruger in the light speed car, who's right on the back of Ersing, and Van der Horn is a good half a minute behind them. So
interesting.
Yeah,
as the light speed seems to be very good in these changing conditions, as he easily outbrakes the 111 car. And here he goes into 11th.
Yeah, very, very easily done from Kevin there.
Yeah, I was like, okay, we might see a little bit of a battle here, and then it's just poop, and he's gone. Already having a second, 1.3 seconds on that straight. So, yeah, Lightspeed Endurance Racing 777 car is doing a great job. Looking at the track temperature and the air temperature, it's also getting a little bit colder. So, Fit Icing now gets in.
Cold, damp.
Cold and damp. That's what Silverstone is, right? Not 29 degrees and the sun is out. That's
exactly.
That's not.
I mean,
not
mind you, 16 mean, mind you, 16 degrees is a pretty warm day at Silverstone anyway. I'm pretty sure anyone who's ever been to the World Endurance Championship meeting can confirm. Back when we still had that at Silverstone.
Here's the battle for 8th.
Yeah. So quickly, those of us with longer memories can remember when it was still the 1,000 kilometres in the Le Mans series. So, yeah, both of which being quite some time ago now, and sadly, WEC and the ELMS don't visit Silverstone anymore, which is a shame because the drivers, I think, absolutely love this place.
Yeah, we did the 1,000 of Silverstone virtually for the FX online racing community, and it was big fun.
It sounds it. It really sounds fun. That does.
Obviously, doing it in the Bentley added a little bit of extra to it, as we will.
Oh yes, of course.
Go into the bonnet of this 29 car. Let's see what happens.
Well, I do say, the Bentley is a very, very refined motor car.
I love it. I absolutely love it, especially on this type of track. It's so good.
Yeah, the Bentley tends to do okay. Thinking British GT as well, so British.
Very British.
Very British in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Just throw away the T in the middle. We'll use it somewhere else.
Oh yeah, it's like in the southeast of England where I grew up. The letter T does not really exist.
Yeah, just in the mucks. The T is just it's all in the mucks.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. T is for drinking, not for putting into words. We're still on board with Vincent Alsons, now we're on board with Sharon Young, who is right on the back of the very sideways Aston Martin.
They had a moment.
Which is a huge moment, and somehow didn't loop the car, somehow didn't take out the 38 Aston Martin, and somehow managed to keep it vaguely pointing in the right direction and moving forwards, and not moving into a gravel trap or a wall, for example. So, yes, not too bad.
So, in the chat, you weren't okay. Revenge for the 38 car on 112 is happening right now. Yes, indeed, it does. As Awesomes now gets the car past Jordan Daly in the 32 Lamborghini. Battle for P3, yes indeed, it's Michael Sundstrom now closing in on Josh Thompson. So we are quite aware. Tokyo Drift Duro, yeah indeed, and it fits their livery very well, having a little bit of an anime uwu thing on the side. I'm
That's the extent of my Japanese, don't worry.
Yeah, it's all good. I just say arigato and then we move on from there. Let's drive a lap on board with our dear Michael Sundstrom, which has been doing so great. The lap times are coming down. We are seeing 2:05s at this point. I'm pretty sure we are not at the crossover points. Well, saying that I see some teams now pitting. They are a little bit further back.
Yeah, the 84 I think is like the furthest forward of the teams in the pits at the moment.
We also have Rudy van Swinderen there in the pit lane and Louis Reisman. All of these cars are a little bit further back, so they will be like the benchmark for is it possible, yes or no. Everybody will get a good look at their times, but you can already see 206s are 205s are being posted, so it is getting quicker. But is it
sure
quick
is.
enough?
Sundstrom is right on the back of Thompson now as well. They got the Ferrari of Kruger in front of them. So this should be pretty interesting.
And that's also the 176 car is now in pit. That's the leader.
Yep.
Serving their
So
10 seconds
Voronich-
as well.
Yep, so that's going to be another 10 seconds for that team, and Kruger gets out of the way there to let both Thompson and Sundstrom through. Let's see who has the... Well, I was going to say see who has the best exit, see who has the least sideways exit from some of the corners. As I fear that might be the case as the tyres start to wear even quicker than normal as it dries up here.
Oh, we have a
On
yellow.
board with we have a yellow somewhere. Oh, we have it's a club, and there's a Reisman proving, assuming he is on slicks, that now might not be the right time for it.
So to all the other teams, don't do it.
Yeah, yet. might be best just to wait wait a bit longer first, as the.
But then I'm
McLaren
interested.
with-
What did the 176 car do? Because they just pitted, right?
Yep, there's Romantsev in the car, down to second place. Patrick Lipka's now back in the lead in the 28. And they come down the hangar straight. And Thompson and Sundstrom aren't all that far behind now as well, so...
Here he goes. That's
Really-
Sundstrom taking that third position. Congratulations. Very clean again on the inside there. Making good use of the width of the track. And now he is 4.1 seconds behind Alexander Rumyantsev. Rumyantsev. Sorry. Still a hard name.
Romantsev.
Rumyantsev.
I think it's Romantsev or
Rumyantsev.
something like that, but... Yeah.
As the
Romantsev.
track state is
And-
now greasy. So that's interesting.
Greasy, much like a cooked breakfast on a weekend morning.
And that's
As Sun got another back marker in front of him, although he is closing the gap quite rapidly, or I say quite rapidly, very rapidly. He's got it down to 2.7 seconds.
yeah, it's bizarre.
Already.
It's bizarre. This guy is alien level.
Yep. I know that much for sure. He definitely is probably the quickest driver in the field at the moment. He's really taking it, and there's one Antonio in the lawnmower. Mowing the grass at Silverstone, doing the groundskeeper's job.
Oh, and they still have a long way to go. And I know Juan has a 6.5 hour stint at the end. So we'll be seeing this car off track probably a few more times. Oops, as Enrico Paris here puts it on the outside as well. All is good now. And Kevin Fox losing the position to that number 13 car of Montaro Bogdan. So yeah, I think everybody is trying to find their nil rhythm. I want to see what Alexander will be doing in terms of lap times, because his last lap was a 3:15, so this will be his first complete lap on presumably dry tires, not so sure. I see another yellow there. Thomas Fischer.
For that'd be the GRG car, as Romantsev is in second and is definitely going to be getting the hurry up now, because he's got Sundstrom right behind him, and no doubt that gap is going to be closing very, very quickly. A lot of team now, and Lipka's actually coming right behind Fischer. There's a Sundstrom is now effectively net second, I want to say.
Yeah,
you can probably close that gap. Looks like Romantsev, he's got the gap down to 0.6 of a second already.
It seems he's still running the wets, because he moves towards the wetter part of the track. So that's very interesting. He must be smoking up these tires, having this pace. It also could be something else why he. But the movement on the track is rather interesting, so to say.
Yeah, he's even closer now. I think Sundstrom is still on wets. Romanchev is on dries. There is a little bit of a dry line appearing there, I notice, as well. It's not still absolutely fantastically slippery offline as Lamborghini there lets the leaders through, and this is actually now the battle for the leads between Romanchev and Sundstrom.
Yep.
Sundstrom is well and truly closed the gap. They've got a back mark in front of them as the Lamborghini there goes off track in a fairly major way.
Oh, and again on the inside. Oh, the McLaren is so good on the inside.
And Romanchev is on the outside. He's holding on as they come down through Vale and coming into club corner now. Romanchev is on the inside. Mikael Sundstrom is on the outside and still side by side. But I think Sundstrom's done enough there. He's making use of the fact his tyres are actually warm and gets the position there from Romanchev, which means that nearly on pace McLaren, after extended pit stop earlier on, is now back in the lead of the race, and that's basically why they put Sundstrom in the car.
Whoa.
It comes from a long way back and almost drills the back of the they are still battling for position.
But they are out of sync, so they still need to stop. So it will be interesting what will happen now. If we... let me see, do we see any quick lap times coming in yet from the guys that pitted? No, not yet.
I've just noticed as well. So I've just noticed as well that 666, they've had a driver change. So Martin Chafer's now in the car. So I expect to see the 666 moving up the field, because Chafer, with all due respect to Walter, Felix and Gianni, Martin is the quickest of the four drivers as well. And in the mini GT Hub League that happened earlier this year, Martin was at the sharp end all season long. So yeah, this should be a pretty quick stint or two from the Brit in the 666 Lexus, in the Brussels Sprouts livery, the big GT Hub sticker plastered on the back of the car.
Yeah, they are already going for a 19th position here, right in front of them, the 606 car. The 6666 car seems to be together. They've been driving together for quite a while now. So let's see if Alexander can. He is keeping up. The gap stays around 2 tenths, 3 tenths, 4 tenths. So he might be learning something here from Michael Sundstrom that might give him a little bit of an advantage towards the later stages of this race. I always personally find when you're driving at 24, at the end you want to drive it again, because you learned so much about the track in those hours.
I know, and I'm having a quick read through the Twitch chat. DSRT's Zvonimir, hi mate, has said that Chafer is basically along the lines of what I said. Chafer's fantastic pace, and the gap's now less than a tenth of a second between Chafer and Klokhanovsky for 19th, and Chafer's already got the position there. Klokhanovsky's having a little look around the outside, but just goes a bit deep there into the first part of club, and that means that Martin is now up to P19. Meanwhile, back out front, I think it's still incredibly close between the leaders, and it's still Train and Romanchev is now actually lapping at the same lap times Sundstrom was as well.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Romanchev's still just trying to get heat into the tyres.
Yeah.
Given the
Thompson now in the pit lane, car number 100.
Yeah.
Now in 5th position, that moves Mateusz Kaczynski and Konrad Siata up 1 spot. So we see 205 from the leader, 205 from Alexander, 206 from Mateusz Kaczynski, and a 207 from Konrad Siata. So it's
sorry, so the number 26 has just received a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision on lap 204. That's the latest update from race control, as Romanchev just drops back a little bit from Sundström in the striking black and blue Aston Martin of the non-grata team. Meanwhile, Luke Sherlock currently in 27th place in car number 26. Come on, you can get another position further up, surely. Car 26 in 26th position. What's not to like about that? But no, he's got a fair bit of catching up to do to get onto the back of Clark in the Mercedes. Clark is currently in 26th at the moment. We're just waiting for Sherlock to cross the second timing split. Runs a little bit wide there, maybe. Keeps it tight for the second part. Still going in, 28.1 seconds. So he's got a wee bit of catching up to do there, but it should be doable. I think there's a yellow flag somewhere as well. Oh, and that's Romantsev. Romantsev has got off the track at the entrance to the Maguts Beckett's Chapel complex and has dropped a lot of time. He's just done a 2:04, which is actually his fastest lap of the stint so far. I just wonder whether he was pushing too hard or just got on the grass or the curb slightly there, and whether that caused him to loop it. I'm not 100% sure. So
that brings Kaczynski a little bit closer, as we are on board with him. 6 seconds now to Romanchev. And Sundström, very interestingly, already having a 16-second lead out in the front. His last lap was a 2:04.7, so yeah, he is on a different pace as everybody else is on a 2:05s as their last lap. So yeah, that's. Let me see.
Also, I'll say DSRT's one of me has just pointed out something quite interesting in chat. Romanchev must have gone quite a long way off the circuit because the 176 team lost 16 seconds. So Romanchev must have gone way off. I probably must have actually gone off probably at Cops to end up that far off track and that far behind. Last lap was a 2:04 as well, though, as Scrimpy Later is now following.
Hello, Scrimpy.
One of the drivers of the. All right, mate. How's it going? One of the drivers of the 666 Lexus, the Brussels Sprout Special.
Double rain stint done. Well done, Scrimpy. Very good.
3 laps in the dry. Brutal.
2:21 last lap, indeed. It was very interesting, and Kaczynski is catching up, so we will be keeping an eye out on this trio. Let's look a little bit farther back. Let's do a rundown of the order. You wanna have the have the pleasure?
I can certainly have a go at trying to run through the order and try not to mispronounce anyone's names more than I have already. So starting off in the lead, we have Michael Sundström in the nearly on pace McLaren 720S GT3. car number 899. Second place is Alexander Romantchev in the 176 non-grata team Aston Martin. In third place is Mateusz Kaczynski in the number 28 Bentley from Sim Nation eSport Pumpkin Special. And in fourth place is the number 54 Audi, which is in the pits at the moment. It's driven by Slater. Willamot is in fifth in the number 100 Bentley. We've got the next Bentley is the 102, the Necromancer's car from turn 1 of Christopher Stevenson. That's currently in 6th place. In 7th place overall is Ronnie Smith, in the Golf liveried McLaren, car number 196. Alsums is in 8th place in the number 29 Aston Martin from Trackside eSports Orange. And in 9th place is Wojciech Jaceki in the ambitious but rubbish number 32 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. In 10th place, it's Andrea Martelli in the 305 Team EOS eSport Aston Martin Vantage GT3. In 11th place, it's number 777 Ferrari from Lightspeed Endurance Team that's driven by Kevin Kruger. In 12th place, it's the number 12 Lexus of Lucas Rojapal, car number 111. He's back in the car again for another probably quadruple stint, knowing him. In 13th place is Nick Milstein in the number 38 Burning Brakes Motorsport Bright Green Aston Martin. In number 14th place is Juan Antonio Menahimonef in the DSRT 2 Pumpkins Porsche / Husqvarna / flying thing. Yeah, I said that. In 15th place, it's Simon van der Rad in the number 101 Turn 1 Motorsports Bentley Continental GT3. In 16th place, it's the number 112 Aston Martin of Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez of Team Kamikaze in car number 112. In 17th place, it's Hontaru Bogdan in the 13 Bonk Racing Aston Martin. In 18th place is the number 824 McLaren of Kevin Fox from SPM Corporation. In 19th place is the 666 Lexus of Martin Schaefer. That's the Brussels Sprouts entry. In 20th place is Shane Klokhanovsky there in the America United Racing car number 606 Lexus RCF GT3. In 21st place is Chris Minahan in the number 77 McLaren 720S GT3. In 22nd place is the 151 Aston Martin, Ocon Ramos. That's currently 22nd place, car number 151. In 23rd place, the number 99 McLaren from NARR of Theodore Ensbury with sponsorship from Greg's. Yay. In 24th place is the number 97 McLaren, also from NARR. That's driven by Matty Byrne at the moment. In 25th place is the number 23 McLaren of Enrico Parise. That's the DSRT Frightening Broomstick entry. It's currently car number 23 in 25th place. In 26th place is Jason Clark in the Olympus eSpooks number 73 Mercedes. Much whack. In 27th place is Luke Sherlock in the number 26 Ferrari from SD Racing. In 28th place is the number 15 Lexus of Correa. Yep, Christian Correa from Black Cat Racing. In number 29th place is Daniel Marriott in the number 94 Aston Martin from Off Pace Racing. In 30th place is Derek McCord from GRG eSports in the number 70 Lamborghini Huracan GT3. In 30th place is Louis Reisman in the Olympus Off Boys number 37 McLaren 720S GT3. And in 31st place, and I think actually rounding out the field, is Vaughan Gingrich in the NARR eSports car number 98 McLaren 720S GT3. Currently quite some laps off the race lead, and that was the rundown through the entire field.
Respect.
Thank you.
I was thinking maybe we should stop at 20, and I was like, nah, this is going fine. I'm well past my streaming hours, and I don't see Case still coming in, so I was like, okay, we did the complete rundown. That also means we lost, I think, only 2 teams so far. We started
41
with
McLaren is in the pits at the moment. It's actually going as being in the pits for Ronnie Smith. Oh, what's happened there then to the 41? Journalism. And yeah, that's in the pits. There was the black Aston Martin entered by DSRT, which was unfortunately disqualified earlier on. as well. So that's currently going well at the moment. And Alexander Romanchev is back in the lead of the race. He's got Kaczynski only 5 or 6 seconds behind him as they come up to lap the 15 laps at Copse Corner. The Lexus getting out the way there. Kaczynski's currently 4.8 seconds behind Romanchev. You got Willemot in third, and the McLaren has pitted, and Brunier is now behind the wheel. So the Sundstrom Special happy hour has concluded. The track is now currently showing as fast, so I'm guessing everyone's going to be on slick tyres. And there's Sebastian Brunier in the nearly on pace. McLaren, his last lap was a 3 minutes.
They did a pit stop. Yeah, so they're now on the dries, and looking at the lap times, the top 3 did 202s, 201s, so we are slowly getting back to those quicker times. The fastest laps being done were 158s. Yeah, 158.5 and 158.4, so still a few seconds to towards that quickest laps of today's race, which were done in the first stages of the race. And I'm getting backed. Okay. Well, this is the beauty of having such a big organization. There are so many things that's going on, and you need to focus on one. But you're also very interested on all the other things because you're so deep inside an organization. So when I get a ping, I'm like stand by and looking at the message, and I'm like, okay, well, is this interesting for me right now? No, it's not. I need to get back to what I'm doing, and that's streaming and having a good time together with Roblo. Having that said, don't forget why we are here. Glendino, thank you for following. We are here to gather money for Cancer Research UK. Type !donate or !voucher. The voucher, !voucher is to enter the raffle. If you donate towards this goal, you can click the reward and Tiltify and raffle of a ticket that can get you a $75 voucher for SimX Pro, one of our very nice sponsors. So don't forget !donate and !voucher and get a little bit of money towards the goal. We had some very generous donations today. We had Ted Moore donating 25. We had GT Med doing 100. But even if it's a $1 donation, that could really help us towards our goal, which is at this point is I think 2,000. It shows 5,000. Yeah, it shows 5,000, but we take it by steps in milestones. So if you are interested in hearing some guys sing or seeing guys smashing cakes with their head and doing makeup and all these crazy things, feel free to donate, and you will get a little bit extra of having that raffle ticket as well.
Yeah. Well, I should add that most of this is being done by Guru, who's not here. Although it was him who came up with these ideas, not
he's hiding. He's hiding.
He's at a party right now. He says that he wasn't planning on having a drink tonight. Although I think if he's watching the stream, he has a look to see how much has been raised. I'm fairly sure that it will that will have changed quite quickly. Meanwhile, Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez in the number 112 Aston Martin is right on the back of Van der Ried's Bentley. There's only about half a second in it at the moment.
Yeah, they are starting to find pace again.
Yeah, big time. They're doing pretty well at the moment. They come through onto the hangar straight now, heading up towards Stowe.
As GT Met pointed out in the in the chat. I advise at least a £2.50 donation so you can get that voucher. Yeah, you can add it to your donation. So everything will be explained if you click the link. If you type ! Donate or ! voucher 176 spin on T1 change of leader. Oh, I might have missed that. Sorry, we've been doing other things.
And Shev has dropped back by about getting on 7.5 seconds. So I'm guessing Alexander's had a bit of an off-track moment somewhere as to why.
Yeah, you see 10 seconds up on his last lap time, so something has happened.
Yeah, I might quickly actually nip downstairs and get a drink as well, so I can keep going strong for the remaining 2 hours before I head off for the evening. So I shall be right back.
Yeah, no problem. I can handle. What is it? 60, 70, 80, 84 people? Yeah, no problem.
Alright.
So I haven't had any breaks, and I'm fine with that because I'm doing this for charity as well. Soon we will be changing towards the next streamer, which will be Case. But you can stay in the channel. You can you only have to refresh, and there is another $20 donation from Scrimpy Data. 20 currency. Sorry. Let's go 666. Yeah, those Brussels sprouts looking really good. Let's give it up for Martin, who is doing 201s last lap. Let's see what this lap was. 2 minutes. So yeah, he will be going up the field. This is a little bit of a battle that's been going on for quite a while now. The Kamikaze team is moving closer towards Simon de Raad here in the Bentley. And Juan Antonio Mena Jimenez is 1.3 seconds behind Yannick Haustein in the 38 car. So yeah, that's also a little bit of a battle. Let's see, Mateusz Kaczynski did a 159.3, so they are hitting the 59s, and Grant Willimet of the Turn 1 Grim team did a 158.674. That's their quickest time since the start of the race, so congratulations on having that one. Sebastian Brunier here from Nearly on Pace in the car right now did a 158.4 as quickest lap, and his last lap time was at 2 minutes. So yeah, these guys are really getting on pace now and creating nice gaps towards the rest of the field. This is one of the biggest gaps, 85 seconds. So yeah, Christopher Stevenson has some catching up to do. Scrimpy Data, organization and driving overall have been really good. So indeed, well done to everyone involved. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for those kind remarks. We've been working our asses off with my phone ringing day and night with questions and having so much DMs and Juan Antonio Mena Jimenez now close to P12. Indeed he is. Let's drive a little bit on board with him on the bonnet of this beautiful Porsche. Let's see that flying number 16. And I know some teams have been secretly having donations for on their own channels, streaming their point of view. And I think we will see some interesting donations towards the end of the stream as well. So we are well underway, and I'm very, very proud that we already reached 1,677 currencies. As the 38 car runs a little bit wider, let's see if the Porsche can get out of Beckett's here onto Chapel really well. Early on the power. Should have the grip advantage over that Aston. However, the Aston is a very good car overall. This is why it's been chosen so much. Great job, guys, so far. Vamos. Very good, thanks. Okay, we have a little bit of a meeting. That's Ruben Schild, if I recall correctly. Hello, Ruben, in the chat. Good seeing you, speaking to you. Haven't spoken to you in a while. René is not driving in this event, but he has done a very generous donation of £20. So, go Team Kamikaze. Oh, as the 16 team just hit the 38 car. So that will get looked at, and I think Juan is waiting there to give back that position. That was a little bit of an awkward moment. Right behind the DSRT car is the car of GRG, the 750 car, currently running in the 29th position, not having had much practice, they said. So now 9 p.m. It's getting a little bit darker, and not as dark as I expected, but I think we had a little meeting at 9 p.m. with the flashing lights. So I'm gonna see with the stewards what's going on that part. Hello? Is it me? Hello? What about the flashing lights at 9 p.m? It's still not really dark, actually. I'm surprised. If we start seeing them, we will go towards the pit lane and have a good look at them. It's 9:30. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, Cloaking Wolf. Sorry, Harmless. (9:30) at the hangar stray. Thank you for pointing that out. You see, there's so many things going on. I can't even keep up with those. As Derek McCord here is in the car for GRG Spooky. Ooh, ooh, very spooky. I can hear spooks. As the 112 and the 38 car having a little bit of a squabble with the 101 car there on the outside. 112 defense on the inside, and what a nice little group this is. The 38 car limping on the back of the 101 there, maybe having a little bit of damage coming together with that 16 car. Would be wise, I would.
Willemot's got 10 seconds. Willemot's got 10 seconds as well. Yeah, penalty. So I'm guessing on track limits or not 100% sure, but I think it's in row. Well, somewhere. I've just got back from making another cup of tea because tea is something. Words like in it. So, yeah, currently looking at Willemot's Bentley at the moment, I believe. Actually got this minimised at the moment, so it might be a bit difficult.
You've got what minimized?
Trying to quickly turn off notifications on another Discord channel as we speak. So
Let me see. Lap 224, turn 1, car 108.99, causing a collision. So they had a little bit of a coming together, which is the 899 car and the 100 car, which I completely missed. Yeah, it puts the nearly on pace car 20 seconds back, so that's something. Probably having a little bit of damage as well on the car, which will get repaired at their next pit stop. But yeah, this is life, c'est la vie. Nothing we can do. We have a little bit of a battle still here going on between the 38, the 112 and the 101 car. And nothing has been resolved here. They just decided to drive after each other as we head into 16 hours left.
Heading into the darkness.
Yeah, very good.
Where things go bump.
As I am trying
now
to find the streaming schedule, because I don't hope Case just simply fell asleep. Should be here soon-ish.
Checking the stream quickly. Scrimpy is in the chat, sorry, on Twitch, and Scrimpy's in shock that I'm drinking a non-alcoholic beverage. Well, yeah, I'm working, that's why. Yeah, I am renowned. Well, I've got a little bit of a... Well, I'm sort of renowned, I think, on GT Hub and on GRG eSports for enjoyment of beer and tasting beers I've never tasted before. Sometimes you have to visit a few different places to find some good beers, but just normal, fun afternoon out. Still got battle going on here, as Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez is in the 112 Aston Martin, is currently 0.8 of a second behind Van der Eerd's Bentley, car number 101, and actually looks to be closing slightly as well, so this is going to be one to keep. Coming through Woodcut now, down the pit straight. Last lap, 2-minute flat for Rodriguez. Coming into turn 1, Cops Corner now. It's just a lone traffic cone there. Just lying there, chilling. Poor Marshall there. Poor lad's probably going to go off in a minute, but even those flags with much vigour during the race so far. As coming down the hangar straight now, it is noticeably darker in game, which is good because that means we're coming up to night time, the fun time.
It's rather late, isn't it? It's like 50
yeah,
past
it should
9.
really be like. Yeah,
like
I mean, in real
summertime.
life, it would be. Yeah, I mean, in real life, it'd be pitch black by now, and would have been for about 4 or 5 hours, maybe. Maybe not quite 5 hours, maybe 4.5 hours. So, yeah, that's. I think it is definitely more towards summertime settings. As we've got yellow flag, brief or had yellow flags somewhere. I've no idea who'd stopped where or gone off where, but there we go. Coming through the complex. A cup of tea, that.
Sounds good, huh? I've gone through 1.5 liters of iced tea. of a very specific brand which is well known, and I'm now on some cherry juice, and I absolutely love cherries.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm currently on. This is only my 4th mug today, so.
Well done.
Yeah.
That's very good for the body.
Oh yes, and him and F's just been given a 10-second time penalty for an incident earlier, which means that the Porsche, car number 16, is going to be waiting for 10 seconds at the. I'm going to need to get my
Here they are.
phone out quickly, so.
I was looking for them, as Shaver having a little bit of a yellow moment there. Good question from Swanemir. Oh, it's getting darker. We have to move the clock tonight. The race will be 25 hours. Effectively, the race will be 25 hours, but the timer continues to count down, which means we will be stopping 1 hour earlier tomorrow. So the clock continues to tick and doesn't change, obviously, because we cannot simply add 1 hour in-game time. But with all the driver interviews and all the closing down the stream and all these things that are happening at the end, we will reach 26 hours of total stream. Thank you for following Jeff J. Thompson. Very kind of you. As we have a Simon van der Raad here of Turn 1 Motorsports, close behind Juan Antonio Mena Jimenez in the 16 Porsche. I would advise Juan to let that car by and follow him, because you have a 10-second penalty already for causing that collision earlier, which we saw on stream with the 38 car. Here we go.
And yeah, I think one's let the Bentley through.
Yeah,
he has, and they've got another Bentley behind them.
I am the team admin, so they kind of listen to me sometimes. So this is effectively a team order, you know. Toto, this is Toto Wolf here. Juan, I want you to let the car by now and follow him as long as you can.
Yeah. One, Simon is faster than you. Confirm you understand.
And now it's hammer time.
Do.
Yeah. Well, effectively, it's. I didn't interfere too much with this race preparation, because I was in the organization and I was like, okay, well, everybody's got to do what they got to do. It's for charity. I'm not gonna intervene with schedules and have you been training? But normally I'm quite a furious leader concerning that part. Where's the training schedule? Where's the stint? How are you gonna do the stints? Have you thought about strategy? All these things. And well, you know, together as a esports team, you try to make the best out of it. I see it as a sport to get good results, and the guys just want to have a good time. So sometimes they do not have any preparation, and then you get the situation the car 750 is in at this point.
Yeah. Meanwhile, GT Matt has made the very brave decision to enter race control.
It's like feeding the dogs, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. At this stage, meanwhile, we're looking at Derek in the GRG spooky car.
Oh!
Whoa! Crikey!
That's a line.
Promptly has a fairly sizable moment at Luffield, just as we're actually. Don't worry, Derek. It's not like the whole thing was actually caught on camera or anything.
We're gonna move away from you.
Come back. That's first thing I see. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back.
Hello.
Race gets back to the
Welcome
site
back.
of. Welcome back, and welcome back to the site of Derek almost throwing it into the scenery. Big. Yes, me. Oh, we've actually got someone who wants to be interviewed. Brave person indeed. DSRT Impulse 1, so. To.
That's Tom. That's our very own Tom.
Hello.
Hello, Tom. How you doing?
Very well. How are you?
Yeah, good. Your stints were amazing. Oh wait.
Someone had to go for it.
Yeah. Well, these things happen, but good you could join for a little bit. What was the plan and what didn't work out for you?
So the plan was to get in the car and drive fast, and I didn't get in the car, so that's the issue. No, I'm joking. Yeah, it was unfortunate scene of events in the fact that sort of we were able to have a brilliant first stint. Gabe was, I was at work, so I was kind of watching on whilst at work, and Gabe was doing wonders, working up through the field, and yeah, it was just a misunderstanding of the strategy in game, and we ended up losing out. Gabe had to then return to the pits, and then obviously not allowed to do that. So unfortunate end to what could have been a promising race, but yeah, just happy to still be part of it in a way of being able to come and speak to you guys.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. I think you guys were up for silver wins, gaining so much spots at the start, which Gabe specializes in, and then having Rooster in the car, always being as stable as a Swedish watch. And then you running out of talent into the stints would have been great, but yeah, it is what it is, and we move on from here. We still got 15 hours and 46 minutes of racing to do, so stick around and enjoy yourselves. And if you got the time, you can join the combox tonight with Case, I think. Because
yeah,
Case will be quite lonely, so if you're up for it, Roblo and I will be making a way for Case soon, and then it's quite an open commentary box. One thing: no shoes and no stinky socks.
I'm gonna be quite frank with that and say that there will be no stinky socks in that one. Yeah, I can also say to you a little bit, it's a little bit of a relief as well for me, because I believe it was raining a little bit earlier on, and I am awful in the rain, and that would have been roughly the time that I would have been started driving. So I think I may have dodged a small bullet in the fact that I might not have embarrassed myself on stream in front of everybody.
Well, we're not jinxing it, but we have had some interesting commentators' curse moments going on until now. But yeah, we are hoping to see another change in weather patterns. If you got in the car right now, it would have been great. The track is optimum, 15 degrees, 1 kilometer per hour of wind, a little bit cloudy, nothing but blue skies. Let's go and roll. This is for you. This would have been perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the majority of what I do my training on, and the pace was strong. It was definitely there this weekend. Unfortunately, we weren't able to participate in the qualifying race. We had a few issues regarding sort of the team driver lineup last minute, and we were too busy sorting that out that we actually missed the qualifying race. But the pace was strong. Looking at the guys ahead of us in Gabe's first stint, it really was a case of we were moving forwards, and we never really were cautious or worried about the car behind. And it was going really, really strong. And, you know, one fortunate thing in the likes of me, Gabe, and Robin is that we have a very sort of uniform pace between the three of us. There's usually about a second between the three of us, which is, you know, sometimes, as you know, in sim racing, that's kind of difficult to find in your teammates. So the pace was strong, and it's just little unfortunate, but yeah, these conditions at this point would have been optimal for me. The wet weather would have been great for Gabe and whatnot, and Robin just he can soak it up in
you can
absolutely
give
any
him
weather.
anything. Throw anything at him and he will fix it.
I'm fairly confident you could give him like British horizontal rain or snow, and he would still be completely fine with you.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do 159s, and yeah, it will be all right. No problem.
He'll do a 159 despite the weather. That's the issue. So when you're in the sun, you're like, oh yeah, I can do a 159. That's no problem. And then he'll come back and he'll be like, oh yeah, I was in the rain, but I was doing like a 2-minute 10. I'm like, what level of rain is this at, Robin? Like, we need to gauge this.
I wish I had half his talent. But yeah, unfortunately, it is what it is. So yeah, we have to roll with it. We've got 6 minutes until we got the 2 times headlight flashing because of a very generous donation of £100 by a guy named GT Matt. So we will be flashing the lights on the hangar straight for 2 laps. I will be positioning myself towards a good vantage point, as I have access to the track all the time, everywhere. Yeah, if you want to share something with us, do it now, because we will moving towards that a small event within the event soon.
And the party.
No, I just wanted to say once again, like, you guys are absolutely smashing the broadcast. Despite me being very angry to start off with, and very sort of frustrated once the call had been made. Yeah, you guys were just rock solid with the stream, and as always. So just wanted to say you're doing a fantastic job, and yeah, I look forward to watching the rest of the race. So thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you.
We're doing the best we
Cheers,
can, and that's been going on for months, and now it's coming together. So, yeah, good to hear all those positive words. It really gives me a lot of energy. Don't forget !donate !voucher. I think that did a very generous donation of £20 as well. So thank you for that. Give him a good hug from DSRT Cracker, and we'll be seeing you very shortly on track again.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Cheers, you too. Bye.
So yeah, 4 minutes until we are going to that hangar straight to celebrate the donation of GT Matt of the DSRT team, as Noah Sully takes a very interesting line there.
Yep.
You can do that a few times, and then after a few times, the car just will be heading towards pit lane for a drive-through. So be mindful doing that.
Yeah. Track limits.
Yeah, maybe. If the game keeps recognizing them, I have the idea. The farther you get into an endurance, the less sensitive the system comes, because you're always slower than your fastest time.
Yeah. So if you just cut the corner massively by the end of the race, you should still probably get a penalty. But if you do it slightly, we should be just about okay.
Yeah.
So,
if you do it every time, it will become the line.
Yeah. I mean, it reminds me of that what was it? It was a race at Kota a few years back, and I can't remember if it was what was still the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge back then, or if it was IndyCar, but just basically the tarmac runoff area was the racing line on most of the circuit, which was actually pretty hilarious to watch by the end of the race. So, yeah, it has happened before in real life. It doesn't happen so much at Silverstone because it's a proper race circuit, not one of these Tilcadromes with 5 million acres of tarmac runoff area.
If you would like to set up your camera on the bridge on the hangar straight in between Chapel and Stowe for the stream,
Well, it seems
we should be momentarily having the cars flashing their headlights coming down the straightaway.
You want me to sit on the bridge?
Yep. Because then we'll be able to watch as every car comes by the bridge, flashing the light.
And also, those grass banks next to the bridge are brilliant if you want to, in real life, if you want to basically hear these cars at full volume, because the bridge actually just amplifies all the noise and makes it louder. Which is great, unless you've got a field Porsche GTE cars coming past, then in which case it's tinnitus and hearing damage. Not that I'm speaking from having done the 2018 ELMS WEC meeting at Silverstone without earplugs, but yes, those cars are fantastically loud and well worth it.
Before we start the flashing, I want to point out in the chat a message from 4 Black Cat. We should react a little bit more to the stream. Well, we are trying our best. We've got a lot going on the background with the appeals, with the donations, with the chat, with the drivers, with 35 cars on the grid. It's not that easy, but we are trying our best. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna celebrate the 100-pound donation that came in by GT Matt by flashing the lights. All the cars will start flashing their lights pretty soon. The top donation there on the upper right corner. And Tizaro, thank you for following.
Go on, get flashing, lads. It's 9:30 in game. Get on it.
I don't have people for that Dutch stick. No.
I think Ethan's got to put the message in.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ethan is like a Swiss watch as well. You know, he's on point. So it will commence shortly. But it's good to sit on the bridge for a little bit.
Yes.
There
Pretty
it
nice.
is.
We got another
Message in now, so we should see them flashing their headlights as they come by.
Yeah,
and we
I
got
just see the
another person
first one.
wants to be interviewed.
Yeah, we
So
wait.
I'm
We
going
wait a
to
little bit until we.
Okay. Shall I?
And we
Shall
got a
I,
flasher.
drop-
Oh, that one forgot.
No. That one clearly hasn't been told by team
No.
manager.
They were flashing on
that one.
exit, but then forgot there.
Oh, yeah, we got another flasher. Hey! Let's celebrate good times. Come on. Let's see.
Celebrate good times.
Hey!
Come on. Shall I just drag?
I'm gonna stand here with my blue flag.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna try and do an impression of that marshal. You're gonna try and do an impression of that marshal that was running along the hangar straight back in 03 at the Grand Prix, and just got rugby tackled by a marshal.
Yay!
Hey! There's someone who wants to. There's someone in driver interview who I might drag in just for
Freaker on the
sake of it. Okay, I'm dragging Vox Mortis in, so
Yeah, get him
witness
in.
the
Get him in.
craziness as
boys.
we are all waiting to see if anyone actually does flash or not. Hey!
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 We.
Thought you might wanted to hear a bit of an update from the back of the field.
Yeah, sure, certainly. So, while we were watching some flashing going on.
Oh, some high beams right
Well,
there.
Yeah.
Those were some really bright lights on that Aston Martin. Oh, it's because that was the car you were riding along with, so they were brighter.
Yeah, probably.
That makes
And
sense.
I think some people have actually clearly forgotten to get the message from control, like usual.
Well, I do believe it's been one full lap, so everyone got their got
Yeah,
their flash.
here we go, and we got another one. Yeah, some people are clearly getting the message. This is like the whole point of the organization as well. We've been writing messages and messages about many things, and some people do read them, some people do not. And well, next time I'm gonna ask them to flash their lights if they read the message.
That's a brilliant idea. How am I this awake? It's like getting on for 11 o'clock in the evening.
We are reaching 12 here now.
Oh.
Yeah,
we
I
are.
know.
Yes, we are. There's stints coming up, boys.
Wow. Speed of these cars when you're...
Yeah, whenever you got the camera right down close as they come by, it really does. It gives you a sense of speed.
Oh wow. Yeah. So.
I think we're done, right? Under the bridge downtown.
Yeah, I think we are down in the under the bridge.
We are good to go ahead and resume normal commentary.
Well, assuming it's been normal commentary so far.
That's fair.
Well, we've been doing our best.
Yeah, we have been.
We can go ahead and commence part 2 of the stream at this time, if you would like.
Yeah, I think it's time for me to take a little break, and then I'll probably be back for a little bit more. We'll have to see how my force holds up after the refreshments. A small word of thank you from my side. Thank you for letting me stream all these hours into the race, the first few hours. It was a pleasure. We are currently at 1,677 pounds raced, and we will continue the stream for another 15.5 hours. We decided to split the stream in 3 parts. That means we will be going offline for a very short amount of time, and then that means Case will be taking over from this point and will be our main streamer. So thank you Case, thank you Roblo, and thank you Fox for your input so far, and we'll be back in a short amount of time.